Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events described in this video occurred 6 years ago. On May 15, 2017, around 1 a.m., the Florida Coast Guard received a distress signal. According to the report, a yacht traveling from Cuba's Varadero resort to Florida collided with something and began to sink. There were originally 2 people on board the vessel, and when rescuers discovered only one of them, many began to wonder where things really were. Louis Bennett and Isabella Hellman met online in 2015. Louis was born in 1977 in England. He moved to Australia with his family at a young age, and by 2017 he held dual British and Australian citizenship. Isabella Rodriguez was born in 1975 in Colombia. Her family relocated to Florida in the 1990s, eventually obtaining residency and then US citizenship in 2002. Isabella married William Hellman at the age of 27. However, the couple divorced after 10 years. She met Louis Bennett online in 2015, and their online communication quickly evolved into a real-life romantic relationship. In July 2016, Louis and Isabella welcomed a daughter named Amelia. 6 months after the baby's birth, the couple bought an apartment in Delray Beach on Florida's Atlantic coast. The following month, in February 2017, Isabella married Louis. On April 30, 2017, Isabella worked as a real estate agent, while Louis owned a small solar panel company. After leaving her 9-month-old daughter with family, Isabella flew to St. Martin, a small Caribbean island where she met Louis. They planned a honeymoon, returning to Florida on a sailing catamaran Louis had purchased prior to meeting Isabella. On April 30, the couple departed St. Martin. They were in the British Virgin Islands on May 1 and off the coast of Puerto Rico on May 2nd. The next stop on their itinerary was Cuba, where they spent the majority of their time and planned to return from. On May 14, around 5:30 p.m., the catamaran set sail from Varadero, Cuba. 3 hours later, Isabella called her sister on her cell phone to say she'd be home tomorrow, but Louis had already signaled a distress call around 1 a.m. He contacted the U.S. Coast Guard and reported that the ship had begun to sink due to a collision with an unknown object and that his wife had gone missing. Around 4 a.m., a Coast Guard helicopter crew found the Bennett life raft. A catamaran was also discovered floating upside down at dawn, but it had not yet sunk. Bennett was taken to Key West Island, the southernmost point of Florida. During his interview with investigators, Louis stated that he and his wife took turns on duty and that the accident occurred when Isabella's turn came up. He was sleeping in his stateroom when he awoke to find that the ship had collided with something on deck and that he had not seen his wife. He started calling her name but never received a response. According to him, the mast was loose and could have thrown Isabella overboard. He also mentioned that when he last saw his wife, she was wearing a life jacket. Bennett was rescued by the Coast Guard, and a rescue swimmer reported that his backpack was unusually heavy. While inspecting the items he had loaded onto the life raft, the officers discovered 225 collectible coins whose origins had yet to be determined. The same day, May 15, Isabella Hellman was reported missing. A search and rescue operation took place in both the water and the air. However, on May 18, after 4 days of searching and no sign of the missing woman, the Coast Guard officially ended the rescue operation. Authorities suspected something was wrong when, less than 24 hours after the search for Isabella concluded, Louis Bennett requested a letter from the Coast Guard stating that his wife was presumed dead. His request was denied because issuing such a certificate is not within the Coast Guard's jurisdiction. Bennett told a television station on May 24 that he was leaving for Cuba, where he planned to rent a boat and continue his search for his wife alone. 3 days later, on May 27, he met Isabella's sister and informed her that he had just returned from Cuba. He stated that I met with authorities there and checked every hospital, but there was no sign of her. She has now been missing for 2 weeks, so I'm not holding out much hope for seeing her, so I have to accept that. This is completely devastating to me. She's my soulmate. I thought we would be together forever. The next day, May 28, Louis and the police arrived at the house where his wife's family lived to pick up their daughter, but Isabella's family refused to give her up. With scandal and the assistance of the police, Bennett took his daughter after all. Throughout the argument, Isabella's sister, Elizabeth, insisted that Louis was to blame for Isabella's death. Bennett's quiet demeanor and behavior following his wife's disappearance piqued the interest of Isabella's family and the police. Detectives repeatedly heard during interviews with the missing woman's family and friends that quarrels between Isabella and Lewis had become more frequent since the child was born. The couple's neighbors also testified. Isabella told loved ones that Lewis insisted on moving to Australia, despite her desire to remain in the United States. Bennett denied any involvement in his wife's disappearance during an interview on May 30. He claimed that he and Isabella had planned a wonderful life together, but now he was alone, and their daughter would grow up without a mother. In parallel with the investigation into Isabella Hellman's disappearance, police began to investigate the origin of the gold and silver coins discovered among Bennett's possessions. Bennett had served as first mate on a yacht a year prior, and the captain had a stash of 617 collectible silver and gold coins worth approximately $100,000. Someone broke into the yacht while it was docked in the Caribbean and no one was on board, and stole all of the coins. The person who committed the theft could not be located at the time. However, now that the FBI has begun to investigate the origins of the coins, the captain of the yacht has identified the coins discovered on Lewis Bennett as part of those stolen from him. Based on this information, the FBI obtained a search warrant for Bennett's apartment. Remember that when the man was rescued, 225 coins were discovered in his belongings. On June 16, 2017, a search of the apartment revealed an additional 162 gold coins hidden in a closet. Bennett had successfully left our territory and relocated his daughter to England, where his parents lived. The man's financial situation was not ideal, and he was apparently forced to return to the United States because there remained an apartment worth $125,000 and other personal belongings. He was also eligible for insurance payments in the United States for a lost catamaran. On August 28, 2017, Lewis Bennett was arrested in Florida. He was accused of stealing coins and pleaded not guilty. A few days later, a federal judge set Bennett's bail at $250,000. He was unable to pay $250,000, so he remained in custody. While awaiting trial, Lewis attempted to have his wife declared dead. This would have allowed him to dispose of his and Isabella's property, as well as the funds in her bank account. However, the judge twice refused to declare Isabella dead while the investigation into her disappearance was still ongoing. Bennett pleaded guilty in November 2017 to both stealing the coins and knowingly transporting them to the United States. Bennett's parents wrote a letter to the judge in the case, pleading for leniency and sentencing because his young daughter had already lost her mother. Bennett received a 7-month prison sentence on February 20, 2018, followed by 3 years of probation. On the same day, the verdict in the stolen coin case was announced. Bennett was charged with second-degree murder. Authorities claimed he intentionally caused the catamaran in which he and Isabella were traveling to crash. The prosecutor planned to base the charge on the staged wreck, claiming that Bennett orchestrated it to conceal evidence of the crime. Bennett, according to investigators, wanted to inherit his wife's fortune in order to pay off his own debts before moving to Australia with their young daughter, Amelia. Isabella confessed to being afraid of her husband via text message a few months before she died. Her text messages revealed that she felt Bennett no longer respected her, and when she returned home, she discovered an angry person. Isabella also stated that she was afraid to return home months before Miss Hellman disappeared. "If you no longer like or love me, please let us work it out as soon as possible, because the way you treat me all the time is pathetic." An inspection of the catamaran prior to its sinking revealed that the portholes below the waterline were open, and the damage to the twin hulls appeared to be caused from within. The waterline is the point of contact between the calm surface of the water and the hole in a floating vessel. An expert hired by the FBI to assist with the high seas mystery determined Bennett's story could not be true after reviewing photos and video taken by the U.S. Coast Guard of the catamaran before it sank. According to the analysis, it does not appear that the vessel sank due to accidental damage. According to court records, an associate professor of nautical architecture and ocean engineering at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy believes the vessel was intentionally scuttled. Coast Guard officers who discovered the sinking catamaran found no evidence of a collision with divers inspecting the vessel. They were hesitant to enter because it could have collapsed at any moment. Eventually it did. The catamaran sank at a depth of over 4,000 feet, and no thorough inspection was conducted. 2 years after her disappearance, Isabella Hellman was declared dead. In a series of orders, The judge confirmed what most people believe happened almost immediately after Isabella Hellman was reported missing at sea. According to Palm Beach County Circuit Judge Scott Scour, Hellman is presumed dead on May 14, 2017. Ms. Hellman has yet to be found and has not been in contact with any of her family members. Ms. Hellman is undoubtedly deceased, according to all available evidence. The statement was issued in January 2019. U.S. District Judge Federico Moreno rescheduled Bennett's February sentencing hearing in Miami for May 28, saying he would not act until Isabella Hellman's family could visit her daughter Amelia, who turned 3 in July 2019. Bennett was charged with manslaughter as part of a plea deal, and the second-degree murder charge was dropped. While he could have received a life sentence for second-degree murder, the plea agreement now limits his sentence to 8 years in prison. Isabella's family described the deal as bizarre, but acknowledged that authorities had consulted with them when making the decision. According to a document signed by Bennett and filed with the court by the prosecutor, he was unsure whether he was looking for or calling for his wife. When he discovered she was missing, he did not send out flares or search for her on the catamaran or in the water. Bennett did not immediately ask for assistance. Instead, he loaded everything he needed onto a life raft, then attempted to stage a collision that caused the catamaran to flood before abandoning the vessel on the raft himself. According to the prosecutor's office, he called for help 45 minutes after coming to a stop and discovering that his wife was nowhere to be found. It is also worth noting that, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Bennett has extensive experience sailing in open water, including emergency training, and has previously traveled from St. Martin to Australia. He was aware of the emergency procedures, but for some reason he failed to apply them. The prosecutor stated that he did not require Isabella to wear a life jacket harness or a personal locator. In essence, Bennett admitted to negligence, specifically handing over control of the catamaran to his wife, who lacked the necessary experience, causing her to fall overboard and drown. Bennett is an experienced sailor who's been certified as a coastal skipper by the Royal Yachting Association of the United Kingdom. This training covered emergency procedures such as overboard protocols, and nighttime sailing safety. The Department of Justice issued a statement confirming this. In contrast to Bennett, his wife had not received emergency sailing training, did not hold a sailing certification, and had significantly less sailing experience. Only Bennett knows what really happened that night on the catamaran, and he is unlikely to reveal it. Following Bennett's guilty plea, Isabella Hellman's family issued a desperate statement through her lawyer, pleading with him to show remorse. Specifically, this statement states that the pain he has caused them is unbearable and will never go away. Lewis can do nothing to alleviate the pain he has caused by removing Isabella from them. However, he has caused additional pain by denying them contact with his and Isabella's daughter Amelia. She was as much theirs as anyone else's, and they adore and miss her. They've only had 3 FaceTime chats with Amelia, and they haven't seen or hugged her in a long time. They want to hug, love, and be with her. She, after all, is an equal member of their family as he is. According to the statement, they want Bennett to do the right thing. On May 28, 2019, Lewis Bennett, 42, was sentenced to 8 years in prison after pleading guilty to manslaughter in the death of his wife, Isabella Hellman. Bennett apologized to Isabella's family at the hearing. I would like to extend my heartfelt apologies to Isabella's family. I know they have endured unimaginable pain as a result of my actions, and for that, I deeply apologize. I made poor decisions that exacerbated a tragedy of such magnitude that I hope no one else ever has to go through it. Bennett stated this in federal court in Miami. He agreed to waive his right to appeal as part of the plea bargain. Bennett requested that he be released from prison early in order to continue raising his daughter. Bennett asked if he could be with his daughter as soon as possible. He wants to raise her in a way that respects his wife's wishes. However, Judge Moreno sided with the prosecutors and sentenced the defendant to 8 years in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. After the verdict was announced, members of Isabella Hellman's family stated that they intend to visit Amelia, who lives with Bennett's parents in England. At this point, I think all we can do is hope that the visits continue. There will be more of these so that Amelia grows up knowing she has 2 loving families, according to Michael Quatros, the attorney representing Hellman's family. She has lost her mother, but not her mother's family. I believe that the ideal scenario would be for both families to be involved in her life as she grows up, so that she has as many people supporting her as possible. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events discussed in this video occurred in Kansas in 2007, and it has been 16 years since then. This high-profile case has yet to conclude. On January 5, 2007, 19-year-old Jody Sanderholm, who lived with her parents in Arkansas City, attended a dance rehearsal at her college. On that day, Jody did not return home and stopped answering the phone. Such behavior was unusual for her, so her parents became concerned and filed a missing persons report with the authorities. Jody Leanne Sanderholm was born on September 26, 1987, in Arkansas City, to Brian and Cindy Sandra Sanderholm. She was her parents' third child. She had a brother, Jason, and a sister, Jennifer. Jody enjoyed dancing since a young age, and while it played an important role in Jody's life, she did not abandon her studies. She was among 4 valedictorians in her graduating class. Jody was a member of the National Honor Society in high school, a Kansas State Scholar, a Kansas Board of Regents Scholar, and received the Outstanding Physics Student of the Year award from David Stein Mitzi. She was on the Ark City High School dance team for 4 years. She served as captain for 2 of those 4 years. Jody taught for Ark City Dance and the Universal Dance Association. After high school, she attended Cali College to study pre-pharmacy. She was a member of Cal Poly's Cali Tiger dance team. In 2007, Arkansas City had a population of approximately 12,000. Jody's parents, like most locals, believed it was a good and relatively safe place to live and raise children. However, as the details of Jody's disappearance became public, many people realized that safety was an illusion and that the man was the most dangerous beast. On the morning of January 5, 2007, Jody drove her Dodge Stratus to college for a dance rehearsal that was supposed to end at 10:45. After the rehearsal, she planned to return home. Cindy called her daughter's cell phone several times, but she did not answer, which was extremely unusual. Jody was always in touch with her family. Even if she missed a call, she would call back shortly. Cindy had bad feelings about this. She decided to leave work and go home to see if Jody was okay. When she arrived, she noticed her daughter's car was not parked in front of the house. Cindy's anxiety was heightened by the fact that she expected Jody to have returned from rehearsal by this point. When Cindy entered the house and looked around, she realized Jody had not returned home. Her dance uniform, which she had placed in the washing machine when she returned from rehearsal, was not present, nor was it in the hamper with her dirty clothes. The shower stall was dry. Although Jody always showered after dance class, it was soon clear that she had lost contact with her father and older sister, Jennifer. She had an appointment at noon, but she didn't show up. Cindy and Brian began calling their daughter's friends, hoping to find out where she was. But when the morning rehearsal was over and Jody left college, none of her friends saw her. That evening, the college dance team was scheduled to perform at a basketball game with a routine choreographed by Jody. She would not have missed it voluntarily, but she did not show up either. At approximately 6 p.m., they still can't learn anything and aren't waiting for their daughter to come home. Cindy and Brian contacted the police to report her missing. Officers from the sheriff's office immediately created flyers depicting and describing Jody, began to inquire about her last known location, and issued an ab on the vehicle she was traveling in. Cindy and Brian told the police that Jody had a boyfriend she had been dating since high school. His name was Colby Wilson. When contacted by phone, he said he had been at his brother's house in Texas for several days. His stay in another state was confirmed, so the police quickly ruled him out as a potential suspect. The following day, January 6, was extremely eventful. Jody's best friend, Lori Leglighter, with whom she had been friends and danced since high school, gave the police crucial information. They both enrolled at Cali College and went on to study dance. Lori reported that she left her job at Sirloin Stockade in Arkansas City around 10 p.m. on Tuesday, January 2. I noticed a light blue card. As she drove past the restaurant several times on her way home, she noticed a car in her rearview mirror. I suspected something strange was going on. Lori explained to the detectives that she decided to see if the car behind her was actually following her. So she began turning onto two different streets. The driver of the car behind her was doing the exact same thing, and it terrified Lori. She drove to the local police station and parked next to it, hoping the stalker would leave her alone. She didn't see him after she stopped, so she drove home again. However, she had to return to the parking lot near the police station after seeing the car chasing her again. Lori sat in her car for a while before heading home. She informed the detectives that she did not go to the station because she believed it was someone else's stupid prank. But that was not all. On Friday, January 5, Tiger at the dance line was rehearsing at college. Lori and Jody arrived around the same time, and Park, as usual, was close by. Lori saw the light blue car again. In addition, she recognized the driver. Justin Thurber, 23, is a local resident. Lori didn't know him personally, but she'd seen him several times with his older brother and friends. Lori and Jody both left practice at the same time, and we agreed to meet later, but Jody never showed up. Soon, several members of the dance team confirmed that they had seen Justin near the college in the last week. He was always sitting in his car in the parking lot, just watching. Within the first 24 hours of Jody's disappearance, police searched the city but were unable to locate her car. Arkansas City is surrounded by fields and woodlands. They brought in a fixed-wing aircraft to search the area from above. The car was more difficult to conceal than a person due to its size. The police hoped to see Jody's car from the air. It was determined that the last time her cell phone signal was received, it came from a cell tower near the Cali Wildlife Area. This is a vast wooded area on the Arkansas River. At this point in the investigation, only one person, Eugene Thurber, had been identified by Lori Legg, LIDAR, and other members of the dance group as a possible suspect in Jody Sanderholm's disappearance. It is worth noting that, despite his young age, Thurber was well known to the police. 3 years earlier, in 2004, he was charged with illegal possession of prohibited substances. He eventually received a suspended sentence and was released, but 3 months later he was arrested for theft and probation violation. In October 2005, he was charged with disorderly conduct. 3 months later, he was arrested for petty theft and discovered to be in possession of a controlled substance on December 31, 2006, just 6 days before Jody went missing. Thurber was arrested again for theft. He was released the same day after posting $3,000 bail. After celebrating New Year's Eve the following day, January 1, he began impersonating a police officer and disrupting public order. When the real cops arrived, Thurber complained of chest pain and was transported to the hospital rather than the station. Why he was not arrested after being released from the hospital is unclear. It is also unclear why he was always able to get away with it. His relative, who works for Cali County Police, may have contributed to this, but that's just a guess. That same day, January 6, a police officer noticed Thurber's car, a light blue Cadillac, parked outside his parents' house and decided to speak with him. His father invited the officer inside the house. When the police officer asked Justin where he had been yesterday, he said he had driven his car to Winfield, a town about 13 miles outside of Arkansas City that morning. There, according to Justin, he met up with his friend and 2 other friends whom he did not know very well. The 4 of them then began driving around the countryside in a car owned by one of his friends until the car became stuck on a dirt road near Cedarvale. Then, as Thurber claimed, he walked to Arkansas City, about 30 miles from Cedar Valley. After 6 hours, he was tired of walking in and asked his father to pick him up. Thurber's father confirmed his statement, saying he picked Justin up wet and dirty a few miles from Cali State Fishing Lake. Justin also informed the police officer that his car, which he left in Winfield, had been returned by friends. The story was not convincing, but there was nothing to charge Thurber with, so the officer left. That same evening, officers spoke with Alexis Schwartzel, who had recently ended her 3-year relationship with Thurber. She told officers Thurber frequently took her to the Cole Wildlife Area southeast of Arkansas City, and she pointed out places they would go together. When the police informed Alexis that they were investigating Jody Sanderholm's disappearance, she was taken aback because Justin had previously stated that he had started watching Jody when he was 13 years old. He would watch her swim in her backyard pool, and in the evenings he would peek through the window in her room and wait for her to change clothes. When police asked Alexis why she had ended her relationship with Thurber, she said it was because he was abusive and had strange tendencies that were becoming more frequent. She claimed several times that during intimacy, he would choke her unconscious. On top of that, he asked her to fight him because he couldn't get aroused otherwise. It was becoming increasingly obvious to the police. By the minute, Justin Thurber could be involved in Jody's disappearance. The police found no evidence linking him to the girl's disappearance. Thurber was arrested, however, late in the evening on January 6. Detective Eric Matta arrested Thurber on bail revocation and criminal trespass charges after the investigation into Jody Sanderholm's disappearance revealed that Thurber was on the college campus, which the detective believed Thurber should not be. Thurber informed Matta that he wanted to speak with his lawyer. At the same time, police officers arrived at Justin's parents' home with a search warrant. The officers took Justin's shoes, which he had worn the day before when his father picked him up. The shoes were wet and drying on a towel. Thurber. His father told the police that he helped his son clean the mud from his shoes. Justin's clothes from when his father picked him up were also recovered, but he had already washed them. The next day, January 7, searchers trained to detect human activity in rugged terrain were deployed in the Cowley Wildlife Area. They discovered shoe prints that matched Justin Thurber, as well as several smaller shoe prints. As darkness fell, they decided to continue their search the next day. On their way home, some searchers drove past Cowley County State Fishing Lake and decided to stop because they had heard Thurber was wet when his father picked him up. They discovered muddy tire tracks and shoe prints near a public restroom that was addressed to Jody Sanderholm's parents, as well as dance shoes, another toilet, and a flip-flop sandal. Investigators eventually discovered cut-off sweatshorts and a wallet containing Jody Sanderholm's driver's license and social security card. Her black leotard features a tiger on the jacket, with Jody Sanderholm's first name on the front, as well as a vehicle floor mat and car seat cushion. The sandals matched the impressions discovered at Cowley Wildlife Area. The searchers spent the next 2 days near Cowley County State Fishing Lake and Cowley Wildlife Area. On January 9, sonar specialists deployed to the lake's bottom discovered Jody's sunken car. On the same day, the Sanderholm family's hopes had also died. Jody's naked body was discovered under a pile of leaves, logs, and twigs in the car wildlife area. Authorities discovered DNA evidence linking Justin Thurber to Jody's car and body. The car had been in the lake for more than 3 days, and police were concerned that the water that filled the interior had destroyed all evidence. That was partially true. Forensic investigators spent many hours searching for short hair in the interior. Terry Melton, director of the Forensic DNA Testing Lab, conducted mitochondrial DNA tests on the hair found on the driver's seat of the Jody Sanderholm car and determined that it was almost certainly Justin Thurber's hair. Barbara Leal, a private DNA testing company employee, tested samples from Jody Sanderholm's right biceps and chest. She concluded that Thurber could not have been excluded from the study, whereas 99% of the population could have been. Cell tower data revealed that on the day Jody disappeared, her phone and Justin Thurber's phone were in the same location at the same time. Lori, Jody's best friend, claims she saw Thurber in the college parking lot the day she vanished. When the police reviewed the camera footage provided by the college administration, they concluded that Lori was telling the truth. Thurber was in the college parking lot while the rehearsal was going on. He left the parking lot at the same time as Jody. The tape revealed that Thurber followed Jody in his light blue Cadillac based on the discovery of letters addressed to Jody's pair of rents near the lake. Investigators suspected Thurber had followed Jody from the college to her home, and when she came out to get the letters from the mailbox, he attacked her, pushed her into her own car, and drove her away. That theory was confirmed when a shoe print that matched the sole of Justin Thurber's sneakers was discovered next to the Sanderholm family mailbox. As previously stated, footprints from Thurber's shoes and smaller shoe impressions were discovered at the Cowley Wildlife Area. It was determined that these were Jody's shoe footprints discovered at the fishing lake, along with her other belongings. Thurber's and Jody's footprints were found side by side while walking through the preserve. At one point, the searcher noticed that Jody's footprints were interrupted, while Justin's footprints continued deep into the forest. This indicated that he was carrying the girl further on his own. His shoe prints were discovered alongside the body. All 3 people Justin claimed to have been with on the day Jody disappeared denied his claims. They hadn't seen Thurber that day, so his story about the car getting stuck near Cedar Vale was fabricated. The three officers drove Thurber to Cedar Vale so he could show them where he claimed to be. Thurber was unable to pinpoint where he claimed the car was stuck. Thurber returned to the police station and volunteered to take a polygraph test. He also requested that his relative Chad Monroe, who worked for the Cali County Sheriff's Office, attend the questioning. The evidence gathered was sufficient to indict Justin Thurber. He denied guilt, and the judge set his bail at $1 million. Thurber. His attorneys attempted to persuade the court that he was mentally retarded and incompetent, but were unsuccessful. Thurber had graduated from high school and even attended college for a time, so the judge ruled that his defense claim of mental retardation was unproven. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy testified during the trial. He stated that the first time he saw the body, he knew that Jody's final hours were excruciatingly painful. Her whole body and face were covered in bruises and abrasions. There were obvious signs of strangulation on her neck. Strangulation was identified as the cause of Jody Sanderholm's death. I am unable to provide all of the details about what the medical examiner found during the autopsy. Not all horror movie maniacs are as brutal as Thurber was to Jody without going into detail, while also providing an idea of what happened at the Cali wildlife area. I'll say the following. The crime was motivated by carnal desire, and Thurber committed it with a stick during the trial. In addition to Thurber's ex-girlfriend, 6 other women testified, alleging that the defendant stalked them. One of them was his co-worker. In one instance, she had to contact the police to have an officer walk her to her car after work. It was already dark, and she was afraid to enter the parking lot because she saw Justin waiting for her. Earlier, he had left a rose and a note under her car's windshield wiper, stating that he liked her and wanted to know her better. Several witnesses stated that they saw Jody Sanderholm's car on January 5, 2007. Corey Morris, a friend of Jody's, noticed her sitting in the passenger seat as their cars passed each other in Arkansas shortly after noon. Morris reported that the man driving Jody's car appeared to be a large man. She called Jody's cell phone but got no answer. Other women reported seeing a vehicle resembling Jody Sanderholm's while driving on a dirt road south of Arkansas City at 3 p.m. One of them claimed the driver was Thurber and identified him in court. On February 17, 2009, the jury returned a unanimous verdict, finding Thurber guilty on all counts and recommending that he be sentenced to death. Thurber attempted to negotiate a plea bargain after determining the sentence the judge would impose. Justin's lawyer informed the prosecutor that if he was not sentenced to death, he would plead guilty. Jody's family was against such a deal. The presiding judge considered the jury's decision and sentenced Thurber to death by lethal injection in March 2009. In 2008, the state of Kansas passed the Jody Act, which expanded police authority over suspects and expanded the list of actions that can be considered stalking. Justin Thurber has continued to pursue an appeal of the court's decision since his sentencing. His attorneys are attempting to establish Thurber's mental retardation. The Kansas Supreme Court postponed Thurber's death sentence in 2018, citing a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that executing defendants, even those with mild developmental disabilities, is unconstitutional. The Sanderholm family stated that a competency hearing was held during the original trial, and Thurber was found to be fully competent at the time. Cindy Sanderholm, Jody's mother, sat in court 11 years after her daughter died. She stated that Thurber had written letters to other girls while in prison, which should demonstrate his competence. That is sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It demonstrates that he is capable of communicating with others and writing letters. He knows what he's doing. I'm sure Jody pleaded for her life, but he denied it to her. She did not get a second option. She didn't get a second chance, she explained. In August 2021, the Kansas Supreme Court issued an opinion announcing that a state law passed in 2020 allows Thurber, who is appealing a death sentence, to request that an attorney be appointed by the Cali County District Court to assist with post-conviction DNA testing. Thus, 16 years after Jody Sanderholm's death, the final word in this case has yet to be spoken. It is also worth noting that no one has been executed since Kansas reinstated the death penalty in 1994. The last execution in Kansas was in 1965. Since then, 9 other people, in addition to Thurber, have been sentenced to death, but no execution has occurred. We have not executed anyone within that time frame. There is no timetable for future executions, According to Adam Fanninsteele, the Kansas Department of Corrections communications spokesperson, I find it shocking that Kansas reinstated the death penalty more than 20 years ago. Jennifer Aldridge said there is no plan yet. Jody's older sister. I assume this would have been discussed 20 years ago when it was reinstated. As a result, even if a 30-year death sentence is upheld, it is highly unlikely to be carried out. Justin Thurber, 39, is still incarcerated at the Maximum Security El Dorado Correctional Facility in Butler County, Kansas. According to a Kansas Legislative Post-Audit Committee report published in 2014, each inmate serving time and administrative segregation at El Dorado costs nearly $49,000 per year. Furthermore, taxpayers pay nearly 4 times the cost to prosecute a case where the death penalty is sought, which is $395,000 per case, compared to $100,000 per case when the death penalty is not sought. For Sanderholms, taxes are an added insult to an already painful injury and a long wait for justice in the case of their daughter Jody. Every week, when I see my paycheck, it hurts so badly. Brian Sanderholm said, "And I know I'm paying taxes to feed him. Death is what he deserves." That's what the law said, Cindy Sanderholm. So we need to fix the law so that we can use it. If it was your daughter or son, it was our daughter. What do you want to happen? How about Brian Sanderholm? Most regrettably, Cynthia and Sanderholm, Jody's mother, died on December 2, 2022, at the age of 63. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman was found dead at her workplace. Detectives found several unusual clues, but they were unable to catch the culprit several years later. When the police re-examined all the clues, they made a very unexpected breakthrough. Harry Nelson was born on December 13, 1980, in the small American town of Laverne, Minnesota. She had loving parents, a younger sister, and many friends. Carrie was kind and empathetic and always tried to help her loved ones. After graduating from the local high school, she enrolled in college in the neighboring state of North Dakota. She wanted to become a doctor so that she could help others. While in college, she met a young man named Mike Callan, and they became engaged. After a while, Carrie tried to balance her college studies with part-time work at the National Blue Mound State Park located near her hometown. Her duties included selling park tickets and escorting guests who came to relax at the camping site to go hiking or see the bison. Carrie worked there for the second season in a row, and she loved the place. In addition to being a relatively easy job, she can also spend a lot of time in nature, enjoying the picturesque landscapes. On May 20, 2001, she went to work as usual. Besides, only one young woman named Rebecca, who was doing an internship at the park, was working there. In addition to her main duties, Carrie had to train and introduce her to the work process. Carrie's shift started at 8 a.m. and was supposed to end at 3 p.m. for most of the day. She was with Rebecca, explaining the work nuances, around 12:45. Rebecca went to the office building located at the other end of the park, and Carrie stayed in a small room at the entrance. Rebecca returned around 2:30 p.m. She entered the building through the back door and immediately saw a horrific scene. Carrie lay motionless on the floor with a pool of blood near her head at around the same time as a shocked Rebecca heard the front door, thinking it might be the same person who attacked her colleague. She immediately ran out through the back door and rushed home. The young woman lived in a house located within the park grounds because her father was a manager, so she quickly ran there. Rebecca told her parents what had happened, and her father immediately ran there while the young woman's mother called the police. The man arrived at the building and found no one there except Carrie. He tried to feel her pulse and realized that she was dead. After that, he closed the curtains, locked the front door, and called 911. At around the same time, another call came in to the police. It turned out that Rebecca discovered her colleague's body inside a park. The visitor walked in, not the attacker. The woman went to the registration desk and saw Carrie's body next to a puddle of blood. She then returned to her car and also called 911. The police arrived on the scene and began their investigation. The young woman's body was lying behind the registration desk where phones and cash registers were located, and things and papers were scattered around. One of the phone receivers was off the hook. The plastic pen of Carrie's chair was broken, and its pieces were on the floor. Based on this, the police assumed that a struggle had taken place between the victim and the attacker. After talking to the managers, the investigators found out that 2 bank bags intended for money storage had disappeared from the building. In addition, cash was taken from the cash register, with the total amount stolen being approximately $2,000. Men's wristwatches with a torn strap and a pack of cigarettes. Considering that Carrie did not smoke, the police assumed that the cigarettes were left by her killer. They assumed that the young woman tore them off the perpetrator's wrist during the struggle. Large particles of orange-colored stone were also found on the floor. The manager told investigators that these particles likely came from the decorative stone with the park's name, which was located on the E registration desk. The police searched all the rooms and could not find the perpetrator. Considering the blood spatters were visible on the walls and ceiling of the room, they immediately assumed that this stone was the murder weapon. At the same time, their colleagues blocked the road leading to the park entrance and began questioning all visitors. The couple who stopped at the campground reported that around 2:30 p.m. a white car with a brown vinyl top drove past them at high speed. Unfortunately, they did not remember the model or license plate number of the vehicle. The investigation was complicated by the fact that there were no surveillance cameras in the park since crimes were very rare. The available evidence included a wristwatch, a pack of cigarettes, and the vague testimony of witnesses. Medical experts examined the victim's body and concluded that the cause of death was blowing the head with a heavy object. They suggested that the perpetrator may have used a large decorative stone, but this version could only be confirmed after its discovery. According to the investigators, the attack on Carr occurred between 2 p.m. and 2 p.m. They found a love letter that Carrie had written to her fiancé at her workplace. In the letter, Carrie expressed her eagerness for their wedding and described her desire to have 2 children. She put the date and time of 2 p.m. that day on the letter. Another interesting fact was that the men's watch found next to the victim's body stopped at 2 p.m. Perhaps they stopped working just after Carrie had taken them off for the attacker's wrist. Police cordoned off the park and began searching for additional clues. 5 days later, they found the decorative stone in a nearby stream. Apparently, the killer took it with him and threw it into the stream from a bridge while driving over it. Medical experts compared the relief of the stone with Carrie's head injuries and confirmed that it was the murder weapon. However, the water had washed away all fingerprints and DNA traces that the perpetrator may have left. No other clues were found, and the police began searching for a possible suspect. They first looked closely at Carrie's fiancé, but he had a reliable alibi. At the time of the murder, he was attending a funeral about 110 kilometers away from the park around 3 p.m. that day. He tried to call Carrie at her work phone, but at that time he had no idea that his fiancé was dead. Detectives interviewed park employees and received an interesting lead. Several people told them that Carrie had complained to them multiple times about her 26-year-old colleague named Stephen Carey, who reported that he continuously asked her out on a date, despite her being engaged. Stephen ignored her refusals and behaved quite persistently, causing Carrie to fear him. Additionally, the man used heavy narcotics and sold them to park visitors. Carrie mentioned to her colleagues that she was considering reporting him to the police or management. The detectives immediately questioned him, and he did not have a reliable alibi for the time of the murder. He did not work that day and claimed he was at his daughter's birthday party a few kilometers away from the park. However, he arrived at the party around 3 p.m., which means he could have had enough time to commit the crime. In addition, he drove a white Cadillac, while witnesses saw a light-colored vehicle leaving the park at high speed. Digging deeper, the detectives found out that Stephen had financial difficulties. This gave him a motive to commit robbery, especially since he knew where the money was kept. The detectives also suspected that he may have learned about Carrie's plans to report him and decided to murder her. They seized his car and took a DNA sample from him. Meanwhile, the forensic team finished collecting fingerprints and DNA samples from the crime scene, including DNA from a man's wristwatch. In total, 135 different fingerprints were found at the scene, excluding all park employees, leaving 38 unknown prints. As for the wristwatch, 3 different DNA samples were found on it. The problem was that these samples were not enough to create a full profile, since DNA analysis technology was not yet advanced enough in 2001. As a result, experts had to work with partial profiles. They tried to add them to databases, but the results were inconclusive. The system showed them 19 possible matches, and during the investigation, the police confirmed that none of these people were related to the murder. However, the experts were able to directly compare the obtained samples with other DNA. They determined that one of the samples belonged to Carey and the other two did not match. Any of the park employees, including Stephen. Detectives did not rush to rule him out as he had a motive and opportunity to commit the crime, but there was no evidence against him. No other leaves were found and the caves remained unsolved for months. A year after the murder, a prisoner serving time in the local jail came forward to the police. He told them that his cellmate Anthony Powers had boasted to him about being responsible for Carey's murder. Detectives investigated and found that Powers had an extensive criminal history, mostly for bank robberies, which had landed him in jail multiple times. Interestingly, Powers had escaped from prison shortly before Carey's murder and was caught after the fact. His fingerprints and DNA did not match those found at the crime scene. Moreover, the witness's description of the murder did not match reality. The detectives concluded that both prisoners were attempting to deceive them for a reward of $50,000 for information, leading to the solving of the case. Since Powers was already serving a life sentence, additional charges did not scare him. Additionally, in the event of a guilty verdict, he could have avoided being transferred to a federal prison and remained in the state correctional facility, which he preferred. The case remained unsolved for several years. Detectives regularly reviewed the case, hoping to find new evidence, but their efforts were fruitless. They even put up a photo of Carey in their office to remind themselves of the case every day. In 2007, the case was reopened. By that time, DNA analysis technology had significantly advanced, and experts re-examined the wristwatch. This time, they were able to identify 3 precise DNA profiles, one belonging to Carey, the second to an unknown man, and the third to an unknown woman. Both of these samples were run through the state database, but no matches were found. The detectives, it was remembered an interesting detail that a special sticker was found on the pack of cigarettes discovered next to the victim's body. In those days, each state had a label for tobacco products, so the police knew for sure that the pack was purchased in South Dakota. The detectives then sent the DNA samples to their colleagues in that state, and here they had a long-awaited breakthrough when they ran these profiles with the South Dakota database. One of them showed a complete match. The man turned out to be 35-year-old Randy Leroy Swaney. This name had never appeared in police reports in Carey's case, so it was a surprise for the investigators. Randy turned out to be a serial robber, and at that time he was serving a 30-month sentence in a South Dakota prison. At the time of the murder, he was out on parole. The police also discovered that he had a light-colored Oldsmobile Delta at that time, which matched the witness's description. The investigators checked his fingerprints, and they matched several prints found at the murder scene. Despite all this, the detectives wanted to gather as much evidence as possible before charging him. Randy had only 1 month left to serve in prison, so the police decided to act as quickly as possible. They spoke to his wife, not mentioning what her husband was suspected of. The woman was already used to Randy regularly coming to the attention of the police for robberies and thefts, so she was not surprised by their visit. The detective showed her photos of a watch, and the woman immediately confirmed that they belonged to her husband. She also said that she sometimes wore them, and the investigators immediately realized that the last DNA sample from the watch belonged to her. Then they decided to reveal everything and told her that they suspected her husband of killing a young woman. The woman burst into tears, but the police quickly realized that she was primarily scared for herself, learning that her DNA might be on the watch. She thought that she too would be accused of the murder. On April 19th, detectives came to visit Randy in prison and attempted to speak with him without specifying what he was being suspected of. However, Randy refused to talk without a lawyer present. After the unsuccessful interrogation, Randy called his wife. As all prison calls are recorded, the police were able to listen, and the woman was angry and asked what did he do. She revealed the detectives were investigating him for a murder that occurred in Blue Mound State Park and was more worried about her DNA being found on a watch. At times, she began to cry and scream that she didn't want to go to jail for a crime she had nothing to do with. Randy, on the other hand, she repeated that he knew nothing about it. The woman actively cooperated with the police, providing her DNA samples and allowing them to search their home. She also gave them several photos of Randy, one of which showed him sitting behind the wheel of a white car similar to the one witnesses saw in another photo. The man's watch was visible and was fastened to the fourth clasp, just like the watch found at the crime scene. Additionally, his wife confirmed that Randy smoked the same brand of cigarettes that were found near the body. All of this was enough to take the case to trial. Randy was charged on May 8, 2007, one day before his release. He was immediately transferred to a prison in Minnesota, and the prosecution began preparing for the trial according to their version of events. Randy initially chose the park building as an easy target for robbery. There were no cameras or guards, but there was cash. When he entered Carrie, he may have been in another room, seeing that nobody was there. Randy began stealing money from the cash register, but the young woman returned and caught him in the act. A struggle ensued, and the man may have used threats to make her open the safe. Afterward, he took a decade of stone and struck her more than 5 times because he feared leaving a witness alive. Even his relatives, including his wife, testified against him in court. They all said that Randy regularly committed thefts, used banned substances, and had serious gambling problems, which constantly put him in debt. His former cellmate told how Randy mentioned leaving his watch at the crime scene. Another cellmate claimed that after the police came to interrogate Randy in jail, he said, "This time they got me. I'm looking at life." Randy's lawyers insisted that he had nothing to do with the murder, according to their version. Randy lost his watch sometime before the incident, and the real killer found it. However, this version conflicted with the results of DNA analysis. There were 3 samples of genetic material on the watch. Randy's wives and Carrie's Randy claimed that on that day he went fishing near a town about 150 kilometers away from the park. However, since he was supposedly there alone, no one could confirm his alibi. He also said that he had been in the park only once. Long before the murder, he admitted that he left his fingerprints there at that time, but there was another discrepancy. One of Randy's fingerprints was found on a leaflet that was made only 4 days before the murder. All defense arguments had no weight and contradicted real evidence, and Randy's lawyers tried to blame someone else. First, he called Powers and another inmate to testify, but their story still did not match reality. Then he began to harass the victim's fiancée, constantly hinting that he could be the real killer. Trial lasted until August 15, 2008. After 6 hours of deliberation, the jury found Randy guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. After that, he continued to insist on his innocence and filed multiple appeals, but they were all rejected from the beginning. All his defense was built on absurd versions that contradicted DNA analysis and other evidence, so there are no chances for his case to ever be reconsidered. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story occurred in the Scottish city of Glasgow in 2015. Karen Buckley, 24, went to a nightclub with her friends on April 11th, 2015, and has never returned home. Karen was born in 1991 in Cork, Ireland, to John and Marion Buckley. Her family had 4 children, and she was the youngest and only daughter. Karen graduated from St. Mary's Secondary School in Mallow, where she was described as a kind and caring individual who was always eager to help others. Her desire to help others played a significant role in her career choice. Karen enrolled in the University of Limerick's nursing program after finishing secondary school. Her interest in occupational therapy led her to Glasgow, Scotland, where she enrolled in Caledonian University's master's program. Karen arrived in Glasgow in January 2015 and shared an apartment with 3 other female students who were also newcomers. On April 11, 2015, she and her flatmates visited a nightclub about 2 kilometers from their home. They arrived at approximately 11:45 p.m. and had a good time. Around 1 a.m., Karen informed her friends that she was going to the restroom and we'd be back shortly. She took her leave, leaving her jacket on the table where the group was seated. Her friends continued to have fun while she was away. They eventually realized Karen had been gone for a while and should have returned by then. But she didn't. Her friends looked for Karen in the club, but she was nowhere to be found. Attempts to contact her by phone also failed. Karen's friends suspected she had gone home, although it was odd that she didn't tell anyone and left her jacket behind. When they got home, the friends realized their assumptions were incorrect. Karen wasn't present either. Karen's friends' only thought at the time was that she could meet someone at the club and leave with them. With this thought, the girls went to bed. When Karen's neighbors awoke around noon, they were surprised to discover that she had not returned home. Attempts to call her again produced no results. Karen did not respond to social media messages or log into any of them. Karen's friends had only known her for a few months, but they knew her behavior was out of character. They did not invent another version to reassure themselves, but instead went to the police and reported her disappearance, as well as informing the Buckley family of what had happened. The Scottish police deserve credit for launching an immediate search for Karen. Her disappearance was covered in the media and on television. Karen's parents asked anyone with information about their daughter's whereabouts to contact the police. Meanwhile, detectives obtained footage from cameras at the club where Karen was last seen. While reviewing them, police discovered that she had communicated with an unknown man 36 hours after her disappearance on April 13th. The man's identity was established, and he was brought in for questioning. Alexander Pacteau was 21 years old. He admitted that he did meet Karen that night and that they had returned to his apartment on Dorchester Avenue, which was about 3 kilometers from the club. He also revealed that they had been intimate with one another. Karen left around 4 a.m., despite his offer to stay until the morning. Alexander also stated that during their intimacy, Karen hit her head on the corner of the bed, causing a wound and leaving marks on the sheets. The police had a mixed reaction to this information. On the one hand, Pacteau appeared to want to be candid. On the other hand, he appeared to be anticipating the events and attempting to explain what the police might discover if they searched his apartment. On the same day, April 13th, a man called the police to say he had found a woman's purse. Upon investigation, it turned out that he had discovered it in the park near Alexander Pacteau's home, and it was Karen's purse. It held her phone and documents. This discovery gave those versions of events more credibility. Something may have happened to Karen after she left his apartment. Meanwhile, the search for Karen remained active. Hundreds of police officers searched parks, forests, bodies of water, and abandoned buildings for any clues that could aid the investigation. At this point, Alexander Pacteau was the only suspect in the eyes of the police. He was the last person to see Karen. Investigators did not reveal any details about their suspect and kept his name a secret. However, 2 days after Karen's disappearance, police searched his apartment and the surrounding area. Journalists learned about it. Reporters from one of the newspapers speak with other residents of the building. Alexander Pacteau's name has since become public knowledge. This is important, but we will return to it later. So the police obtained a search warrant for Pacteau's apartment. The first thing they noticed when they walked in was the strong bleach odor. They also noticed that his mattress did not fit the size of the bed. Small, dark red spots were discovered on the bed, and in the bathroom samples were sent for testing. The apartment also contained a toolbox and an abundance of cleaning supplies. A police dog was trained to look for body signals near Pacteau's car, while awaiting a search warrant for the vehicle. Detectives discovered that Alexander Pacteau had taken his car to a salon for cleaning the day before, but the service was reportedly of poor quality. During the search, the same small, dark red spots were discovered on the interior of the passenger door, and samples were sent to the laboratory. Karen's death became increasingly likely with each new discovery, but the search for her continued. As previously stated, journalists were able to obtain the suspect's name, and the following day, a photograph of Alexander Pacteau appeared on the front page of one of the newspapers. Surprisingly, this step by the press proved beneficial to the investigation. A man who saw Pacteau's photo in the newspaper contacted the police and provided some interesting information. He explained that he had previously worked with Alexander and was aware that he rents a warehouse on a farm outside Glasgow. The farm's address is approximately 9 kilometers from Pacteau's apartment. Any leads were valuable, and the information gathered was investigated. The farm's owner confirmed that Pacteau rents a storage space from him for £10 per week. This is the location in the storage area. Inside, they discovered a 200-liter drum containing Karen's body, which had been dissolved in caustic soda. Caustic soda is an extremely reactive alkaline substance that can dissolve organic compounds. They also discovered a bonfire containing remnants of a mattress that Pacteau had attempted to burn. On the same day, April 15th, he was arrested as a suspect in Karen Barkley's case, despite the fact that he was aware of the substantial evidence against him. Pacto confessed to being the one who killed Karen. However, he claimed that he did it in self-defense, citing the evidence discovered by the police and the suspect's testimony. An approximate timeline of events was created for the days Pacto murdered Karen and attempted to cover his tracks. Karen left the club around 1 a.m. on April 11th, but the reason for her departure was unknown. Her friends claimed there was no argument between them, and Karen stated that she would go to the bathroom and return. Even if we assume she decided to go home for some reason, it remains unclear why she left her jacket behind. Officers investigating the case examined a total of 1,900 hours of surveillance camera footage. In one of the recordings, Karen was seen crossing paths with Pacto after leaving the club. After a brief conversation, they walked together toward his car. It is believed that he offered to drive Karen to her apartment, but when they got in the car, he attacked her. Pacto died in his car after striking Karen 14 times with a large wrench. The dark red stains discovered in the car, as well as those in the bathroom and on Pacto's bed, were dry drops of Karen's blood. After disposing of the girl, he began to plan his next move. First, he disposed of Karen's purse, which was later discovered and turned over to police. He arrived home around 2 a.m. What he did next astounded the detectives greatly. He took the body from the car to his apartment. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he used his phone to search the internet for information about caustic soda. He then went to a shopping center, and at 9:42 he purchased 6 liters of caustic soda, a respirator, and gloves. He thought 6 liters wasn't enough, so on his way home, he stopped at another store and purchased more caustic soda. When he returned to his apartment, he placed Karen's body in the bathtub and attempted to dispose of it. Pacto did not live alone. His apartment neighbor was expected to return home around 8 p.m. He realized he wouldn't have enough time to finish his plan. He removed the body from the bathtub, wrapped it in a blanket, and hid it in his bedroom. The next day is April 13th. He threw a wrench into the Clyde River, and divers discovered it. After that, he went to a shopping center about 1.5 miles from home and asked a consultant for assistance. He requested a recommendation for a product that could remove blood stains from mattresses. He also purchased 2 padlocks. On the same day, he took Karen's mattress, bedding, and clothes to a farm and burned everything along the way. He went home and bought a 2-liter barrel to store the body in. Around 2 p.m., he took the barrel to a rented warehouse, poured in the remaining caustic soda, secured the gate with the 2 padlocks he purchased, and returned home. At 6 p.m., the police arrived at his home and took him in for questioning. You know what happened next? Pacto confessed to his guilt, but his motive was unclear. He claimed he killed Karen in self-defense after an argument broke out in the car. However, investigators did not believe this version, which appeared to be an attempt to justify his actions. Police assumed Pacto was attempting to cover up another crime by killing Karen and then disposing of her body. However, due to the extent of decomposition, experts were unable to determine whether Karen had been subjected to violence before her death. Alexander Pacto was found guilty in September 2015 and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 23 years. He apologized to the Buckley family via his lawyer, claiming remorse. Pacto told his defense attorney that he was too intoxicated on the night of the incident to remember anything while he was taking care of himself. It's worth noting that if he hadn't pleaded guilty, he would have been eligible for parole after 25 years, not 23. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A quiet American town was shaken by a terrible event. A young girl disappeared, without a trace from her own home, leaving her belongings, phone, and car. Over time, the investigation of this case began to resemble a typical detective series, with one difference: it all happened in real life. A small town is plunged into an atmosphere of fear and mistrust because of the disappearance of the girl. It could have involved any of the inhabitants. But only 12 years later, the whole world learns the eerie truth. Tara Grinstead was born in 1974 in Hawkinsville, USA. During her high school years, she actively participated in beauty contests, winning prizes. The girl from an early age set a goal to get a quality education, so the money earned in competitions she put aside to pay for her education. After college, Tara earned a master's degree in education and landed the job she had long dreamed of. She became a high school history teacher in Osceola, Georgia. This tiny town was a typical low-rise America. Its population did not exceed 4,000 people, most of whom knew each other well. Life was quiet and measured, and none of the locals could think that any serious crime could occur in Osceola. Tara Grinstead had worked at the local school for several years, and during that time she had developed a great relationship with both staff and students. She was a kind and outgoing person who was always supportive and helpful. In October 2005, this help came in handy for Tara's students who were preparing to participate in a local beauty pageant. Given the fact that their teacher had won prizes at similar events many times, the girls were thrilled to have her support. On Saturday, October 22nd, Tara helped the students with the final touches before the pageant. Afterwards, she went to a picnic with her high school friends and didn't return home until 11 p.m., having parked her car outside under a carport. Since then, Tara had stopped making contact. Her mother, who lived in another city, was the most worried. Her daughter always picked up the phone or called back, but this time there was no answer. On Monday, October 24th, her anxiety reached its peak and Tara did not show up for work. Such behavior was highly unusual for her. The girl took her job seriously and would certainly have warned her bosses that she needed time off. Concerned acquaintances of Tara called the police chief, Billy Hancock, and asked him to see if she was all right. At 10 a.m. that morning, he went to her address. The policeman thought the woman's phone was just dead and that she was either sick or had overslept. When he arrived at her house, he found Tara's car in its usual spot. Her doors were unlocked, but that didn't surprise Billy. In a town this small, the residents had no worries about their cars being stolen. Then he noticed an envelope on a dashboard containing $100 in cash. It was already strange. How could someone as responsible as Tara leave money in a prominent place? Billy knocked on the door, but no one opened it for him. After that, he decided to look around the house. At first glance, everything seemed perfectly ordinary, no signs of a struggle or break-in, but in Sarah's bedroom, the detective found a real mess, quite uncharacteristic for a woman. Her belongings were on the floor, including the clothes. She had last been seen on her cell phone charging on the nightstand. It looked as if Tara had left the house briefly, but she was nowhere to be found on the ground outside the house. The police found the first piece of evidence that suggested a possible crime. There was a latex glove lying around that someone might have used to conceal her fingerprints. The detectives did not consider the possibility that the glove might have belonged to Tara. Hardly anyone used such gloves in the home since then. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the equivalents of the FBI only at the level of one state, got involved in the case. The main version of the investigation was kidnapping, and there was very little evidence besides the glove. The detectives found only two questionable things. Tara's torn chain was lying on the bedroom floor, and her alarm clock was not in its usual place. But all this did not help detectives solve the mystery of her disappearance for the small town. This Monday was truly a terrible day. Tara's house was cordoned off, and the school had a meeting. Sarah's co-workers and students tried their best to help in the search by forming a group of volunteers. They printed out a stack of flyers with a woman's picture and informed them about her disappearance, and within hours the flyers were posted all over the city. Volunteers stayed home that day until 1 a.m. Agents from the Bureau of Investigation interviewed Tara's neighbors and investigated the neighborhood in which she lived. The search involved sniffer dogs that had been brought in the hope of picking up the missing person's trail. Investigators still hoped that Tara had simply left on foot and the dogs would find her easily. In the meantime, the latex glove was given to experts whose goal was to collect as much data as possible. They managed to get a DNA sample, but no matches could be found in the FBI database. All that was known was that the sample belonged to a man, Tara, as if she had evaporated from her own home. Then investigators began to dig into Tara's personal life and past. It often happens that when a woman disappears, someone from her inner circle is to blame. After studying the man with whom Tara was in a relationship, detectives were unable to identify any suspects. She dated Marcus Harper, a former policeman and military officer, for the longest time. The couple broke up at Sarah's initiative about a year before she disappeared. The reason was that the woman wanted to build a family, and Marcus was not ready for that. After the breakup, they maintained an amicable relationship, calling and texting each other. Detectives later uncovered one interesting detail. Marcus had come to USA 3 weeks before Tara disappeared, but he had not told her. Upon learning of Marcus's arrival from mutual acquaintances, the woman became very upset. She repeatedly called him, trying to find out why he had not informed her of his arrival. Soon, Tara's condition turned into a real hysteria. Her relatives were very worried and even wondered if Tara was going to do something reckless. However, the girl soon came to her senses and the police did not consider Marcus a suspect. The couple had been together for a long time, but their relationship ended, and the detectives could not find a motive for the crime. An interesting twist soon awaited them. Please learn that Tara had been threatened by her former student on March 30th of 2005. 7 months before the girl disappeared, he came to her house and behaved extremely aggressively. When Tyra refused to let him and the guy started banging on the door, and the neighbors had to call the police, it turned out that the young man had been in love with the teacher since high school. According to her acquaintances, the former student was emotionally unstable and behaved strangely, and even frighteningly. Tara tried to help him deal with his problems for a while, but his mental state only worsened after that incident. When the young man tried to break into her house, the woman filed a report against him. She seriously feared he might hurt her after Tara went missing. The police tracked the young man down. He worked in a neighboring town about 150 kilometers from Asila. The boy provided detectives with an alibi for the night's disappearance. It was impossible to establish his involvement in the case. A business card of a certain police officer was also found in the woman's house. It turned out that Tara had been dating him for some time, but at the time of her disappearance, he was already living in another city. The policeman also provided an alibi for the nights of Tara's disappearance. This effectively ended the list of possible suspects. With no leads in hand, the police decided to organize a search for the girl 2 weeks after her disappearance. Such a belated decision seemed strange after all. It was clear of the first minutes Tara had not left home of her own free will. Hundreds of volunteers were called in to search the area around the cellar. Volunteers went through forests, ditches, and rivers, but they couldn't find a single trace of Tara. During the search, it was reported that a housing car had burned down near Tara's home. Locals almost unanimously agreed that the incident had something to do with the woman's disappearance. Perhaps the perpetrator was trying to cover his tracks, or the people were so shocked and frightened that they found each event suspicious. Whatever the case, the search yielded no results, and the police were faced with a grim reality. They simply had no leads left. The next few years brought the police no closer to solving this mystery. It wasn't until 2009 that an event occurred that brought the missing Tara Grinstead back into the spotlight. A user created a YouTube channel and posted an extremely creepy video. A man was sitting in the frame, his face plastered over, and his voice altered in the video. He claimed to be involved in the disappearance of 16 girls, naming them by name. Among them was Tara Grinstead. The unidentified man added that he had hidden the bodies securely and would give clues about the burial site in new videos. Police immediately checked the video and found that all 16 names did indeed belong to the missing women. The FBI was able to track down the author of the video fairly quickly. It turned out to be 27-year-old Andrew Haley. After his arrest, he said that he was just joking. The police could not connect Andrew with any of the 16 missing girls, but he still could not avoid a trial for perjury and tampering with evidence. The man was sentenced to 2 years of forced labor and 13 years of probation. Momentary hopes of solving this cold case faded, and once again, the police were left without a single lead. In December 2010, Tara Grinstead was officially declared dead because there was simply nothing to work with. As the years passed, the townspeople remembered Tara Grinstead's disappearance perfectly, but less and less discussed. Ark of Tara remained only behind closed doors. The topic hardly ever came up in everyday life. The town had changed forever. Fear of mistrust permeated the locals for years to come. It wasn't until 2016 that something happened that got people talking openly about terror again. Atlanta-based journalist Payne Lindsay created his own podcast devoted to mystery cases, and for the first issue, he took on the Tara Grinstead case. The man and his colleague traveled to Asila, where they met private investigator Maurice Godwin. Together, they began working on the case literally from scratch. They had no access to police records, so the only available source of information were the people of the town. At first, they were only able to talk to friends and relatives of Tara outsiders. They avoided talking about the mission girl in every way, but it didn't last long. Lindsay's enthusiasm managed to revive interest in the case, and soon the people of Wasilla were discussing it again. Lindsay and Godwin worked through every possible lead. They considered 3 possible suspects. Tara's ex-boyfriends and the students who tried to break into her house along the way talked to anyone who might have any useful information. They were so passionate about the case that on several occasions they thought a clue was literally 1 step away. One day Payne received a call in which an unknown person suggested they look for remains on Tara's property. The police did so, and at some point they managed to find the bones. True experts quickly determined that the bones belonged to an animal. Despite the excitement and a new wave of interest in the case, no serious progress was made, or rather, they failed to solve the case directly during the creation of the podcast. But it was this amateur investigation that was decisive in the long-awaited pneumo, and the pneumo came completely unexpectedly in early 2017. Brooke Sheridan came to the police. Her story shocked the detectives, who no longer believed that the truth would ever come out. Brooke told investigators that her ex-boyfriend named Bo Dukes once confessed to her. He had helped his friend dispose of Tara Grinstead's body. Upon learning of this, the girl repeatedly begged the guy to confess to everything, but he remained silent. After listening to Brooke's story, the police did not rush things. Who knows, maybe this woman just wanted fame and attention, especially when a successful podcast got everyone talking about the case again. The detectives decided to play it safe. They asked Brock to wear a wire and go to Bow to beat out a confession, and it worked. The man didn't deny his involvement, and the police had probable cause to arrest him. To their surprise, O immediately cooperated with the investigation and laid all his cards on the table. Later, detectives would say that he was just tired of living with his burden on his soul. Late that night, he got a call from his friend and former classmate Ryan Duke. He asked to borrow a truck to help him with something, then added a broken door to Tara Grinstead's house to steal some money. But something didn't go according to plan, and I killed her. At this point, he decided to break into someone's house to steal money, and his choice was Tara's house. He was under the influence of illegal substances at the time. After opening the door with a credit card, he broke into the house and began looking for money. Tyra spotted him, and a struggle ensued between them, from which only Ryan came out alive. When Bo arrived at Tara's house in a truck, they loaded the woman's body into it and drove her into the woods, then got rid of the body for several days. This story shocked the residents of Wasilla. Jukes and Duke were never considered suspects, for they simply had no motive, nor were there any clues that could link these two to the disappearance of the woman. Despite a full confession that Dukes would not testify against himself in court at the trial, he spoke to Tyra's relatives and apologized for what he had done. Bo spent a long time in the military, was a veteran, and had many decorations, but the court ruled 25 years in prison for helping cover up a crime. Tara Grinstead's murder trial by Ryan Duke was shut down for April 1, 2019, but the Georgia Supreme Court postponed the trial. On March 28, 2019, after Duke's attorney said they were unconstitutionally denied funding for experts to testify on Duke's behalf, the trial began on May 9, 2022. Ryan Duke pleaded not guilty to murder and charged Bo Dukes with murder. On May 20, 2022, a jury found Ryan Duke not guilty of murder, aggravated assaults and burglary, and guilty of concealment of death at trial. Duke testified that his confessions to the murder were false, telling the jury that he had done it under the influence of drugs and in fear of the real killer, his friend with a similar last name. Dukes, he said. Both Dukes woke him up in the mobile home where they lived together in 2005 and told him he had killed Tara Grinstead, then showed Dukes their teacher's purse and wallet, although her body was never found. Investigators matched Grinstead's DNA to bone fragments and found that the location where Ryan Duke testified to investigators that he and Bo Dukes had burned her on May 23, 2022, was Shedden Spidey of the ruined County Superior Court. Ryan Duke was sentenced to 10 years in prison for concealing the body. The sentence imposed by the judge was the maximum penalty allowed. By the time Ryan Duke was sentenced, he had already served about half of that sentence. While the waiting trial, prosecutors insisted that Duke's confession included details that only the killer knew, such as Duke telling investigators that he called Grinstead's home from a pay phone after running away from home to see if she would answer. When she didn't, he returned and found her dad. Investigators also found Duke's DNA on a latex glove found in Grinstead's yard. However, his testimony raised enough doubt in a jury's mind that he was acquitted of all charges except concealing her death. Dukes was subpoenaed to testify but refused to answer the court's questions, citing his Fifth Amendment right against testifying against himself. When the truth about his high-profile case came out, Tara Grinstead's friends and relatives relieved themselves of the burden of obscurity. Her mother confessed that all these years, she had secretly hoped for a miracle that her daughter would return to her alive. Alas, reality turned out to be cruel, senseless, and devoid of any miracles. At least now the whole world knows exactly what happened in that little town back in 2005. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video investigates a story that occurred in 2014. The case of Charlie Scott, a 27-year-old young woman, drew the attention of some of Hawaii's most prominent television stations, becoming one of the most high-profile cases in the state's history. Carly Joanne Charlie Scott was born on November 24, 1986, in California, USA. She was Kimberlyn and Robert Scott's daughter. Her family members referred to her as Charlie, so I'll use that name from now on. Charlie had several sisters with whom she was extremely close. After her parents' divorce, she was raised by her mother and stepfather. Charlie and her family had been living on the Hawaiian island of Maui for several years. By 2014, Charlie was about to graduate from cosmetology school and hoped to open a beauty salon for dogs. She was very fond of dogs and owned 2 of them. Charlie had some difficulties in her life, which I will discuss later, but she was a happy and optimistic young woman with a positive outlook on the future. Charlie lived in Makawao with her 2 dogs and was last seen on February 9, 2014, at a family gathering in Haiku at her sister's house, about 6 miles from Makawao. Charlie was supposed to see her family the next day, but she failed to show up. Her mother, Kimberlyn, became concerned when she couldn't reach Charlie that evening, so she and her other daughter, Phaedra, drove to Makawao. When they arrived at Charlie's house, it was already around 9 p.m. It had been 24 hours since they last saw her. Kimberly's first observation was that her daughter's vehicle was not in the driveway. Charlie had a silver 1997 Toyota 4Runner with Hawaiian license plates and a lead skull embedded in the grille. The front door was locked, but the window remained open. So Phaedra snuck into the house and unlocked the front door for her mother, allowing Kimberlyn inside. The house was orderly, with everything in its proper place. Kimberlyn and Phaedra searched every room, but there was no one in the house except one of the dogs. Charlie had disappeared, along with her other dog, Nala. This was an unusual situation because Charlie had never left without informing any of her family members. Her family's anxiety was growing by the minute as they were unable to reach Charlie. None of her friends knew where she was either. Kimberlyn had always maintained contact with her family, which gave her a bad feeling. Charlie was 5 months pregnant, which made the situation even more concerning. Pregnant women rarely disappear unless something bad happens to them. Charlie's disappearance was reported to the police. Charlie and Stephen Capobianco met in 2009 and were together for 2 years in Makawao, on the stunning Hawaiian island of Maui. While the red-headed Charlie was obsessed with her boyfriend, Stephen told his friends they were only roommates and avoided taking pictures with her. Their relationship was complicated, and no matter how harshly Stephen treated Charlie, she was willing to completely forgive him. Charlie had broken up with Stephen several years before her disappearance, but she remained desperately in love with him. Stephen had found a new girlfriend, but he kept a secret relationship with Charlie, so they remained intimate even after their breakup. When Charlie, 27, tried to move on, she discovered she was pregnant with Stephen's child. Her maternal instincts kicked in, and she was eager to be a mother. When she discovered she was having a boy, she named him Joshua. However, Stephen, 24, was not eager to become a father. They visited a family planning center together to discuss terminating the pregnancy. Stephen insisted that Charlie have an abortion, but she chose not to do so and decided to raise the child alone. When he discovered this, he became extremely angry. Charlie did not force Stephen to marry her. She was simply overjoyed about becoming a mother. Charlie's decision was supported by her family, and we are prepared to provide her with any assistance she requires. Kimberlyn alerted the police about her daughter's disappearance. She also revealed to investigators that Charlie was 5 months pregnant and had a strained relationship with the child's father, Stephen Capobianco. Charlie had an app on her phone that allowed her family to track her location. When Kimberlyn attempted to do so, she discovered that the last time Charlie's phone was active was on date night, February 9. Charlie was supposed to return home to Makawayo Wow after spending the day in Haiku at her sister's house. However, she took a completely different path. She took the Hana Highway towards Hiko, and the last time her phone was active, she was 30 miles from home. Charlie saw no reason to drive there. But Kimberlyn knew her daughter was willing to comply with any request from Stephen. When she filed a missing persons report, Kimberlyn informed investigators that Stephen Capobianco may have been involved in Charlie's disappearance. Kimberlyn and Charlie's sister Phaedra, unwilling to sit idle, got in their car the next morning and drove toward Haiku on the Hana Highway. The Hana Highway is extremely dangerous, with sharp turns, descent, and one-way traffic sections. Nothing was discovered where Charlie's cell phone was last active. It was just a stretch of road with no reason or location to stop. Kimberlyn and Phaedra would find convenient places to pull over, get out of the car, and shout Charlie's name, implying that she had gone off the road. They also called out for Charlie's dog, Nala, hoping that she would appear from within the woods. Kimberlyn was looking for her daughter. The police went to Stephen's house to speak with him because Charlie's family had identified him as a possible suspect in the case. Stephen informed detectives that he had seen Charlie but was unaware of her disappearance. He said his car broke down in a remote part of Maui, so he called Charlie and asked her to come and help him. Stephen's car broke down approximately 3 miles from where Charlie's cell phone was last active. Stephen stated that Charlie helped him start his car, after which they drove in the direction of Makawo for a while. According to Stephen, he drove up front while Charlie followed behind him in case his car broke down again. At one point, he lost sight of Charlie's car in his rearview mirror, but he didn't think much about it. Assuming he was driving too fast and Charlie had fallen far behind him, he returned home and has not spoken to her since. The first disturbing discovery came 2 days after the disappearance. Charlie's dog, Nala, was discovered in Haiku, approximately 13 miles from where her cell phone was last active. After examining the dog, investigators determined that Nala had been transported to Haiku by someone. If she had traveled 13 miles over the rugged terrain on her own, her paws would have been marked and scuffed, but they were fine. Meanwhile, the police had expanded the search area, but the number of officers available was limited. As a result, Kimberlyn requested assistance from the Maui community in finding her daughter. Hundreds of volunteers responded to the request. Flyers featuring Charlie's picture were distributed throughout the island, and detectives urged anyone with information to come forward. The fact that Charlie was pregnant heightened the urgency of the case. On April 12, one of the volunteers made a startling discovery that stunned Charlie Scott's family. A car belonging to her was discovered completely burned out 10 miles from her home and far from where her phone was last used. When volunteers discovered the vehicle, it lay on its side. The only thing that reassured Charlie's family in this situation was the absence of any remains in the car. This gave her the hope that she was still alive. Perhaps someone stole her car and decided to burn it. While the police inspected the car for clues, Charlie's family, with the help of volunteers, investigated the location where her phone had last worked. The area was a stretch of terrain with thick and rugged vegetation, no footpaths or anything like that. Shortly before sunset, a discovery indicated that Charlie was no longer alive. Phaedra identified a CD on the ground as her sister's, and Charlie's t-shirt was next to it. Additionally, her shirt and skirt were discovered. It was obvious that this was not a car accident. Charlie's belongings were found 20 miles away from the burned-out car. When the police learned of this discovery, the investigation into her disappearance changed dramatically. Stephen Capobianco was the last person to see Charlie alive, and when word spread around the island that her belongings had been discovered, Hawaii news broke. Malika Lincoln called him to ask what he thought about it. Stephen agreed to answer questions and gave a brief interview in which he discussed his relationship with Charlie and how their last encounter went. Capobianco declined to have his voice recorded, so the interview was published. His text message, "This interview will be void," was overheard and presented as a phone conversation for your convenience. However, as I mentioned before, this is a reconstruction of the conversation. Malika Lincoln of Hawaii News interviews Stephen about the ongoing search for Charlie, his ex-girlfriend. Stephen discusses his relationship with Charlie, including occasional hookups and their connection over the years. He describes the events of the night Charlie went missing when she dropped him off at his truck and he drove ahead of her, losing sight of her near Twin Falls. Despite failing a polygraph test, Stephen denies any involvement in Charlie's disappearance and is concerned for her safety. He discusses his cooperation with the police and the suspicions raised by Charlie's family. Stephen expresses his hope for Charlie's safe return and mentions his participation in the search efforts. Stephen did not immediately check on Charlie's whereabouts after she went missing, but instead texted her the next morning, assuming she was working. The police later arrived at his house, informing him of her parents' missing person report and mentioning him as a possible lead. Stephen willingly participated in police questioning and took a polygraph test, but he doubts its accuracy after allegedly failing. Despite being a prime suspect, the police haven't given him much information. Nrala, Charlie's dog, was with her when she picked up Stephen, but Stephen isn't sure how she was discovered later. He is perplexed by the discovery of Charlie's torched car. Stephen expresses his only wish for Charlie's safe return and denies any involvement in her mistreatment. While concerned about his own safety, he prioritizes Charlie's well-being. Stephen hopes Charlie will be found, and he expresses his love for her as well as his unexpected desire to become a father. He recalls talking about baby names with Charlie and expressing his preference for a boy. Although he is unsure of the baby's gender, he believes Charlie may have hoped for a girl. Stephen waits for updates after Charlie's car is discovered without receiving a call from the police. Stephen mentions that, while a friend informed him that Charlie's car had been found, the police did not contact him. He acknowledges that someone may have set him up, but he denies any wrongdoing. He sees Charlie's family as the only potential adversaries because of their strained relationship. Despite this, he believes they were thrilled with Charlie's pregnancy. Stephen doubts Charlie will leave without her dogs and dismisses the possibility of her leaving voluntarily. He speculates on potential enemies, but defers to Charlie's family for more information. He is still committed to finding Charlie but has chosen to assist independently rather than participate in search parties due to hostility from her family. As a result, Stephen realized he was the primary suspect in this case. He was the last person to see Charlie alive, and he did not want to be a father. However, could Stephen's reluctance to become a father have been enough motivation for the crime? Charlie's family paid close attention to her skirt. They had no doubt that Stephen Capobianco was responsible for her disappearance. Her skirt had numerous cuts on it, particularly in the stomach area, prompting the detectives to draw some very firm conclusions. The search concentrated on the area where Charlie's belongings were discovered. The police and her family realized they were unlikely to find her alive, but the reality was far more shocking. One police officer discovered a jawbone, followed by smaller fragments. The next morning, a team of investigators set out to find Charlie's remains, and they quickly made several more discoveries. These included a tongue, piercing pin, several strands of long red hair, and fingernails. 9 days after Charlie's disappearance, it was discovered that the jawbone, hair, and fingernails were hers. Charlie was officially declared dead, and this came as a huge blow to her family, who were mourning not only Charlie but also her child. The forensic team examined the jawbone and discovered more than a dozen cuts, leading them to believe that whoever killed Charlie intended to dispose of her body piece by piece. The police and her family searched for months, but found nothing else. The cause of Charlie Scott's death could not be determined, but one thing was certain. Stephen Capobianco was the only suspect. When questioned by the detectives, he stated unequivocally that he had no intention of becoming a father and denied any involvement in his ex-girlfriend's death. Charlie's skirt had 27 slits, all concentrated in one spot, which investigators believed was no coincidence. However, a single motive was insufficient for an arrest, so the police concentrated their efforts on Charlie and Stephen's phone records. Stephen had been in the area where Charlie's remains were later discovered, just hours before Kimberlyn reported her daughter's disappearance to police. His and Charlie's cell phones were close together, but then Charlie's phone was turned off and never recovered. Phone records also revealed that Stephen had visited the area where the remains were discovered at least 3 times. This evidence suggested that Capobianco made a false statement when he told the police that he returned home after Charlie assisted him with his car. Detectives speculated that he burned Charlie's car to eliminate evidence of the crime. Stephen Capobianco was arrested 5 months after Charlie disappeared. He was charged with Charlie's murder, specifically the second degree, as well as second-degree arson. He pleaded not guilty to both charges. Hawaii has no laws that punish the death of an unborn child, so Stephen was not charged with anything related to this. Capobianco went to trial after more than 2 years. The prosecution faced the challenge of having only circumstantial evidence. However, the prosecution presented new DNA evidence a few days before the trial began. During the investigation, jeans with distinctive dark red stains were discovered. DNA testing confirmed that the stains were Charlie Scott's blood. The jeans fit Stephen Capobianco's size, but that is not all. A short black hair was also discovered in the pocket, and DNA analysis revealed that it belonged to Stephen. This linked him directly to Charlie's death. However, this evidence was submitted after the deadline, and the judge ruled that Stephen's jeans and hair could not be used as evidence at trial. Thus, the judge dismissed the only irrefutable piece of evidence. Stephen's chances of getting away with his wrongdoings have significantly increased. The trial went on for 6 months. During the trial, Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Robert Rivera told jurors that multiple stab wounds in the abdomen area of Charlie Scott's skirt demonstrated that Capobianco caused her pain. At a court hearing, Charlie's father, Robert Scott, stated that despite his best efforts, he was unable to break free from his anger and revenge. "It turns out it's an innate human trait in me." He described it as very strong. "If the courts and justice system fail to provide this, who will? If this retribution is not met, I will exact it myself." Having said that, some things have crossed the line. John Apo, Robert Scott Polk's defense attorney, was struck in the face with his finger. "You should be ashamed of yourself, and I will spit on you." According to Scott, the judge then asked the sheriff's deputies to remove Robert Scott from the courtroom, stating that this was inappropriate. On December 28, 2016, a jury found 27-year-old Stephen Capobianco guilty of all charges. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years for killing Charlie Scott. He received another 10 years for setting fire to her car. Since the court sentenced Capobianco to 2 consecutive sentences, his minimum sentence is 50 years before he is eligible for parole. Capobianco did not testify at his trial. Kimberlyn stated after the sentencing that she thought prison time was about the best Hawaii could offer. She claims it does not compensate her family for the loss of her daughter and unborn child Joshua, but it does provide some peace of mind. "I think we're glad we made this decision," she said. "I'm not completely unhappy. I'd like life to truly mean life. However, in our state, life sentences are typically for 20 years. So 40 years is a small way of recognizing the lives he took away." Another issue Charlie's parents faced was that the fragments discovered were not legally considered bodies and were held as evidence in the case, so the family was unable to remove them and bury them properly. Kimberlyn and Robert saw the remains for the first time in 2020, following a public memorial outside the Maui Police Department's Forensic Center, where they are kept as physical evidence. Flowers, photos, and an ultrasound image of her unborn son were among the emotional tributes left outside the forensic building. Following the public ceremony, her parents were given the opportunity to privately view her partial remains, including her jawbone. Robert and Kimberlyn stated that they will seek a change in the law and will continue to look for ways to give their daughter a proper burial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story that occurred in 2022. This case involves multiple countries, and the sentence was issued less than a month ago. What began as a fairy tale ended as a horror film. Ekaterina Bowman was born on May 13, 1989 in Leningrad, one of Russia's largest cities, which was later renamed St. Petersburg. The chain of events that resulted in something horrific began in Turkey in 2009, when Ekaterina, 20, went on vacation with her family. It was here that she met Walter Bowman, a German citizen, 13 years her senior. Walter was fluent in Russian because he was born in Kazakhstan, which, like Russia, was a part of the USSR until 1991. Walter completed his education in Germany and made a good living, but his personal life was not going so well. He was constantly looking for the ideal woman and dreamed of meeting her. But he didn't meet the definition of a perfect man. He lived with his parents, didn't care about his appearance, dressed sloppily, and looked repulsive overall. He met many women on the internet, and almost all of them were Russian. He spent a long time chatting with one of them before deciding to travel to Russia to see her in person. But when she met Walter in person, he did not leave a good impression on her, and she no longer wanted to communicate with him. That's why, when he had a holiday romance in Turkey, his friends couldn't believe it. Ekaterina was young and gorgeous. She must have had many admirers, but for whatever reason, she chose Walter. This romantic love story began like many others, with two lonely hearts feeling attracted to each other. After Ekaterina returned to Russia and Walter returned to Germany, they continued to communicate via social media and lengthy phone calls. He told his friends how good and beautiful she is, and how they spend hours on the phone and write poetry to each other. He would then pay a lot of money to travel to St. Petersburg to see her on occasion. At the time, Ekaterina was in her second year of university in St. Petersburg. Walter was serious about his intentions, so he helped her transition to Hamburg University. Ekaterina left Russia and relocated to Germany in 2010. People in Bremerhaven, a port city on the North Sea coast, described Ekaterina as a smart, attractive, and cheerful young woman. After moving, she maintained constant contact with her Russian family. In Germany, she continued her studies in business administration, which she had begun in Russia. She enjoyed running and practicing yoga, and she was always looking for quiet places. A few months later, the lovers were married. Walter's friend Alexandra described their wedding ceremony as follows. They had a lavish wedding. I used to be a wedding photographer, so I've seen a lot, but Ekaterina was the most beautiful and happy bride I'd ever seen. They undoubtedly spent a lot of money on their celebrations. The registration took place at a lighthouse, from which they took off in a massive white horse-drawn carriage. Nobody had ever seen anything like this in Germany, and there were only a few guests, which seemed strange. According to Alexander, the wedding ended well before dawn. Their wedding photograph captures a happy scene. Walter appears to be a man who supports his young wife, whereas Ekaterina hugs him gently and smiles blissfully. It appeared that two people who were perfect matches had finally found each other. The couple settled into a happy family life, and their story read like a fairy tale. Instead of a luxurious castle, the newlyweds settled into Walter's parents' home. And this is when Ekaterina encountered her first problem since moving to Germany. Living with Walter's parents proved difficult. The fairy tale began to fall apart. Walter's mother was a tough woman, and she will play a significant, if not the primary role in how this story ends. So it's best to give her a brief introduction. Ludmila Bowman spent her first 38 years of life in Kazakhstan. She was an exceptional student. She began as an assistant chemist and technologist, progressed to chemical engineer, and finally to middle school teacher. She married when she was 18 and had her only child, which may explain why he was the most important person in her life. The Bowman family had German roots, so they moved from Kazakhstan to Germany, where they settled in Bremerhaven. Ludmila spent many years working at a marine institute, researching the problem of global warming. She was in a good position. They would frequently go out to sea and participate in about 25 expeditions, including those in the Arctic. Her migration history served as a model for many German immigrants, which is why her 1-meter-long portrait hangs on the facade of Bremerhaven's Immigration Center, alongside 30 other portraits. But Ludmila couldn't accept that her son Walter was no longer a small boy, but rather a fully grown man in his 30s. When he wasn't present, she would call him every hour, asking when he would return, where he was and with whom, because he was her only child and she didn't have a healthy distance from him. Ekaterina has also faced prejudice from Ludmila, but she continues to strive to please her husband's mother in every way. Ludmila constantly interfered with her son's marriage and criticized Ekaterina. She accused her of being a bad housewife. Ekaterina attempted to combat this attitude, but her efforts were never successful. When she went outside, she changed into a gray mouse. Otherwise, She'd have to hear from her mother-in-law about how she dressed like a prostitute. Walter worked in a port, earning approximately 4,000 euros per month. He was always at work on weekends and holidays because it paid better. He was not a workaholic, but rather greedy. He saved the majority of his earnings and had substantial savings that he didn't want to spend. In 2017, when Ekaterina got pregnant, Walter decided to spend some of his savings. He bought a house and moved away from his parents. The search took a long time because Walter wanted to spend as little money as possible. Ekaterina had hoped that the move would improve their relationship, but it did not. Ludmila was a constant visitor to their home and continued to interfere in all aspects of her son's life. Around the same time, Ekaterina gave birth to her daughter, further straining the couple's relationship. Following the birth of his daughter, Walter became more strict and controlling of his wife. He spoke down to her and forbade her from learning to drive a car, as well as from communicating with her daughter in German, because he wanted her to know only one language, Russian. Ekaterina had no idea what the changes in her husband's behavior were about. He developed even more resentment, jealousy, and control than before. It was becoming increasingly difficult to predict his behavior. He could lose his temper over trivial matters. The couple's relationship deteriorated, and Walter went so far as to use his physical superiority against his wife, beating her. Authorities first learned about the bomb and family in late 2019, when the couple told the social worker that they had reconciled, but Ekaterina and her husband continued to berate and curse at each other. Walter secretly took photos and videos of Ekaterina while recording their phone conversations, sometimes in front of their baby. Walter asked a computer expert from his circle of friends to hack his wife's phone, but he declined. Walter accused his wife of being a bad mother and mentally unstable. Ekaterina, in turn, accused Walter of losing interest in her work and becoming burned out as a result. She could no longer live in constant stress and fear, so she sought help from a domestic violence support center. The first time she asked for assistance was in the fall of 2020. After his wife and daughter left, Walter did everything he could to get them back. He promised to change, admitting that he had acted inappropriately and telling Ekaterina that he couldn't live without her and their daughter. As a result, Ekaterina forgives him and returns home with their daughter, but the fighting between the spouses continues. When Walter realized he had wronged his wife, he would give her gifts or plan a family trip. The man changed his attitude toward both his wife and the child. Walter's attitude toward his daughter can only be described as complete control. When he was at home, he wanted his daughter to be constantly in his sight. If they went somewhere, he would not let her leave his arms. Despite the fact that she was only 3 years old, he reduced his work hours at the port in half in order to spend more time with his daughter. He would take his daughter to kindergarten and pick her up in the evening. He cooked for her, and she slept in the parents' room at night. Those who knew Walter well described him as a dramatizing strategist. He was skilled at manipulating others, and one of his primary goals in life was to be frugal with money. He often appeared nervous and impatient. After becoming a mother, Ekaterina visited her family in Russia several times, always accompanied by Walter. He feared that his wife would return to Russia, depriving him of the opportunity to be with his daughter. Ekaterina began considering divorce as she witnessed her husband's increasingly abusive behavior. At the same time, she discovered that all of her documents had disappeared. As it turns out, Walter took all of his wife's papers and left them at his mother's house. When Walter's mother paid them a visit, the couple got into another argument, and Ekaterina was kicked out. She was thrown away like a useless item. She contacted the police, and the situation was resolved. Ekaterina and Walter once got into such a heated argument right before kindergarten that administration notified youth support services about the situation. The quarreling couples began receiving child education assistance. For 6 weeks, a family crisis counselor would accompany the family and monitor the child's well-being. The counselor concluded that leaving the child with their parents was too dangerous. Ekaterina only continued to live with her husband because of her daughter, but she was unable to accompany her to Russia. For her daughter to leave Germany, Ekaterina must have obtained Walter's permission, indicating that he is not opposed to his child leaving the country. In August 2021, Ekaterina took the daughter for the second time and reported to a women's crisis center that her husband had threatened her life. Social services wanted to place a 5-year-old girl in an orphanage, and the Youth Affairs Department's psychologist described the situation as severe. Ekaterina agreed to the Youth Affairs Service placing her daughter in foster care. but Walter and his mother opposed it. That's why both parents had to care for the child. The girl lived with her father for a few days before moving to a women's shelter with her mother, always alternate and under the condition that the couple's daughter attend kindergarten to learn German. In a few weeks, the family was reunited again. According to some Russian sources, Ekaterina had bad roommates at the women's shelter, and the kindergarten that the daughter must have visited was too far away. As a result, she returned home, but the couple has begun the divorce process and lives in separate rooms. Ekaterina's desire to return to Russia was increasing. Walter wasn't against it, but only if his daughter stayed with him in Germany. That is why Ekaterina only visited St. Petersburg in 2021 and 2022. In Russia, she went on a date with a man she met online. He came from the Siberian city of Omsk and was a pilot. Ekaterina returned to Germany in mid-January 2022 and communicated with the Russian pilot on a daily basis. They exchanged many love messages, but a few weeks after returning to Germany, on February 4, 2022, the 32-year-old woman stopped communicating with her family and new lover. When Ekaterina ran away again, she only took an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's stash. She left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and, most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. This is what Walter told the police on February 6, 2022. When Ekaterina's parents couldn't reach her for 2 days, they contacted the German police and requested a welfare check. We learned about her disappearance in a strange way. I couldn't reach her on the phone for several days. Walter then picked her up and explained that he hadn't seen her since February 5th. He also stated that she does not respond because she does not have funds on her account. Svetlana Ekaterina is a mother of journalists. The entire city went searching for Ekaterina. People searched every square meter, posted flyers, and investigated every version of what happened. Walter was one of the few people who did not care about Ekaterina's disappearance. Concerned citizens distributed flyers throughout the city. The man was busy renovating his home. They assumed the worst immediately after the woman's disappearance, and her husband was the focus of attention. Only 4 days after Ekaterina allegedly fled the Beaumont family home, the police conducted a search. Walter had completed the renovations at this point, having painted the floors in the guest room and replaced a couch. He was also seen buying a large amount of cleansers from the local store. The police discovered that the surveillance footage from the house's video cameras had mysteriously vanished. Officers searched the house for 3 hours for evidence of the crime, leading a detection dog through the garage and into the house. In the garage, the dog became agitated but did not give a signal. The first tests conducted by criminalists revealed no evidence within the house or garage. Police discovered a knife and an electric shocker in the littered car and seized them as potential evidence. Officers noted that Walter was unconcerned about his wife, who had gone missing. Instead, he wanted to know if he would be granted sole custody of his daughter, aged 5, if his wife did not return. The search for Ekaterina continued day after day, but nothing was discovered. It's as if she disappeared. Officers recognized that the chances of a young mother fleeing and leaving her daughter's documents and phone behind in a foreign country are extremely low. Walter had the police's suspicion, as evidenced by his statement that Ekaterina fled with an empty suitcase. Ekaterina's mysterious disappearance alarmed people throughout the city and beyond. Women who didn't know Ekaterina organized a search. "We'll keep looking for her until we figure out what happened," said one of the organizers. 2 weeks after the young mother went missing, approximately 400 volunteers from across North Germany searched for her in Bremerhaven several times, aided by rescue dogs. This incident elicited a massive response on social media. Ekaterina's family brought attention to her disappearance in Russia, and the story aired on the major Russian channels. "My daughter was with this man for 12 years, but for a year and a half, their marriage was nothing but fights, and he hit her several times," according to Ekaterina, a journalist's mother. "He kept my daughter in isolation and confiscated her IDs and bank cards. He didn't let her meet anyone." On March 1, 2020, 25 days after Ekaterina's disappearance, shocking news spread first in Bremerhaven, then across the country, and eventually in Russia. During a walk along the Weser River, an ordinary passerby noticed a strange suitcase that had washed ashore. He was horrified when he opened it. Inside were fragments of a woman's body, packed in garbage bags. It is important to note that not all fragments were contained within the suitcase. Several of them were missing. Sadly, the victim was 32-year-old Ekaterina Bowman. By a strange coincidence, the suitcase was discovered near the lighthouse where she got married. The suitcase washed ashore, which was a stroke of luck for the investigation. According to experts, it could have swum to the North Sea, leaving Ekaterina missing indefinitely. This is how her hopes for a happy resolution to her relative's mysterious disappearance were dashed. They could only say goodbye to their dear daughter, mother, and friend. The city residents organized a small impromptu memorial. Their neighbors, who were not unconcerned about what happened, left flowers, lit candles, and even wrote letters. Walter Bowman was arrested as the primary and sole suspect. After discovering the body, the family home was searched a second time. This time, experts worked for several days. The police discovered a bottle containing a strong sedative in Ekaterina's blood. The police also discovered single-use gloves, foil, and adhesive tape, as well as a large supply of garbage bags and cleaners. Furthermore, canisters containing acetic acid solvents, bleached suitcase keys, and the pink scarf worn by Ekaterina in her most recent selfie were discovered in the garage and shed. Investigators also noticed that Ekaterina has few personal items. The majority of her clothes were discarded, and her wedding photograph, a memento of happy times, was hidden behind the piano. The police have also discovered the white jacket that Ekaterina was wearing in her last selfie. The jacket was discovered in a trash can at the workplace of Ludmila Bowman Walter's mother. While in custody, the man frequently wrote letters to his mother, confessing his love for her and referring to her as his son. The letters contained urgent appeals, such as "Help us all," "Mother, save us," "You can do it," "You represent my only hope for the future," and "Please save me." 8 months later, it became clear what he meant. Ekaterina died on Friday, February 4, 2022. At 4:30 time, she took a 10-minute walk wearing our light-colored jacket and yellow skirt. Neighbors' video cameras captured the event. In the evening, the family ate dinner, which included tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, and olives. It was a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Ekaterina drank only 1 glass while he consumed the remainder. That's why he fell asleep at 8 p.m. According to court documents, Ekaterina's phone was last connected to the network at 7:41 p.m. At 8:25 p.m., she called her new lover via video chat on her computer. She was in a good mood and promised to call him again as soon as she put her child to bed. But she did not call him that evening. She did not call anyone. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot sent a message wishing her a good night, but it went unread. A forensic examination revealed that Ekaterina had died 2 hours after dinner. This was confirmed by an examination of her stomach contents. Forensic experts discovered strong sedatives and alcohol in her blood, as well as a broken hyoid bone. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Experts claim that everything else done to the body was done with extremely sharp tools. Walter opened his car briefly the next morning, at 7:22 a.m. At 10:20 a.m., the car drove away and returned at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later. Walter called his wife's phone number, most likely to confirm his legend that she had run away. He also messaged her a few times, asking the most obvious question: "Where are you, Ekaterina?" Prior to Ekaterina's disappearance, Walter and his mother communicated frequently via WhatsApp, but after February 4, they went silent, which is completely unusual. In the middle of February, Walter drove his car to auto service, where he informed an employee that the interior needed to be thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom. On August 26, 2022, the trial began. The prosecutor claimed that Walter slipped sedatives into his wife's drink and strangled her after she fell asleep. Walter planned out what he was going to do with her body. The prosecutor's office cited the husband's fear of losing custody of his daughter in the event of divorce, as well as financial losses, as motivators. It was also revealed that traces of blood were discovered in the garage, which Ekaterina's husband intended to clean in accordance with online advice. They were found beneath the shelf, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the seams. Traces of blood were also discovered on the carpet in his car's trunk. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine determined that Ekaterina had blood in all of the places mentioned above. Walter's phone and computer were seized by police, and they provided answers to numerous questions. Not long before the tragedy, He searched for information on how to avoid punishment for taking someone's life, including which acid dissolves, how many liters of acid are required to fill a bathtub, and how to read other people's WhatsApp conversations. How long does it take to die from a sedative? Can you be convicted without evidence in Germany between December 2021 and the end of February 2022? He conducted approximately 500 search queries. Everything indicated that Walter had planned this crime. On the day of his wife's disappearance, he Googled the electric shocker twice, and forensic experts discovered evidence of electrocution on Ekaterina's body. Investigators believe Walter was using a shocker to see if his wife was still alive. In court, Walter wore his wedding ring and stated that he had been widowed for far too long. He remained silent and made no comments about the charges brought against him. He would sometimes plug his ears while the witnesses were testifying, as if it had nothing to do with him. The most emotion he displayed was when he saw his mother in court. He cried when she was questioned as a witness. He looked at her with his hands folded, as if in prayer. "Get me out of here." He begged his mother in a letter, and it appears that she agreed to help her son. During her testimony, Ludmila Bowman stated that she was the one who killed Ekaterina, not her son. She said this to the astonished court. She arrived at her son and daughter-in-law's house in the middle of the night after her son called and asked her to care for the granddaughter. When she arrived, she found Ekaterina on the couch, soundly asleep. Ludmila explained that she wanted to wake her up and began shaking her. Ekaterina awoke and struck her in the face. They got into a fight, and Ludmila claims that she choked her son's wife during it. She also stated that she was the one who performed the following actions on Ekaterina's body. "I loved Ekaterina as a daughter. I did not want this, but was it Ludmila who did the crime? It's possible that her love for her son was so strong that she decided to accept the blame for him." As I previously stated, mother and son were extremely close and spoke on the phone frequently. The entire WhatsApp chat between mother and son occupied 1699 pages of investigation files. Despite her self-incrimination, Ludmila left the courtroom as a free citizen on that and all other days of the trial. The jury in the prosecutor's office did not believe the woman's statement and assumed she was only trying to protect her son. Even experienced attorneys were taken aback by the mother-in-law's incrimination. The attorney for a 66-year-old woman demanded her arrest, and her son's lawyers demanded Walter's release, but it did not come to this. The mother was released while her son remained in jail, but she refused to give up. Ludmila wrote a letter to the court detailing her actions with the body. She stated again, "My son did not do this." She stated again, "My son did not do this." She wished to be questioned again and charged. However, the court denied her request and refused to believe her again. Ludmila was able to prove that she took part in the crime. As previously stated, not all fragments were found in the suitcase. Ludmila Bowman demonstrated where to look for the missing fragment, which did not fit in the suitcase. The provided information proved to be correct, and the police discovered another bag that was weighed down so that it did not float. The bag was discovered exactly where Ludmila pointed. The pedometer on Ludmila's phone also indicated that she walked 220 yards on the night of the murder, around 0:40 a.m. Neighbors' video cameras near Walter's and Ekaterina's house captured a person passing by Walter's father's phone, who was also active at the time. He drove Ludmila to his son's house, despite telling investigators he was asleep. Experts determined that by this time Ekaterina had died, implying that the 66-year-old woman was giving false testimony. Then, there's this unusual detail. Ludmila Bowman arrived at the son's house after Ekaterina had died, and she was present during the subsequent actions involving the body. Even though she didn't take part in the process, she helped clean the house. Essentially, she assisted her son in concealing the crime's evidence and served as an accomplice. However, it appears that the corresponding laws work differently in Germany. Ludmila was not arrested or charged with anything. This appears strange, doesn't it? Please share your thoughts on this in the comments. The mother became increasingly desperate to save her son as the verdict date approached. She wrote another letter to the judge, stating that she, not Walter, committed the crime. Now the letter stated that I despised Ekaterina, but couldn't tell my son about it. He was fighting for his wife's love, and I was afraid she would want to end his life. That's why I decided to get rid of Ekaterina by making it appear as if she poisoned herself over her tragic love for a Russian pilot. In her words, she printed a goodbye letter in Ekaterina's name and planned to place it next to her when she died. She spiked the juice with various drugs and gave it to her son, not telling him what it was, but instructing him to give it to his wife at dinner. Ludmila stated that she came to the son's house to leave a farewell note under the name Ekaterina, but when she woke up, Ludmila had to strangle her. However, the court did not believe the woman's confession because all evidence pointed to the crime being committed by her son. Walter remained silent throughout the entire process. During one of the final hearings, he recited his notes on 230 sheets of paper about his time in Kazakhstan, his life, and love. The main message of his statement was that I had always loved Ekaterina and our daughter, but her emotional burnout and psychological problems caused many arguments over 230 sheets of paper, but he only mentioned the night that changed everything. He stated that he was sleeping when his mother murdered his wife and dragged her into the garage. Walter blamed his mother for the horrific crime, claiming she betrayed him, used him, and threw him in prison. When addressing the judge, he also stated that my daughter had lost her mother, and she should not lose her father as well. The scariest part of this story isn't even the details of the terrifying crime. However, all of this occurred in front of the couple's 5-year-old daughter. The Russian grandmother is currently barred from communicating with her granddaughter, who is believed to have been placed with a German foster family. Walter was at home with his daughter. Everything happened in front of her. He created a psychotraumatic environment for the girl. She frequently mumbled something while pointing to her head and forearms. She saw everything that indicated that Ekaterina was Svetlana's mother. The girl is currently living in a traumatized children's facility and has been given a new name so that she does not learn the truth about her real family. Svetlana is attempting to obtain guardianship for her granddaughter, but German authorities will not even allow her to speak with her on the phone. The verdict was announced on May 23, 2023, when Ekaterina's daughter was 6 years old. Walter Baumann was handed a life sentence. Under German law, he is eligible for parole after 15 years. The urn containing Ekaterina's ashes was buried in her hometown of St. Petersburg. The case of Ludmila Baumann remains open. The prosecutor's office may charge her as an accomplice, but so far, this has not occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A student who came to visit her family for a holiday went for a run and disappeared. Without a trace, the residents of the small village were shaken by this event, as nothing like this had ever happened in their area before detectives began an investigation that lasted for many years. And it was only after 28 years that everyone learned the gruesome truth that shocked the residents of the small village. Mandy Stavik was born on April 16, 1971, in the American city of Bellingham, Washington. She grew up in a large family with loving parents, 2 brothers and a sister. Soon after Mandy's birth, her parents decided to move to a town called Palmer, Alaska. This place was known for its picturesque nature, safety, and the unity of its few thousand residents. The family lived in this town for several years, but when Mandy was 3 years old, her parents decided to divorce, and she stayed with her mother. Nevertheless, she continued to see her father almost every day. A year later, a terrible tragedy struck their family. Mandy's 17-year-old brother went on a hunting trip and disappeared. The police later found his body, which had almost 20 bullet wounds. Despite all the investigators' efforts to solve the case, they could not find any suspects for Mandy's family. This event was a real shock, but she continued to grow up joyful and active. She excelled academically, participated in many sports, and played various musical instruments. When Mandy was 12 years old, her mother decided to move back to Washington, but this time to a small village called Acme, whose population at that time was less than 300 people, and all the residents knew each other well. There were practically no serious crimes in this place, and the woman decided that she and her 3 children would be better off there. Mandy enrolled in the local school, quickly made friends, continued to play sports, joined the school music group, and became a cheerleader. In addition, she loved the local nature and enjoyed going for runs towards the picturesque river. When Mandy was 17 years old, another tragedy struck her family after the divorce. Her father stayed in Palmer and started a new family with several children. In 1988, Mandy's stepbrother drowned in a river. It was another blow for her and reminded her of her older brother's death after graduating from high school. Mandy enrolled at Central Washington University in 1989, which was 3 hours away from her home. She wanted to become a pilot and strove to get straight A's. She lived in a dormitory, but whenever she had the chance, she visited her family. At the end of November, she came home to spend Thanksgiving with her relatives and planned to stay there for a few more days. On November 24th, the day after the holiday, Mandy decided to go for a run. Usually her mother accompanied her and rode her bike next to her, but this time she stayed home because her sister had come to visit her briefly. So Mandy set off alone, taking the family's German Shepherd with her usual route, started from home and ran along the road to the river, after which he turned around and ran back, totaling about 5 kilometers. Usually the run takes less than an hour, but this time Mandy was clearly delayed. When her brother returned home, he was surprised that Mandy was still not back. He was visiting a friend whose house was located along the road. The brother saw Mandy run back towards home, but after a few minutes she ran in the opposite direction. He thought she decided to do another lap, but even considering that she should have returned home much earlier than him, as time passed, Mandy's relatives began to seriously worry about her, in addition to the fact that she had never run for so long before. She had plans for the evening before heading home for the holiday. She invited her dorm mate, who came with her. They were planning to go to a neighboring town that day to meet with friends. 2 hours later, something happened that made the whole family worry even more. Their German Shepherd returned home without Mandy, which was extremely strange. The mother of a young woman who had already lost a child once decided to immediately contact the police, and despite Mandy being 18 years old, the sheriff agreed to start the search right after the woman's call. Meanwhile, the mother began calling literally every resident of the village and asking if they had seen her daughter. Upon hearing that Mandy had disappeared, many of them went out into the street and quickly organized their own search together with the young woman's relatives. They walked along the route she had run several times, but she was not found. Meanwhile, the police began questioning people close to Mandy. They learned that the young woman had a boyfriend named Rick, whom she'd been dating since high school. The young woman's mother also said that the couple had broken up and got him back together again. The investigators spoke with him but found no reason to suspect the young man. They questioned several other people while combing the area with the villagers. By that time, people on SUVs, horses, and helicopters had joined the search. The local dog handler even tried to work with a shepherd dog, hoping that it would lead them to Mandy. However, the dog was clearly frightened and did not want to leave the porch of its house. The search continued until late at night, but it yielded no results. The next day it continued, and the police managed to find the first worrying clue. Volunteers found women's sports bands on one of the back roads. They were covered in mud, looked old, and had several holes. The pants were immediately shown to Mandy's mother, but she hesitated to say that they belonged to her daughter. Despite this, the police still sent them to the laboratory, where experts found traces of male semen on them. Detectives immediately asked for DNA samples from all the men who were familiar with Mandy and were in the area, but no matches were found. The FBI's general database, which contains DNA of convicted criminals, did not exist yet that year, so investigators could not do anything with this clue. Meanwhile, specialists with search dogs began to participate in the search, and soon they discovered a new lead. They managed to find traces of the young woman on the dirt road as well as the tracks of her sheepdog. But there was one strange moment when their tracks stopped at the same place. From this, only one conclusion could be drawn. Mandy must have gotten into someone's car. Detectives suggested that she may have been abducted and forced into a car, but experts disproved this assumption, as there would have been a different scene at the point where the tracks ended, as the young woman should have resisted. In reality, it looked as though she got into the car of her own accord, meaning that the driver could have met someone she knew on the third day of the surge. Police, along with firefighters, began searching the nearby river that flowed alongside the road where the young woman was last seen. They made a distressing discovery about 5 kilometers downstream from the village. They noticed a female body in the water. After retrieving it, they immediately realized that it was Mandy, as she was naked except for her socks and sneakers. The police did not see any serious injuries except for several large scratches on her legs. In connection with this, they began to speculate that the young woman could have drowned, but this version made no sense. First, it was the end of November, and the water in the river was very cold, so Mandy could not have gone into it voluntarily, especially without clothes. In addition, the depth of the river in that place was significantly lower than human height, and the young woman could have stood there safely. Medical experts examined the victim's body and found a head injury, which was most likely caused by a strong blow. However, they determined that this injury could not have been the cause of death. In the end, the experts concluded that the young woman died of suffocation in the water. In other words, she drowned. In addition, the medical experts found evidence of violence against the victim and were able to extract biological material from the perpetrator, as well as detect male DNA under the victim's fingernails. Based on all this, the police developed the most likely version of what happened. Someone kidnapped Mandy on the road, dragged her into a car, and drove her to the river, where an unknown perpetrator subjected her to violence. After that, the young woman managed to escape, evidenced by the scratches on her legs, most likely caused by prickly vegetation along the riverbank. At some point, the criminal caught up to Mandy, hit her on the head, and threw her into the water. Forensic experts identified a DNA profile and compared it to samples from everyone who was in any way connected to the case in total. They checked over 30 men, but no matches were found. Police continued to search for any leads by questioning all residents of the village and surrounding areas. Apart from Mandy's brother, another Acme resident saw her on the day of her disappearance. The man parked near his house and saw the young woman running along the road when she disappeared from view. A dark pickup truck drove past. At that moment, the man did not attach any importance to it, but after Mandy's murder, he shared his observation with the police. He could now remember the model of the pickup truck and refused to provide detectives with his DNA sample. This behavior seemed suspicious, and they obtained a court order to compel the man to give his DNA. However, it did not match the sample found on the victim's body. The murder received active media coverage, and unfortunately, they all led to dead ends. And as a result, the investigation dragged on for years. Detectives were unable to identify any serious suspects, although they continued to actively consider various candidates. At some point, investigators speculated that an unknown serial killer known as the Green River Killer might be behind the crime. He was suspected of killing dozens of young women, and he often dumped their bodies in rivers. However, no evidence in favor of this version. Often dumped their bodies in rivers. Even when the killer was caught and his identity became known, investigators could not link him to Mandy's murder due to the lack of evidence and new suspects. The investigation into this case stopped for many years. Periodically, detectives retrieved it from the archives, trying to find some fresh ideas, but it did not produce any results. In 2009, 20 years after Mandy's death, a new detective from the local police department reopened the investigation. Given that no new evidence had emerged over the past 2 decades, he decided to take a different approach together with his colleagues. They went around the entire village and surrounding areas, asking every male resident to provide their DNA sample. The detective's plan was quite simple. He understood that the killer of Mandy was most likely a local resident, and if they collected DNA samples from literally every man, there was a decent chance of finding the culprit among them. Considering that there were only a few hundred men living in the village and its surroundings, this task seemed quite straightforward, but in practice it turned out to be much more difficult. It took the police a whole 4 years to check all the men, and in the end, they didn't get a single match. The detectives realized that in 20 years since the murder, the killer could have moved somewhere else or even died, so they began to dig through archives and try to track down literally every man who lived in the area at the time of 1989. In 2013, the police received an unexpected lead. 2 women who grew up in the same village as Mandy went to a water park with their children. As they chatted, they remembered the infamous murder and began to discuss it. At some point, one of the women said that she suspected who might have killed Mandy. The other replied that she also suspected a specific person, and they both named the same person, Timothy Bass. At the time of the murder, he was 21 years old and lived just a few houses away from the victim. The women were shocked that they had been suspecting the same person all this time, but even more interesting were the reasons why they considered Timothy to be the culprit. One of the women said that Timothy had been hitting on her when they were teenagers once when she was in a car with Timothy. And some other friends, he began to aggressively pursue her and make advances. The other friends intervened, and since then, the woman had been seriously afraid of being near this person. The second woman's story was even more shocking. Several years after Mandy's murder, when the woman was already living with her husband and their newborn baby, Timothy knocked on her door one evening. While her husband was at work, the woman was not surprised by his visit since he and her husband were friends. Timothy said that he had been passing by after hunting and needed to use the phone. The woman let him in, but Timothy started to behave strangely. Instead of making a call, he stood there with the phone in his hand and then put it down. He then began to tell the woman that he had been in love with her for a long time and offered to engage in a sexual relationship. She refused and demanded that he leave, but Timothy continued to insist aggressively. The woman then threatened to call the police. and only after that did he leave their home sharing these stories. They decided to go to the police together and talk about their suspicions about Timothy. When asked why they waited so long, the women replied that they were not sure of his involvement in the murder. In such a small community, they would never be forgiven if they accused an innocent person of murder. So none of them dared to share this information. Detectives immediately became interested in this person and noticed something interesting during the initial investigation. None of their colleagues interviewed Timothy or asked him to provide a DNA sample. This was very strange. The young man did not appear in old police reports, despite being acquainted with the victim living nearby and his house being next to the same road that the young woman ran on. Digging deeper, investigators also found that Mandy was friends with his younger brother Tom. Another suspicious moment was that Timothy moved to another city less than 2 months after the murder. Perhaps this was the reason why the guy remained out of the police's sight. At that time, they were busy with a huge amount of leads and checking people who voluntarily cooperated with them. Timothy settled in the town of Emerson, located 40 kilometers from his old home. Shortly before moving, he married and eventually had 3 children. Opening his criminal history, detectives found another alarming fact. In 2010, his wife filed a statement with the police that Timothy had beaten their children, but the investigators were most surprised by one small detail contained in this statement. In it, his wife described why Timothy was a danger to their family. Among the stories of domestic violence, she briefly mentioned her husband's strange behavior while watching documentary crime films. When they watched similar programs together, Timothy constantly criticized criminals for how poorly they commit murders, leaving behind a lot of evidence. The man also loved to say that he would never make the same mistakes and would not have been caught. After studying all this information, the detectives began to seriously consider his involvement in Mandy's murder. They went to his house to ask a series of questions and request a voluntary DNA sample, and that's when the most interesting part began. Timothy claimed that he did not remember the crime and could not even remember who Mandy Stavik was. This statement immediately made detectives doubt his words. First of all the residents of the village, with a population of less than 300, knew each other. Secondly, Timothy lived just a few houses away from the Stavik family, and it was simply impossible to imagine that he did not know her. Moreover, after the murder, this case was talked about not only in the village itself, but also in all neighboring towns. It was the first such crime in the area in many years, and for local residents, this topic remained number one for many months. Therefore, detectives did not hurry to believe the man's words, and they asked him to provide a DNA sample, but Timothy refused, which aroused even more suspicion. Unfortunately, they had absolutely no evidence that could link him to the murder, so investigators could not obtain a court order that would require the man to provide his DNA. Then they decided to go another way. Detectives found out that Timothy had worked as a courier at a bakery located in a neighboring town for many years. They went there and talked to the manager, asking him to provide them with information about Timothy's routes for the next few days. The police planned to track him and get some items on which the man could leave his DNA. They did not tell the manager which particular crime their employee was suspected of. Detectives only said that an investigation was underway, but the woman refused to provide this information without the permission of higher management. The police contacted them and demanded a court order. Thus, investigators were again at a dead end. They continued to study Timothy's biography and try to find new clues that would allow them to obtain the much-needed court decision, but other attempts led to nothing, and the case was stalled for several more years. In 2015, the police came to his house again, asked a few questions, and requested a DNA sample, but he refused again. It continued until 2017 when something unexpected happened. A woman named Kim Wagner, who was a manager at the bakery, went to a bar with her husband and friends, all of whom used to live in Acme and were around the same age as Mandy when she was murdered. At some point, they started talking about the case, which had haunted the locals for decades. Suddenly, one of the friends mentioned Timothy Bass, who lived near the victim's home, and it dawned on Kim when the police came to her workplace and asked for information about his whereabouts. She didn't even think it could be related to Mandy Stavik's murder, and then Kim started thinking that her colleague was the killer. This thought stayed with her for a long time. At some point, detectives came to her workplace again, hoping that she had changed her position since their previous conversation, and their hope was justified. Kim invited the investigators to her office and asked directly, "Do they suspect Timothy of killing Mandy?" The police were surprised but did not deny it, and then the woman provided them with all the necessary information and interesting observations about her colleague. She had known the man for many years and always found him strange when one of her friends mentioned that Bass lived near Mandy's home. During those years, she began to seriously consider his involvement in the case, so she decided to help the investigators. The detective started following Timothy and new difficulties emerged. He always wore gloves at work, which prevented experts from taking a DNA sample from objects he touched. The also did not smoke, so the police could not even obtain a cigarette butt with his saliva base. Did not even have a workplace in the bakery since he worked exclusively on delivering products. In addition, another strange fact complicated the investigators' task. Timothy never threw away his garbage at work. He stored it in his van and took it home. The detectives immediately realized that such behavior could not be a coincidence. Evidently, Timothy understood that the police suspected him of Mandy's murder and started making sure that they did not get any items with his DNA. But in the end, the detectives were lucky to find out that they couldn't obtain the suspect's biological material. Kim offered to help laws work in such a way that police officers are not allowed to ask third parties to obtain evidence for them. In such a case, the evidence will not be admissible in art, even if the suspect's guilt is obvious. However, if any person voluntarily hands over evidence to the investigators, they have the right to accept and use it. Thus, Kim offered to obtain some DNA samples from base, and the detectives waited. The suspect was very careful, and it took the woman a long time to achieve her goal. Only after 3 months did she see the man drink coke from a plastic cup and then throw it away in the trash with the can. Waited until Timothy left, took both pieces of evidence, and handed them over to the police. They immediately sent the can with the count to the laboratory, and the experts extracted a DNA profile from them. It fully matched the biological material found on Mandy's body. Having finally obtained the long-awaited evidence, the police immediately went after the man and arrested him 28 years after the murder. The suspect was finally charged during the interrogation. Timothy denied his guilt until the investigators told him about the DNA sample match. Hearing this, the man immediately changed his story and said that he and Mandy had a secret affair. They supposedly started dating many months before her murder and had to hide the relationship from everyone because she had a boyfriend. According to Timothy, on the day of her death, Mandy came to his house during her jog. They had an intimate encounter, and she left. He added that his father was at home at the time, but it was impossible to use him as a witness since he had passed away long ago. The detectives did not believe this story for a second. In their opinion, Timothy made up the whole story about the secret affair just to explain the presence of his DNA on the victim's stone. Proof of his words, he referred to his deceased father, who could not refute this information. Investigators talked to Mandy's relatives and friends, and they all expressed complete confidence that the young woman would never date. Timothy, who was very strange, avoided communication with other people and spent most of his time alone. The detectives decided to speak with Timothy's wife, despite the fact that the woman had filed statements against her husband and lived separately. They were still married, and here the police were waiting for another interesting turn. The woman suddenly said that on the day of Mandy's murder she was with Timothy at his house, and he was there all day. The detectives did not believe her story, but her words created possible difficulties for the court. On the other hand, they contradicted Timothy's version. According to Mandy, who came to his house on the day of the murder and had an intimate relationship with him, the trial began in May 2019. Timothy's lawyer continued to insist that his client was innocent and that his DNA got on the victim's body as a result of consensual intimate contact. The prosecution, however, insisted that there was no evidence to support this version. Timothy never called Mandy, she never wrote her notes or letters, and no one among the witnesses saw them together. It was much more likely that Bass had a one-sided crush on the young woman and was even obsessed with her. Investigators found out that the guy started attending all the sports matches when Mandy joined the school team. Before that, he had absolutely no interest in sports. In addition, his windows overlooked the road where the young woman was running, and he could watch her during her runs. Apparently that day he decided to talk to her and caught up with her. Perhaps the guy started to harass Mandy, but the young woman resisted, or he persuaded her to get into his car on some pretext. Later, Bass took her to a deserted place, subjected her to violence, and then the young woman managed to escape. The guy caught up with her near the riverbank, hit her on the head with some object, and threw her body into the water. Timothy's wife testified as a witness in court, who by that time had already divorced him. And this time she surprised everyone again instead of sticking to her original story. The woman told a new one. According to her, she did not remember that she was at Timothy's house on the day of the murder. The woman added that Bass had forced her to lie to the police during the first interrogation, otherwise he could go to jail. At that time, she seriously feared that her husband might harm her or her children, so she agreed to lie to the police. This deprived the suspect of his only alibi, but the court heard even more interesting details. Tom's younger brother told him that after Timothy was asked for a DNA sample, he started to get very anxious about it. When Tom asked him what was going on, his brother told him the same story about a secret affair with the victim. Even Timothy's own mother testified against him when she visited him in jail, and he passed her a note asking her to lie to the police that they had gone to the store together on the day of the murder to buy Christmas gifts, but she refused. In the note, Timothy also asked her to testify against his own father and try to convince investigators that he was the real killer. After all this, the defendant's lawyer tried to convince the jurors that Timothy's DNA sample had been obtained illegally. He insisted that the police had asked the civilian to obtain the man's biological material outside the rules. However, Kim Wagner refuted these claims and said that she had offered her help to the police in 1989. This murder deeply shook her, and she continued to think about it regularly for decades. Learning that her colleague was a suspect, she wanted to help solve the case. Moreover, by that time she already had a daughter, and Kim could barely imagine what Mandy's mother felt during those years. Trial lasted several weeks, and after all the evidence presented, the jury found Timothy Bass guilty of murder. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison with the possibility of applying for early release after 24 years. Mandy's mother, who was 83 years old at the time, thanked the detectives for their work. Although she had lost 2 children in her life, she was still glad that the guilty party had been punished. In 1990, Mandy's relatives established a scholarship in her name at the high school where she attended. They continued to support this program to this day, annually awarding the most talented students who study music. The foundation of this scholarship was $25,000 collected by the residents of Acme and other towns. Initially, this money was offered as a reward for information, but after the case was solved, it was decided to put it into this program. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The dramatic story began in 1995. The bodies of 2 lovers were discovered on the shores of Juliet Lake in Georgia. It took authorities nearly 2 years to identify and apprehend the criminal. The final word in this case was spoken 18 years after the crime was committed. Juliet is an unincorporated community and census-designated place in Monroe County, Georgia. Just a few days ago, the new year of 1995 arrived, and many people were still in the holiday spirit. However, it was a difficult time for a local sheriff who had grown accustomed to believing that his job was easy. On January 3, a man called the police to report that he discovered 2 lifeless bodies while walking near Juliet Lake. The sheriff and his deputy went to the crime scene. You can get a sense of Juliet's size by looking at the sheriff's office. Nothing more serious than a fight or theft has occurred here. That's why the sheriff and his deputy were astounded by what they witnessed. There was a white Honda on the lake's shore, with the man's body inside, and it wasn't far away. The body of a young woman lay on the ground. You didn't have to be an expert to recognize that both of them died from gunshot wounds. There were personal belongings of the victims inside the car, including their documents, which revealed that the male body in the driver's seat was 22-year-old Grant Patrick Hendrickson. Michelle Lee Cartagena, 19, was the second victim in this violent crime. The state police were notified of the incident. Soon, officers from the Major Crimes Unit arrived at the lake, along with forensic experts. The first thing detectives noticed, which could have been a motive for the crime, was Michelle's partially exposed body with her skirt pulled up. Based on the location of bullet holes on the car's body, detectives assumed that the criminal opened fire on the couple while they were inside. Grant was hit with 3 bullets. Unfortunately, he had no hope of survival. Michelle was shot twice and was presumably conscious when the criminal pulled her out of the car. The position of her body, with her legs spread wide open, indicated that the criminal may have wanted to take advantage of her helplessness, but did not, as life had left her. Forensic experts discovered dark mucus on the insides of her thighs, which turned out to be saliva containing chewing tobacco particles. The saliva samples were sent to the laboratory for analysis. During the investigation of the crime scene, the police discovered significant evidence, specifically bullet cases of 2 different calibers, 13 .223 caliber casings and 4 9mm casings. If 2 types of weapons were used in the crime, it is possible that there were 2 criminals. When Grant and Michelle's families learned what had happened, they were both shocked. They had no idea who or why would want to do this to their children. Grant, like Michelle, was his parents' only child. Michelle Lee Cartagena was born May 2, 1975, in Monterey, California. She was a member of the school marching orchestra band, the top singles tennis player, the softball team captain, and a member of the National Honor Society. Michelle spent her free time volunteering with the Red Cross Society and the Animal Welfare Association, as well as visiting the elderly. Her father described her as a gifted and talented woman full of love and life, who aspired to be a doctor so that she could help others and contribute to society. Grant Patrick Hendrickson was born September 20, 1972, in Macon, Georgia. He enjoyed fishing, golfing, canoeing, and camping. He, like his girlfriend, was involved in community life and began volunteering at Macon's Museum of Arts and Sciences at the age of 15. Those who knew the couple assumed that their active lifestyles attracted them to one another. Who could have committed such a cold-blooded crime? Residents of Monroe County were concerned for their safety because the man who had dealt with a young couple by the lake was still free and could strike again. Michelle did attend Mercer University. Grant was in his 5th year while Michelle was in her 2nd year. They'd been dating for a little more than a year and had already planned their future together. We are about to have a wedding. Detectives had to figure out who ruined their plans when their relatives couldn't name anyone who would wish them harm. The investigators traveled to Mercer University in Macon. I was talking to Grant and Michelle's classmates. The officers hoped to learn something useful for their investigation. Michelle and Grant were both in good standing at the university, had no conflicts with anyone, and were generally described as pleasant, caring individuals. The detectives suspected that the crime had been committed by a man who had feelings for Michelle but was rejected, but this theory was not confirmed and was pushed to the sidelines. As a result, visiting Mercer University provided the police with no information that could have assisted them in locating the criminal. Detectives discovered that Grant and Michelle visited a restaurant on January 2 while reconstructing the chronology of events leading up to their deaths. Following a meal, they went to the cinema. After the film, they went to a vacation camp at Juliet Lake. This camp was open 24 hours a day and featured a boat launch, parking lot, small dock, and picnic tables. The public could use these places for free, so there was no personnel or security. On the night of the crime, there were other people in various parts of the lake. Some of them claimed they heard loud popping noises, but because it was January 2, they mistook the sound for firecrackers. Someone also stated that he saw a 1980s Hendrickson leaving the parking lot at high speeds. Meanwhile, experts extracted DNA from saliva found on Michelle's thigh. However, at the time, the DNA database was in its infancy. The U.S. Congress passed the DNA Identification Act in 1994, allowing the FBI to create a national DNA database of convicted criminals, as well as separate databases containing information about missing people and forensic samples collected from crime scenes. That is why there was nothing to compare the DNA sample extracted from Michelle's saliva to. It could only have yielded a match if directly compared to the criminal's DNA. The survey of employees at the restaurant and cinema that Grant and Michelle visited before their deaths yielded no results either. There were no conflicts or unusual circumstances at either location. The authorities speculated that Grant and Michelle could have been unintentional victims or had crossed paths not long before they died. The detectives saw no other explanations. The young couple studied diligently. We are not associated with any shady individuals and do not use illegal substances. And the fact that the criminal did not take any money or other valuables from the car indicates that the crime was motivated by something other than greed. The state forensic lab determined that the weapons used in the crime were most likely an AR-15 rifle and a 9mm Ruger pistol. The police interviewed over 100 people, and a few dozen potential suspects were ruled out after voluntarily providing DNA samples for comparison. As a result, the investigation has come to a halt more than a year and a half after the crime in the fall of 1996. Agent Randy Upton of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation took over the case. After thoroughly studying the case, he decided to take a different approach and began looking for the criminal himself, as his predecessors had. But for his weapon, which he used in the attack on Grant and Michelle, Agent Upton went to Macon's largest gun store and requested a list of people who had purchased an AR-15 rifle between 1985 and 1985. Now the agent had a list of 108 names. He began calling people on the list, telling them that they would be extremely helpful to the investigation if they allowed their weapon to be examined and provided a DNA sample for analysis. Most people readily agreed to cooperate. Following the appropriate tests, the list of potential suspects began to shrink. On November 27, 1996, Upton called Andrew Allen Cook, 22, who was also on the list, in conversation with Andrew. Agent Upton explained the purpose of his call and requested permission to examine Cook's rifle. Andrew replied that it was impossible because he sold it in April 1994, 8 months before Grant and Michelle died. However, according to gun store records, Andrew Cook was unable to sell his rifle in April 1994 because he had purchased it in August of that year. Agent Upton realized his interlocutor was lying. When Upton asked Cook to provide his DNA sample, he said he needed to speak with his father, an FBI agent, first. And then he hung up. Upton immediately realized that Andrew Cook could be the person he was looking for. It was discovered that 5 months after Grant and Michelle's deaths in May 1995, a cook pawned his rifle at one of the gun stores. The police also discovered that in December 1993, a Cook's acquaintance purchased a Ruger pistol on his behalf because he was too young to do so himself. He sold the pistol to one of his friends in July 1995, just after pawning the rifle. To summarize what has been said, he got rid of both his rifle and pistol 6 months after the deaths of Grant and Michelle Andrew Cook, which was far from a coincidence. The more the police learned about Cook, the more they were confident that they were on the right track. As it turned out, shortly after Grant and Michelle's deaths, he not only disposed of his weapons, but also his car, a 1987 Hendrickson. This vehicle fits the description of a car found near the crime scene. Cook worked in a diaper factory, which Agent Upton decided to visit. Andrew was not at work, but the agent spoke with a friend and colleague. According to court documents, a colleague reported that they recently discussed the worst thing they had ever done, and Andrew stated that he shot someone with a rifle. The colleague didn't believe the story but wanted to know why he did it. The cook responded that he wanted to see if he could get away with it. The colleague also stated that Andrew chewed tobacco frequently. Another friend testified that in late November 1996, the cook told him he needed to leave town because it was getting too hot. Agent Upton began looking for Andrew Cook, who had not lived in his parents' home in several years. Randy Upton contacted his father on December 4, 1996, and set up a meeting. John Cook was indeed an FBI agent with 29 years of experience. During the meeting, Agent Upton explained to John that he is investigating the crime committed at Juliet Lake, which is why he wishes to speak with his son Andrew, but cannot locate him. John became aware of Grant and Michelle's case through the media. He himself did not take part in the investigation. He told Upton that he does not consider his son a suspect, but he promised to find him and speak with him. Later that day, John was able to reach Andrew on the phone. He informed his son that the detective in charge of the Juliet Lake case was looking for him and inquired whether he knew anything about it. His son's response turned his entire life upside down. Andrew told Daddy, "I can't tell you. You're one of them. You are a cop." When John Cook asked the next question, he prayed that his son would say no. "Were you the shooter?" he asked. After a brief pause, Andrew replied yes. He told his father that one night, while fishing at Juliet Lake, the couple drove there, and he got into an argument with the driver. According to him, Grant threatened him with a pistol. He became enraged, took his rifle, and did something that could not be undone. John Cook asked his son to contact the authorities, but Andrew replied that he would just disappear. John was stunned by his son's story. It was extremely difficult for him, but he remained professional. The next day, John went to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and informed them about his son's confession. At the time, no one knew Andrew had been arrested in the neighboring county that morning for shooting deer and turkey outside of the hunting season. He introduced himself under an assumed name, but it became clear when Agent Upton learned that Andrew Cook had been arrested. He traveled to Jones County to speak with him. Upton was unaware of this the day before. Andrew confessed everything to his father. After arriving at the Jones County Sheriff's Office, Upton introduced himself and asked Andrew Cook to answer a few questions. He replied, "2 years have passed, and you still have nothing. I once owned a Honda. I once owned a rifle, and I used to have a Ruger, but now you're trying to set me up." He then stated that if they called his father and found him a lawyer, he would confess everything. Andrew was delivered to Monroe County. The sheriff allowed John Cook to speak with Andrew one-on-one. When John hugged his son, both of them cried. John expressed his disbelief that Andrew had told him the truth, to which Andrew responded that he was not fishing that night and that when he arrived at the lake, the victim's car was already there. Grant and Michelle didn't notice how he approached the car with his rifle and opened fire. Then, he claims he fired a few more shots from his pistol before pulling the woman out of the car to confuse the cops. He spat on Michelle on purpose to ensure that the police couldn't find him using his name. Andrew Cook was charged in the case involving Grant Hendrickson and Michael Lee Cartagena. In addition to Andrew's confession, police have identified the current owners of the rifle and pistol he used during the crime. A forensic ballistic examination revealed that Michelle and Grant were killed with the same firearms. Andrew's DNA was also tested, and it matched the sample extracted from Michelle's saliva. The trial started in 1998. John Cook spoke at the trial. He repeatedly apologized to Grant's and Michelle's families, but he also stated that his apologies would not bring them peace. He claimed that he dedicated his entire life to his service and had no idea how evil had consumed his son. On March 19, 1998, Andrew Cook was found guilty. He was sentenced to death, and after Cook exhausted all of his appeals, the execution date was set for February 22, 2013. The State Board of Pardons and Paroles met 3 days before this date, on February 19, 2013, to consider a clemency appeal filed by Andrew's attorneys on his behalf. The attorneys attempted to persuade the board that Andrew is mentally ill and requires treatment. After considering the appeal, the State Board decided against clemency. On the day of Andrew's execution, February 22, 2013, his family paid him a visit in prison to say goodbye. He was also able to order his final meal. He ordered steak, baked potatoes, fried shrimp, lemon pie, and soda. As he was strapped to a gurney in the death chamber, he said his final words, "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to ask you to forgive me. I couldn't even do it myself." He thanked his family for their support and presence, and he apologized for taking so much away from them all. The injection was given at 11:08 p.m. 14 minutes later, Andrew Cook, 38, was pronounced dead. Following the execution, Grant's mother, Mary Hendrickson, stated that she had been waiting for justice for 18 years. She added, "I believe that was the devil's work. When all this was going on, I was just thinking to myself, well, the devil will not win. He's not going to win my heart. He's not going to win my heart. He is not going to win." On June 21, 2023, the media reported that John Cook had died at the age of 81. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story from 2016. Michelle Lang, 25, had always wanted to study in Australia, and one day she realized her dream. Unfortunately, her story did not have a happy conclusion. Meng Mei Lang, also known by her middle name Michelle, was born on January 29, 1991, in Chengdu, Sichuan Province, China. Michelle grew up to be a kind, responsible, and respectful young lady. Michelle had a very close relationship with her parents, so it was devastating for her when her father died in an earthquake in 2008. She excelled in school and aspired to live in Australia. Her mother, Mei Zhong Leong, remained supportive throughout and believed that if her daughter received an education in Australia, she would have a bright future. Michelle began attending the University of Technology, Sydney in 2011. This enabled her to travel to Australia and realize her long-held dream. Michelle's aunt, her mother's sister, lives in Australia and has offered her a room in her apartment. She also had a daughter who was 2 years younger than Michelle. Michelle's aunt, who was 44 at the time, married Derek Barrett, a man 20 years her junior. Derek was a temporary unemployed professional who was only 3 years older than Michelle. Michelle, her aunt, cousin, and Derek have since lived together in suburban Campsie, New South Wales. The first few years went well. Michelle excelled in her studies, made new friends, and found a part-time job. Begin in 2016. Michelle's aunt frequently visited Wollongong for work, and Michelle, her cousin, and Derek continued to live in an apartment in Campsie. Michelle's aunt left for another business trip in April 2016, with a return date of April 24th. Michelle, 25, had been out with friends 3 days before that date. Around noon, she took a bus from the University of Technology Sydney to a downtown shopping mall. Around 3 p.m., security cameras captured Michelle shopping on Pitt Street in Sydney's central business district. She was alone, and the footage showed she was fine, unconcerned about anything. The vision also showed her taking a train from St. James to Campsie, arriving around 4:30 p.m. Michelle Lang was last seen alive at the Campsie train station. However, she used her cell phone to communicate with friends and family until late that evening. Those who spoke with Michelle that evening reported no anxiety or unusual tones in her voice. Derek drove to the train station on Sunday, April 24th, to meet his wife after she returned from a business trip. And when Michelle asked Derek about her niece, he said he hadn't seen her in 2 days. Derek was unemployed at the time, so he spent his time on the computer and slept late. So he claimed he and Michelle had not seen each other. He also mentioned that Michelle had been spending a lot of time with her girlfriends and going to nightclubs recently. Michelle's cousin often stayed overnight at friends' houses, so she didn't see her for a few days. Michelle hadn't been seen since April 22nd, and her phone was turned off. This was unusual because she communicated with friends and family members living in China on a daily basis. It was also odd that Michelle didn't log into her social media accounts. The truth is that if someone who was previously an active user of social media and spent several hours per day on it suddenly stops logging into their accounts, there is a good chance that something has gone wrong. Michelle's aunt searched her room, trying to figure out where she had gone. The room was in perfect condition. Michelle's belongings were all in their proper places, and it appeared that she had simply vanished. The next day, Michelle's aunt and husband, Derek, went to the police station to file a missing persons report. They also informed the Chinese embassy about Michelle's disappearance at the police station. Derek told them about the last time he saw Michelle, and her aunt explained that she had just returned from a business trip yesterday, and they had been unable to locate Michelle on their own, much to the disappointment of everyone who cared about Michelle. Her body had already been discovered when the police report was filed the day before, around 10:30 a.m. On Sunday, April 24th, several people called the police after seeing a body floating in the water near Snapper Point. That's approximately 80 miles from Campsie. The same day, some Australian media outlets reported the discovery of a woman's body. According to the report, a woman's body was found face down inside a blowhole on the New South Wales Central Coast. Police said the death was suspicious, and a crime scene was set up yesterday at Snapper Point in the Munmora State Recreation Area. The unidentified woman was found near Mooney Beach between Gosford and Newcastle. She is described as Asian in appearance, between the ages of 20 and 35, and stands about 170 centimeters tall. A post-mortem examination will be performed to determine the cause of death. A rescue helicopter spokesman said it was unclear how long the woman had been there or how she ended up in the water. Detective Chief Inspector Gary Jubilan of the New South Wales Homicide Unit stated, "We are creative in the way that we recapture the area and what has happened in the area, so we're looking through CCTV footage to see if we can find anything like that. I won't say what we discovered, but we're getting a pretty good idea of what happened in that area." During that time, he stated, now that the police had received a report of Michelle's disappearance, they quickly cross-referenced this information with a woman whose body had been discovered at Snapper Point and whose identity had yet to be determined. Michelle's relatives were devastated to learn that she had been discovered dead. Inspector Jubilan stated that police had informed Ms. Ling's family, who live both in Australia and overseas, of the news. "We spoke with Michelle's auntie, who she lives with. Then I called Michelle's brother, who lives with her in China. He said it was terrible news to deliver, and you can imagine how upset they were." Police have asked anyone with information about Michelle's weekend activities to come forward and report it so that detectives can determine who is responsible for this heinous crime as quickly as possible. When the body was retrieved from the water, there were several injuries indicating that Michelle had been severely assaulted. During the autopsy, the medical examiner found over 30 stab wounds on her body. She fought for her life and attempted to fight back against the perpetrator, resulting in defensive wounds to her arms. Michelle's mother flew to Australia a few days after learning of her daughter's death, still unable to accept her loss. Even today, we cannot accept that she has left us and that we are still in great pain. Miss Lang stated that the time when Meng Mei and I lived happily together would never come back. She said, "You cannot imagine how painful it is for me. The saddest thing in life is losing someone you care deeply about." While investigating the case, the detective spoke with Michelle's aunt and husband because she lived in their apartment and they were the most familiar with her. Derek stated that he last saw Michelle on the evening of Thursday, April 21st. Following dinner, they watched a movie before Michelle went to bed in her room on Friday, April 22nd. When he awoke, Michelle had left the house. He woke up late, so it was not surprising that she had already left. According to him, Michelle had not yet returned when he went to bed, so he assumed she was out having fun with friends. The following day, he awoke late, and Michelle was still missing. He wasn't sure if she was coming home, so he texted her, asking where she was and if she was all right, but the message went unread. Michelle's aunt didn't say anything because she was on a business trip. According to some Australian media, Michelle's aunt told the detective that she checked Michelle's Facebook correspondence on her laptop and discovered that her niece had recently dated an Australian guy whom she described as having golden hair, pale skin, and fierce eyes. As a result, the police assumed Michelle had gone on a date with a man she met online. However, that version was quickly pushed aside. In fact, investigators had already identified a suspect in Michelle Lung's death. Derek Barrett was the last person who saw her alive. The police were skeptical of his claims about waking up late and not seeing Michelle. They called him in for questioning and began asking him about his relationship with Michelle, when he last saw her, and so on. Derek then refused to answer the questions and requested a lawyer, after which he was informed that he had been arrested as a suspect. The truth is that investigators checked his cell phone signal and discovered that he had been in the same area where Michelle's body was found on April 24th. This information contradicted the man's claim that he had not visited Snapper Point that day. A police officer also obtained camera footage of a car matching Barrett's description in the early hours of April 24th. Near Snapper Point, however, the image was blurry, and Barrett began to claim it wasn't his car, which the police denied. Detectives discovered video footage of Derek Barrett paying for gas and purchasing beverages at a gas station on his way to Snapper Point. The image is of good quality and clearly shows Barrett. When told that he was lying about what he was doing on April 24th, he began to claim that he had memory problems and couldn't recall specific periods of time because he frequently used illegal substances. Barrett's phone was seized and handed over to experts for analysis and recovery of previously deleted data. What was discovered on the phone proved beyond doubt that Derek Barrett was not only involved in Michelle's death, but also had an unhealthy interest in her. His own stepdaughter was also the focus of his desire. A 15-minute video from September 2014 shows his wife's daughter, his stepdaughter, taking a shower. Derek installed a hidden camera in the shared bathroom, concealing it behind toiletries. In another video, investigators saw Derek enter his stepdaughter's room while she slept, stand next to her bed, and express his satisfaction. After some time, Derek Barrett's attention shifted from his stepdaughter to his niece. Experts recovered a half-hour video of Michelle taking a shower from his phone. In another video, Derek satisfied himself by standing next to Michelle's bed while she slept. The phone also contained images taken shortly before Michelle died. We now know that Michelle returned home around 5 p.m. On April 21st, she sent her last text message around midnight, and no one has heard from or seen her since. Derek Barrett began carrying out his insidious plan shortly after midnight. He attacked, so Michelle tied her up and taped her mouth shut. In pictures on his phone, investigators saw Michelle, bound and naked, lying on a bed, terrified. Michelle had not yet sustained the injuries that caused her death, according to the 17 photos. Derek's last picture was taken around 8 a.m. Michelle was still alive around 4 p.m. On April 22nd, that same day, when Derek's stepdaughter returned home, she had no idea her cousin was tied up in the next room. When questioned by investigators about that day, she stated that she had been home for approximately 3 hours before leaving again. She didn't hear Michelle's call for help. Experts were unable to determine the precise time of death, so it's unclear whether Michelle was alive at the time, but she was definitely present in the apartment. She spent the entire 3 hours at home. Derek was in the bathroom with the shower the following day, April 23rd. Derek left the apartment 4 times to remove trash bags. This was captured on surveillance cameras. Michelle was reportedly dead by this point, and Derek was cleaning the house. Michelle's aunt, Derek's wife, told investigators that when she returned home from a business trip, it was spotless, but she didn't think much about it at the time. At 3:19 a.m. on April 24th, Derek drove to Snapper Point. On the way, he stopped at a gas station to buy drinks and fill up his car with gas. When he arrived at Snapper Point, he disposed of Michelle's body and took some photos around 9 a.m. An hour and a half later, police received information from eyewitnesses who saw the body in the water. Derek visited his parents in the meantime, who did not notice anything unusual about his behavior, and then returned home to Campsie. Derek Barrett was indicted on 27 counts, including unlawful imprisonment, secret videotaping, and murdering Michelle Lang. It is worth noting, in particular, that he was not accused of soliciting for lustful purposes. Derek, like many criminals, began to complain about his difficult childhood, including being bullied at school. Some people believe that a difficult childhood is an excuse for their abusive behavior. The trial started in October 2017. The psychiatrist who examined Derek concluded that he could be held fully accountable for his actions. A psychiatrist testified that Barrett told him, "I lost everything because of a stupid weekend." Derek wrote a letter of apology to his wife and Michelle's family, stating, "No words can begin to describe the emotional pain I have caused you and your family. I can only imagine what you're going through after your loss. Every single moment of my life. I wish I could go back in time and undo that terrible day. My own problems spilled over into the family home, and they paid the price. In some small way, all I can do is dedicate my life to making amends for what I have done." Tam-Mei Jiang, in her mother's translated victim impact statement, requested that the judge sentence this vicious rapist, malicious torturer, and cold-hearted murderer to life in prison. In April 2016, the death of Humong may have caused great pain to my entire family, and as a single mother attempting to support her daughter, who was an international student in Sydney, she stated that my healthy mother was in such grief that she also died. Not long after learning of Meng Mei's death, my family was dealt such devastating blows that we are still suffering irreversibly. Derek Barrett pleaded guilty after being charged with multiple counts. In December 2017, he was sentenced to 46 years in prison, with the possibility of parole at 34 years and 6 months. Barrett sat with his head down during his sentencing, barely reacting. He was supposed to become eligible for parole in 2050. But circumstances changed. Detective Gary Jubilin spoke to the media outside court, welcoming the lengthy sentence. The courts recognized the gravity of the offense with the sentence imposed on Mr. Barrett. He stated, "From an investigative standpoint, it is satisfying that we have justice, but there is no joy in a situation like this. It's just a very sad case." Michelle's family asked the judge to sentence Barrett to life in prison, so they were dissatisfied with the outcome. The story does not end there. However, another event occurred, forcing Barrett back into the courtroom and causing additional distress for Michelle's family. For years after the crime, a woman discovered a USB drive in the hands of her elderly mother, who suffered from dementia. The elderly woman was not related to Derek Barrett and lived about 6 miles from where he lived before being arrested in 2016. Because of her memory issues, she couldn't recall where she obtained the USB drive. It's still a mystery. Her daughter decided to view the contents of the flash drive on her computer. The video she saw shocked her, so she immediately called the cops. Derek Barrett was identified by investigators as the man who repeatedly satisfied his desire and treated Michelle as an object rather than a person in the videos. The footage was captured on April 22nd and 23rd, 2016. An offender who enjoyed hurting, humiliating, and degrading Ms. Ling defiled her personal integrity cruelly. According to the police statement, the new videos were discovered and reported to Michelle's mother. This caused her even more distress, and she claimed that when the police informed her of the contents of the videos, she began to faint. Barrett set up 2 video cameras in Michelle's room to record his actions from various perspectives. Supreme Court Justice Helen Wilson, who handed down Barrett's original maximum sentence of 46 years, told the court that if she had known the full extent of his crimes in 2017, she would have sentenced him to life in prison. Judge Wilson described the disgusting contents of the 9 videos discovered on the USB drive. She said a compilation of the videos provided by police lasted about 60 minutes and began with Barrett entering his bedroom. She was clearly shocked and alarmed by his entry into her bedroom and didn't want him there. The recordings clearly show that Justice Wilson intended to relive that enjoyment later. She claimed that the offender went to great lengths to make the USB stick and that his disposal of it indicated a desire not to be caught. After new evidence was discovered, Derek Barrett was charged with Michelle Lang's carnal abuse. Barrett pleaded guilty and made no statements. In March 2021, he was sentenced to another 20 years in prison. Unfortunately, both of his sentences will run concurrently. Nevertheless, he will be eligible for parole 2 years later than originally planned. He will be released from prison no earlier than October 27, 2052. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at a story from 2003 in the American state of North Dakota. On November 22, 2003, Drew Shodin, 22, was walking to her car after finishing her shift and talking on the phone with her boyfriend. The conversation was abruptly interrupted. Drew's boyfriend paid little attention to this, which he later regretted deeply. The young woman was soon featured on national television, and her experiences influenced a change in US law. Drew Katrina Shodin was born September 26, 1981 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. She was the younger of Alan and Linda's 2 children. Drew's parents divorced when she was 3 years old, but they remained friends until she was 10. Linda and her second husband, Sid Walker, raised her and her brother Sven in a comfortable home on Whitefish Lake, which is known for being one of Minnesota's most scenic vacation spots. Drew excelled in high school, becoming an honor student, joining the golf team, and being voted homecoming queen in 1999. But her true passion was for art. Her homeroom was filled with sketches of rock star models and friends. After graduating from high school, she attended the University of North Dakota in Grand Forks, a city of approximately 50,000 people. Friends described Drew as someone who loved life and was always willing to help others. Drew often traveled around the country, but her dream was to visit Australia, which she planned to do in the spring of 2004. To save money for the event, Drew worked 2 jobs in her spare time: a sales associate at Victoria's Secret and a waitress at a nightclub in Grand Forks. On Saturday, November 22, 2003, Drew's shift at the Victoria's Secret store in Columbia Mall ended at 4 p.m. Later that day, she was scheduled to work at a nightclub. Before leaving the mall, Drew decided to go shopping and purchased a purse from a specific store. She called her boyfriend Chris Lang as she walked to her car in the parking lot. Suddenly, after Drew said, "Okay," the call was disconnected, but Chris did not give it much thought. He did not call back because they were not discussing anything important. About 3 hours later, Chris's phone rang again, this time from Drew. When he answered it, he only heard noises, such as the wind and phone buttons being pressed. 3 weeks later, in an interview with a television station, Chris described the thoughts that raced through his mind when his conversation with Drew was cut short. "I was unaware of the urgency of this phone call at the time," he said. "I never thought this would happen. There was no sense of urgency. It was simply a cell phone call that was cut off for a variety of reasons. I had no idea this terrible thing was happening." Drew was living in a college dorm, sharing a room with her friend Meg Murphy. Around the same time, Chris got a strange phone call. Meg received a call from the nightclub, where they were trying to figure out why Drew hadn't arrived for work and wasn't answering the phone. She was a responsible employee who always arrived at work early, so her absence immediately raised concerns. However, Meg had no idea where Drew was and was surprised that she hadn't shown up for work, so she went looking for her friend Meg. She first called mutual acquaintances, then the local hospital, where she was informed that Drew had not been admitted. I called the police around 9 p.m. because I couldn't find anything out. Knowing Drew worked at Columbia Mall, a police officer was dispatched to the location. At this point, the mall had already closed. Driving around the parking lot, the officer noticed Drew's car. After inspecting it, he discovered that the car was unlocked. There was no evidence of a struggle or other crime. A black nylon sheath for a folding knife was discovered on the ground near the car. It was unclear whether it was related to Drew's disappearance. However, such a discovery was not encouraging. Papers, a wallet, and a new purse purchased that day were found on the car seat, implying that even if Drew had committed a dirty deed, it was not a robbery. Neither the friend's boyfriend nor his parents knew where Drew could be, so investigators began to suspect a kidnapping. First and foremost, have detectives checked out Chris Lang. He was almost immediately ruled out as a suspect because he lived in Minnesota, 300 miles from Chris in Grand Forks. The police discovered that one of Drew's phone calls was abruptly cut off, and the second was made a few hours later, when noises and the sound of a button being pressed could be heard. The detectives arrived the next day when the mall where Drew worked was open to review the security camera footage. As it turned out, there were no security cameras in the parking lot where the missing girl's vehicle was parked, but, thankfully, there were several security cameras inside the mall. Detectives went through the footage and discovered a scene in which Drew went into one of the local stores after work and bought herself a purse. She was calm and not in a hurry to go anywhere. At 4:55 p.m., she was wearing a pink sweater and carrying a jacket. Drew paid for her purchase at the register before putting on her jacket and leaving the store. On her way out, she called Chris. The call was made at precisely 5 p.m., and as we now know, at 5:04 p.m., Drew and Chris's conversation was abruptly cut off after she sat down. Okay, knowing that the call was cut off after 4 minutes, one of the detectives decided to try an experiment. He set a 4-minute timer and began walking slowly from the store where Drew had purchased her purse to the parking lot where her car was parked. When the alarm went off, indicating that 4 minutes had passed, the detective was in the parking lot near where the car was discovered. This indicated that something occurred while Drew was in her car. However, as previously stated, there were no cameras overlooking the parking lot, making it difficult to investigate. Drew's disappearance drew media attention, and as a result, a large number of people learned what had happened to her, many of whom resolved not to be indifferent to someone else's misfortune. In addition to police officers, more than 1,000 volunteers helped in the search for Drew. Officers from the FBI also joined the investigation. Drew's last phone call was traced to the small town of Fisher, Minnesota, which is only a 30-minute drive from the mall where she worked. As you can see on the map, the area surrounding these two towns is covered in fields. Police used helicopters, all-terrain vehicles, horses, and dogs to investigate these fields. The landowners were asked to inspect their properties themselves, but the results were inconclusive, and no leads were found at first. The search radius grew with each passing day, and 4 days later, an ominous discovery was made. A boot was discovered under a bridge in Crookston, and a roommate reported that Drew had left the house wearing those boots on the day she went missing. Forensic investigators confirmed that the shoe belonged to the missing girl. Crookston is a small town with fewer than 10,000 people. It is approximately 30 miles from Grand Forks where Drew vanished. Further searches in the Crookston area produced no results because there was nothing of investigative interest to be discovered. A $20,000 reward was initially offered for information that could help determine Drew's whereabouts, which was later increased to $140,000. At this point, the only clue that could lead to Drew was surveillance footage from Columbia Mall. The detectives sat down again to review hundreds of hours of footage from various cameras, but this time they decided to focus on Drew. They speculated that whoever abducted her may have been following her and appearing in the videos. The investigators spent hours watching the monitors before spotting the person who had piqued their interest. They noticed a man walking aimlessly through the mall. He didn't buy anything and appeared to be more interested in the people around him than in the merchandise for sale. At 3:41 p.m., he sat on a bench near the mall exit and watched people walk by. After about 10 minutes, he stood up from the bench and, wearing black gloves, walked out into the lobby, where he looked into a camera hanging overhead. This photograph was taken 72 minutes before Drew's conversation with her boyfriend was interrupted, and she vanished. Investigators noticed that the man only got up from his seat and walked away after a blonde woman passed him carrying a grocery cart and heading toward the parking lot. The detectives did not believe this was a coincidence. Rather, they believed that the man had chosen an appropriate victim and followed her. The woman's identity was unknown, but police were aware that only one person, Drew Stoden, had gone missing from the mall parking lot that day. Given the slight resemblance between Drew and the woman this suspicious man was following, it has been suggested that if the kidnapper was indeed this man, and if he had failed to kidnap this woman, his next target could have been Drew. She had left the mall around 5 p.m., when it was already dark, potentially giving the perpetrator an advantage. At this point in the investigation, the case involved 3 cities: Grand Forks, where Drew was kidnapped; Fisher, where her phone was last active; and Crookston, where the shoe was discovered. With this information in mind, the FBI began reviewing the records of all registered sex offenders from the cities and surrounding areas. When the photos in the files were compared to the image of the suspicious man from the mall, only one man met all of the criteria, and that was Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., who had a lengthy criminal record of committing crimes against women. The 50-year-old man had spent the previous 23 years in prison. Rodriguez was the second oldest of 5 children, born in Laredo, Texas, in February 1953. 2 migrant workers, Dolores and Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., claimed to have had an unhappy childhood, describing his home life as unpleasant because his parents were harsh on him and unreasonable in their demands. His family moved from state to state for 15 years before settling in Crookston in 1963. Rodriguez became increasingly isolated as he grew up, exacerbated by language barriers. His preferred language was Spanish, and he struggled with English, which made school particularly difficult. He eventually dropped out of school in 9th grade and started working as a laborer at the American Crystal Sugar Company plant in Crookston. Rodriguez claimed that he was molested by older women in his youth, which he blamed for his hostility toward women. In October 1974, at the age of 21, he asked a woman for a ride home, but instead directed her to Crookston's driveway, where he grabbed her by the throat and attempted to force her to please him. The following month, he approached another woman sitting in a truck outside a Crookston movie theater. He threatened her with a knife and took her to a remote location in the countryside, where he forced her to have sex with him. Then in 1979, he attempted to kidnap a 69-year-old high school English teacher. While out walking in Crookston one night, the woman fought back as Rodriguez attempted to force her into his car. In a fit of rage, he stabbed her with a knife in her elbow and abdomen, but she managed to escape and flee to safety. The woman, who was artistically talented, was able to create a composite sketch of Rodriguez that closely resembled him, resulting in his capture. He was convicted of attempted kidnapping and aggravated assault and served a 23-year prison sentence before being released in May 2003. He had been released from prison 6 months before Drew disappeared and was classified as a third-degree sex offender, which meant he was at the highest risk of reoffending. Before being released from prison, Rodriguez and his family expressed their concerns to Minnesota Department of Corrections officials. Even his family feared that he was reverting to his old ways. Despite their fears, Alfonso was released after serving his full sentence. After his release, Rodriguez lived with his mother in Crookston, only a few miles from the bridge that should be recalled. Another disadvantage for Drew was the discovery of his shoe. The detectives decided to speak with Alfonso Rodriguez, who of course denied any involvement in Drew's disappearance. The man confirmed that he was at the Columbia Mall on the day she went missing, claiming that he had gone to the movie theater and seen the film once in Mexico. What he didn't realize was that no movie theaters in Grand Forks were showing the film that day. Police searched Rodriguez's car and realized with regret that Drew was most likely dead. At this point, it appears unlikely that we will find Drew alive. Grand Forks County Sheriff Dan Hill told reporters that he believes the mission is more of a recovery than a rescue at this time. Dark red dried stains were discovered in several locations inside Rodriguez's car, which forensics later determined to be Drew's blood drops. According to the affidavit, blood was found on the passenger side rear window, the back seat, and other areas of the passenger compartment. The blood did come back. It was a DNA match to Drew. The sheriff discovered a folding knife in the trunk that matched the sheath found in the parking lot next to Drew's car using DNA from his toothbrush. A receipt was also discovered, indicating that Rodriguez purchased this knife, complete with sheath, from a hardware store located several hundred yards from the parking lot where Drew vanished. Although Drew was not discovered alive or dead, investigators gathered sufficient evidence to charge Rodriguez. The man was arrested 8 days after she went missing on December 1, 2003. Rodriguez, who was imprisoned in Grand Forks, claimed he had no involvement in Drew's disappearance and refused to speak with law enforcement or provide information about her whereabouts, despite the evidence against him. During a brief bond hearing several days ago, bail for Rodriguez's release was set at a staggering $5 million. While he remained silent in custody, the search for Drew continued unabated, focusing on these 3 towns. The abundance of snow in the area made the searchers' work more difficult. This is an unprecedented move. During a press conference on December 9, the governors of North Dakota and Minnesota promised to help with the search for Drew by hiring several hundred National Guard members and other state employees. North Dakota Governor John Howe even stated that Drew's disappearance has affected everyone in North Dakota, and Minnesota Governor Tim Pawlenty expressed his pride in the community's cooperation and collaboration with police officials. Despite all efforts, there were no results, and due to worsening weather conditions, the authorities decided to call off the search. In the spring, the intensive search continued. Those looking for Drew hoped to find her as the winter snow began to melt. After 5 months of searching, they were eager to get Drew home. Finally, on April 17, 2004, Drew's body was discovered. It lay in a field in Crookston, just a few miles from the bridge where the boot had been discovered. Drew's family was overcome with grief after learning of the heartbreaking discovery. Her father told reporters, "We were waiting for that call. And when that call came, we all stopped living for a moment. It was her parents' worst nightmare, and it would follow them for the rest of their lives." The field where the body was discovered had already been searched, but due to the large drifts, they were unable to locate it immediately. Drew was naked below the waist, making the motive for the crime clear. Her hands were tied behind her back, with a rope around her neck and a cut. Under the rope, there were remnants of a plastic bag, indicating that the bag had been placed over Drew's head and then tied around her neck with a rope. Hair matching Rodriguez's DNA was discovered on Drew's jacket. Before her death, the young woman had been brutally beaten and repeatedly stabbed. The medical examiner identified 3 possible causes of her death. It was either suffocation due to the cut on her neck or hypothermia, the 3rd possible cause. After months of silence, Drew's family was finally able to say goodbye to her on April 24, 2004. The mourning ceremony was attended by approximately 1,500 people. North Dakota, where Drew was kidnapped, abolished the death penalty in 1975, and Minnesota, where the body was discovered, did not use it as a punishment either. However, because Drew had been transported across state lines, the crime was considered a federal crime, and thus the prosecutor's office had the authority to seek the death penalty against Rodriguez. On August 30, 2006, Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. was convicted in the Drew case, and the jury recommended that he be sentenced to death on February 8, 2007. During the hearing, Judge Ralph Erickson told the unconfessed Rodriguez that his senseless and violent actions made the jury's decision difficult. Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. became North Dakota's first person sentenced to death in nearly a century. On June 28, 2013, after 6 years on death row, Rodriguez confessed to kidnapping and murdering Drew. However, the story does not end here. Ralph Erickson, the district judge who sentenced Rodriguez to death, became a U.S. Court of Appeals judge, and at the age of 21, he overturned his own conviction of Rodriguez and ordered a new sentencing phase. Rodriguez's guilt is beyond doubt, as evidenced by a variety of DNA tests. In this case, the death penalty is at issue. Erickson overturned the death sentence, citing, among other things, Defense attorney's failure to properly examine Rodriguez's mental health and forensic expert Michael McGee's testimony, which the judge admitted misled him. This is the expert's testimony, which stated that Rodriguez violated Drew's sexual integrity within 24 to 36 hours of her abduction. There was no direct evidence to back up this claim, such as Rodriguez's seminal fluid on Drew's body. According to the judge, the expert expressed an opinion that was not supported by the facts, which misled the judge and influenced his decision. Nonetheless, in overturning the death sentence, Erickson noted that even in the absence of Rodriguez and his seminal fluid, the circumstances in which Drew's body was discovered, naked below the waist with her hands tied behind her back, indicated a sexually motivated crime. Judge Erickson stated that the failure to examine Rodriguez's mental health, both generally and at the time of his crime, violated his constitutional rights. After Rodriguez died, his sentence was overturned. The federal prosecutor's office issued a statement indicating that they would seek the death penalty for him again. However, 2 years later, in 2023, the prosecutors abandoned their plans and accepted Alfonso Rodriguez's death sentence, which was commuted to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The United States of America issued a statement to that effect through Max Schneider, United States Attorney for the District of North Dakota, withdrawing the notice of intent to seek a death sentence against defendant Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., which was filed on October 28, 2004. Schneider stated in a March 14 court filing that the United States will no longer seek the death penalty in this case. My thoughts today are with Drew Joden's family, especially her parents, Linda Walker and Alan Joden, sighed Schneider. They're genuinely good people and loving parents who, in the aftermath of an unimaginable loss, have worked closely with our office for nearly 2 decades. We continue to wish them the greatest level of peace possible. I'd also like to commend the trial team, which included former U.S. Attorney Drew Wrigley, as well as our office's appellate attorneys and support staff. They have consistently upheld the Department of Justice's high standards throughout the last 2 decades with their work on this tragic case. As a result of their efforts, Mr. Rodriguez has been convicted of murder and will remain so. The directive to withdraw the death notice has altered how the United States Attorney's Office will handle this case. What will not change is that Mr. Rodriguez will die in a federal prison. This case prompted changes in sex offender registration laws. On July 27, 2006, President George W. Bush signed the Adam Walsh Child Protection and Safety Act, which included Drew's legislation. Drew's law changed the name of the National Sex Offender Public Registry to the Drew Joden National Sex Offender Public Website, which informs the public about the whereabouts of registered sex offenders across state, territory, and tribal boundaries. On June 22, 2013, it was announced that Alfonso Rodriguez had been transferred from a death row prison in Terre Haute, Indiana, to Coleman's high-security facility in Centerville, Florida. This appears to be his final resting place. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at what happened in England on Christmas Eve 2020, when 26-year-old Ella Edwards was with her friends at the Lighthouse pub in Wallasey Village on the Wirral. Rather than a Christmas miracle, Ella had to confront real evil. Unfortunately, that evening marked the end of the beautiful young woman's life. Ella Edwards was 26 years old in 2019. She was a dental nurse as well as a cosmetologist at Nova Studio Beauty Salon. Her colleagues and many clients adored her. Here's how Tim Edwards, Ella's father, described her. How can I describe her to people who don't know her? She was wonderful, beautiful, kind, generous, always looking out for others, particularly her family, bubbly, and always had a good laugh. She set her own goals and was achieving them with a positive attitude. On the evening of December 24, 2022, Ella and her sister went to the Lighthouse pub after flying from Dubai to spend Christmas and New Year's with her family. She was supposed to meet her friends, and their surveillance cameras caught Ali's evening activities. She was in a good mood, hugging her friends and smiling. They danced, sang, and had a great time. However, someone who valued themselves above all decided to ruin this evening. Someone who did not value human life. police received multiple reports of a shooting shortly after 11:50 p.m. Soon, police officers surrounded the area. Someone had fired at least 12 shots at the patrons of the pub, where Elle was meeting friends. Sue Coombs, detective superintendent, told a news conference on Christmas Day. Tragically, the victim, a 26-year-old woman, sustained a serious gunshot wound to the head. She was taken to Aero Park Hospital, but unfortunately died shortly after. Her family has been notified, and they are dealing with this tragic loss on a day that should have been spent celebrating with friends. It is still very early in the investigation. However, we do not believe that the victim in this case has been targeted. She was out enjoying Christmas with her sister and friends, which should have been a relaxing time. What her family is currently going through is incomprehensible. Witnesses described a gunman firing shots into the pub's front entrance before fleeing in a dark vehicle. Ella Edwards was the victim of the shooting. The police did not believe Ella was the intended target of the attack, which also injured 4 men. A 28-year-old man from a nearby Beechwood was treated for serious injuries, while the other men, aged 22 and 33, sustained non-life-threatening injuries. Elle's tragic death presented an unimaginable and heartbreaking challenge for her family. Tim Edwards awoke early on Christmas morning to the worst news any parent could ever hear. It didn't make sense to Tim. After all, he just spoke to his daughter a few hours ago. They discussed the meeting and decided to wrap Christmas presents together. Now the bereaved father sought answers, attempting to figure out how to go on. Meanwhile, the police were working tirelessly to apprehend and prosecute the criminal. They needed CCTV footage and witnesses who could share important information on Facebook. Merseyside Police Detective Superintendent David McCarran stated that we have a number of officers at Wallasey Village who are conducting extensive investigations to determine what happened and take immediate action. I would urge anyone who was in the lighthouse in Wallasey Village last night and witnessed the incident or has mobile or CCTV footage of what happened to contact us immediately, as they may have vital information for our investigation. We believe the gunman left the pub parking lot in a dark-colored vehicle, possibly a dark-colored Mercedes, shortly after the shooting, and we would like to hear from anyone who witnessed this to contact us right away. The police knew the criminal had fled the scene in a dark Mercedes. They discovered this information after reviewing CCTV footage. You can see Mercedes pulling into the parking lot next to the pub where Elle was with her friends. The driver parks the car to see who is inside the establishment and leave as soon as possible. The man observed everyone for a while. He then got out of the car and approached from the side to remain invisible. Moments later, he fired 12 shots, dashed to his Mercedes, and fled the crime scene. As a result, the police had to answer a few questions. Who was this man? Who was the target of the attack? What was the motivation? They began patrolling the streets near where the shooting occurred. Officers went from one door to the next, interviewing residents. 2 days later, police announced the arrest of 2 suspects but did not reveal their names. They were a 30-year-old man and a 19-year-old woman who were eventually released. According to the authorities' statement, the arrested man did not fire the shots. The police spokesman stated unequivocally, "We will not rest until the offenders are brought to justice." And by that I mean the person who pulled the trigger of the gun in the most indiscriminate manner, anyone who was responsible for arranging, facilitating, or harboring this individual, and anyone who continues to withhold information on who did this or where the weapon is. We will work tirelessly to find justice for LA and her family. The shooting was reportedly the result of a feud between 2 local rival gangs. It confirmed LA was a random victim and asked if he could directly link the shooting to a gang feud in Whirl. Critchley stated that there has been some escalation in this area over the last few months. The detectives determined that Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld were the intended targets of this attack, but we'll discuss them later, on December 29. The police arrested a 3rd suspect in this case, but he was not the one who fired shots at the Lighthouse pub's patrons. The man whose name was kept public was charged with conspiracy to commit a crime. The police were also able to locate the criminal's dark Mercedes, which he used to flee the crime scene, but the vehicle had some issues. Let's look at the CCTV footage from the evening of December 31. A week following LA's death, the bright, flashing light you see now is fire. The criminal knew that the police were only a few steps away from apprehending him, so he burned the Mercedes to destroy any evidence that the police might find there during a search. The Mercedes had become a pile of burned metal, but the police were able to identify it. It turned out that the criminals stole this car, most likely to use it to commit a crime. Almost 2 weeks later, on January 11, police announced the arrest of 2 additional suspects. They arrested a 22-year-old man and a 23-year-old woman in Central Wales. The man was named Connor Chapman, and he had a lengthy criminal record. These 5 photos show him at various times. In a matter of years, Chapman went from petty criminal to the main suspect in Lee Edwards' death. Here are a few of the offenses for which he has previously been arrested: aggravated carjacking, threatening behavior, burglary, disorderly conduct, and a high-speed chase that ended with him hiding in the bushes and telling officers he was waiting for his mate. Growing up in the woods, he spent most of his time in Birkenhead with his grandparents. Chapman went to Woodchurch High School, but left before taking his exams. He first appeared in court in 2014 when he was around 14 years old for shoplifting. In 2016, the young man faced criminal charges for being on enclosed property and driving a stolen car. Next, he violated his conditional discharge by driving without a license or insurance. Then, in 2017, he was charged with car theft, illegal substance possession, and violating a criminal behavior order, which barred him from traveling to certain parts of the world. In 2018, the police detained him again for possessing a prohibited substance and carrying a cold weapon in public. During the same year, the general public became aware of Chapman's name after he first appeared strangely on the pages of local newspapers. After an unsuccessful attempt to flee a police chase, officers noticed the stolen Audi and attempted to stop it, but the driver disobeyed. Chapman, who was 18 at the time, was speeding at 60 mph in a 30 mph zone while attempting to escape. He flew into oncoming traffic and then crashed into a curb, forcing him to abandon the car and flee. When the police discovered him hiding in the nearby bushes, he stated, "I'm waiting for my mate." Chapman's lawyer claims he is influenced by older peers and has struggled with his own health issues, such as ADHD and other medical diagnoses. Chapman admitted to reckless driving, aggravated vehicle theft, driving while disqualified, and violating a criminal behavior order. The court sentenced him to 8 months in a Young Offenders Institute and a 2-year and 4-month driving ban, passing the sentence. Recorder Mary Lauren told him poignantly, "You have a bad record despite your youth, and you have been given every opportunity. You show no regard at all. Other people with this diagnosis do not behave in the same way that you do. They do not cause a nuisance to the public in the same way that you do." By the age of 18, he had 14 convictions for 30 offenses. As a result, it is reasonable to assume that this man had no intention of improving his situation. Unfortunately, there were no legal grounds to keep him isolated from society for a long time. In January 2020, the court sentenced him to 10 months in prison for possessing stolen goods and carrying a cold weapon in public. According to records, Merseyside police issued public appeals for information on his whereabouts on 5 separate occasions while he was a wanted man. Chapman once claimed that he was in custody more than he was out. By the age of 20, Chapman had 19 convictions for 43 offenses. In summer 2022, he got out of prison. Edwards passed away after about 6 months. His first child was born while he was still in prison, and a second daughter was on her way. He told the jury that he wanted to start over and become a better person, but these were empty words. Chapman turned out to be a member of a local gang. He sold illegal drugs, robbed another home, and stole 2 electric motorcycles. But his most heinous and devastating crime was yet to occur. On December 24, 2022, during a dispute between organized crime groups based on the Woodchurch and Beechwood estates, Chapman armed himself with a Scorpion submachine gun. He waited for Kieran Salkeld and Jake Duffy, members of the rival gang, outside Wallasey's Lighthouse pub for 3 hours. Chapman fired 12 shots just before midnight. Both Salkeld and Duffy were seriously injured, but they survived. Unfortunately, when Chapman fired the gun, Lee Edwards, who was enjoying the evening with close friends, was next to Sol when 2 bullets struck her in the head. She didn't know Salkeld or Duffy. She just happened to be present during an attack on them. On January 25, 2023, family, friends, and hundreds of others attended Lee Edwards' funeral. Locals lined the streets in the rain as mourners arrived for the 12:30 p.m. service. The funeral procession was led by a hearse with a floral tribute stating that Ella's coffin was transported in a carriage pulled by 4 white horses. Pallbearers, including her heartbroken father Tim, carried it into the church, topped with a floral display. Her grandfather George delivered a message to the mourners, encouraging them to leave the church with hope. The Lighthouse pub was closed that day as a mark of respect. According to a statement posted on the pub's Facebook page, Ellie and her family have been on our minds for several weeks. This is especially true right now. May she rest peacefully. Tim stated that he hoped to establish a foundation in his daughter's name to help reduce gun violence. He stated that there are no winners in gun crime. If you pick up a gun, your future and the futures of those around you are over. It's dead simple. It's completely pointless and solves nothing. I want to see a positive outcome from this. Ellie's name will be used for positive purposes in the future. She cannot be forgotten. Connor Chapman was charged with numerous offenses, including causing the death of Lee Edwards, but he had an accomplice. Police charged 20-year-old Thomas with possessing a prohibited weapon and assisting an offender. The detectives discovered that after shooting at the Lighthouse pub's guests, Chapman drove the stolen Mercedes to Barnston, Merseyside, where his longtime friend wearing it lived. The surveillance camera there captured Chapman walking down the road and picking up the crime scene weapon after it had fallen to the ground. Although the crime weapon was never found, police discovered Chapman's DNA in a mixed sample on a bullet casing discovered at the scene and a red glove recovered from Waring's home, which matched one worn by the gunman in a taxi ordered under a false name. Around 5 a.m., Chapman returned home to Woodchurch, Merseyside via a vague pickup point on Christmas morning. To cover up their heinous crime, the men drove to a remote location on New Year's Eve and set fire to a stolen Mercedes. Thomas Waring was found guilty on all charges. In July 2023, the court sentenced him to 9 years in prison. Now I'd like to say a few words about Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld, who were the targets of the attack. They were both wounded but survived. In this case, they were the victims. However, a closer look at their way of life reveals that they were on a dangerous path. They were part of the Beechwood gang on December 23, 2023. Chapman had injured them the day before at the Lighthouse pub. Duffy and Saul killed and beat up another criminal affiliated with a group that included Connor Chapman. While Chapman was awaiting sentencing in the shooting case, the two were already imprisoned for their crimes. Salkeld received a 27-month sentence for assault and 9 months for being afraid to run concurrently. Duffy was sentenced to 2 years for assault and 9 months for a fray that would run concurrently. The court has also issued injunctions against them, the full list of which is displayed on your screen. Commenting on the injunctions, Chief Inspector Tom Welch stated that gang-related activity has a profoundly negative impact on those who live or work in areas where these criminals conduct their business, often recklessly and with complete disregard for others. The gang injunctions served on Duffy and Salkeld are part of our ongoing and relentless efforts to combat serious and organized crime in Birkenhead. Our local officers are well aware of the prohibitions detailed in these injunctions, and they will strictly enforce them. If either man violates the law, we can act quickly to arrest him and return him to court, where he may face prison time. We are using all available powers and legislation to disrupt and deter gang activity, but we can't do it alone. We need communities to report any criminal activity in their area so that we can get criminals off the streets. Together, we are always stronger. However, before the story of the shooting began, the court prohibited Chapman from entering the area surrounding the Lighthouse pub. Nonetheless, he chose precisely this location to commit the crime that resulted in the death of the innocent young woman. Perhaps many countries around the world should have stricter laws and more effective methods for influencing people who pose a threat to society. This is my subjective opinion. However, you can express your personal opinion in the comments section. Connor Chapman denied everything. He claimed that the camera at the Lighthouse pub captured another man, not him. He claimed he was at home wrapping Christmas presents, but the evidence suggests otherwise. During the 3.5-week trial, the jury heard about events leading up to the incident, including a feud between Chapman's Woodchurch, a state-based gang, and a rival group centered on the Beechwood estate, which is home to Saul and Duffy. Investigators discovered that after committing the crime, Chapman planned to flee to Spain by car ferry. Before he could do that, the police searched his grandparents' home, and the man knew they were close to catching him. As a result, he chose to flee to Wales rather than risk his life on a car ferry. That is where the plainclothes officers later arrested him. During the trial, Chapman admitted to having access to the Mercedes seen on CCTV footage, but stated that it was primarily used by him and other gang members to trade illegal drugs. He claimed other people had access to the Mercedes and that he wasn't driving it that evening. He admitted to burning the car, but said he did so after realizing someone from his gang had used it in the shootout. Outside court, LA's father, Tim, expressed his hope that his daughter's killer would never see Christmas again. "If I'm lucky enough to be around for a long time, I'll do everything I can to ensure that he never leaves jail." He stated that the jury of 7 women and 5 men reached a unanimous decision, following 3 hours and 48 minutes of deliberation and 3.5 weeks of trial at Liverpool Crown Court. They found Chapman guilty, passing sentence. Mr. Justice Goose informed him about what you did. Connor Chapman was both wicked and shocking. You murdered Ellie Edwards, ending her young life. You spent the days following the incident removing or destroying evidence that could identify you as the gunman. It's absolutely shocking. You meticulously planned a revenge attack in a gang rivalry. You had no regard for anyone else. The risks of what you did were both obvious and high. On July 7, 2023, the court sentenced Connor Chapman to life in prison with a minimum of 48 years before he could seek parole. During the verdict announcement, Ellie's family breathed a sigh of relief and whispered yes. Her father, Tim Edwards, also went on air to answer questions from journalists. Tim said some crucial words. "I believe Elle's legacy will hopefully inspire people to be more positive. She was a caring person who would devote more of her time to others than to herself. If she can be remembered for that, as well as her warmth and the happy-go-lucky life she was leading at the age of 26. She would not want you to sit around moping and going downhill. She would not want that. She would not want that. She wants you to live your best life." That was how she approached or interacted with others. She would uplift your spirits. I was lucky to be her father, but we were also close friends. So there are a lot of good memories of laughing and doing stupid things together that you can't print. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The student disappeared on her way to the dormitory, and at first the police thought that the solution was right in front of them. However, with each passing day of the investigation, they became more convinced that there were many tangled moments in this case, and it was only by chance in the end that the truth was uncovered. Amy Blau was born on October 1st, 1969, in Homestead, Florida. She grew up in a loving family and had many friends, largely due to her cheerful and kind nature. When she was 14 years old, her father passed away. Despite this painful loss, Amy found the strength to maintain a positive outlook on life. After high school, she enrolled at Flagler College, located in St. Augustine, near Jacksonville. Although it was home to only 13,000 people, it was the oldest city in the USA. It was founded by Spanish explorers, so many architectural elements still differ dramatically from familiar American things. Amy loved studying at college, and in 3 years she made many friends there. By that time she was 21 years old and had only a little laugh before graduation. On November 6, 1990, her friend Kim came to St. Augustine, and they decided to go to a local bar popular among students. Amy's roommate and best friend Kelly also went with them. The young women had a great time enjoying the long-awaited meeting. At some point their mutual acquaintance Sean Nolan joined them. He and Amy had mutual sympathy, but they were not in a relationship. In the evening, Kelly said that she felt sick and went back to the dorm, and a little later Kim also left, leaving Sean and Amy alone. The next morning the young women had to go to classes. However, when Kelly woke up, she found that Amy's bedroom door was wide open. She was not there. It seemed strange to her, but she decided that she would see Amy in class. However, the young woman never showed up. Kelly and Kim were worried about her absence and decided to talk to Sean, who stayed with her at the bar the night before. The guy worked at a place near the college, and the young women went to see him. His story seemed strange to them. At first, he said that he had a strong hangover, and it was difficult for him to remember the chronology of that night. After gathering his thoughts, he finally told them that after the bar, he and Amy went towards the beach to take a walk, but soon they decided to go home. The guy called a taxi from the nearest payphone, and while they were waiting for the car, he and Amy had an argument. In the end, she went on foot to the dorm, which was only a few minutes away. Kelly was upset that the guy left Amy alone and didn't walk her to her dorm. At the same time, she became even more worried. Amy had nowhere else to go but the dorm, but she never showed up in her room. Her friend was afraid that something bad had happened to her and began to seriously suspect Sean's strange behavior only heightened her anxiety. It seemed like the guy was not at all worried that Amy had disappeared. Kelly decided to continue her search and went to the university campus, asking all her acquaintances. If they had seen Amy, the answer was the same. No one had met her that day, and no one knew where she could be. At around 6 p.m., her friend decided to call the police. She informed investigators about the young woman's disappearance, and they began to check the information. They called all local hospitals. But no one resembling Amy had been admitted. The taxi operators were also contacted, but none of the drivers had picked up the young woman that night. The police could not find any evidence that Amy had been in trouble or become a victim of a crime. Moreover, at the time, the young woman was already 21 years old, so they did not officially declare her missing despite her friend's requests. By that time, Kelly was 100% sure that something bad had happened to Amy. Realizing that she could not convince the police to start searching, she decided to call Amy's mother. Later, the young woman admitted that it was the hardest call of her life. The next morning, Amy's sister arrived in St. Augustine to participate in the search. The first thing they did was go to the police station, where they received the same response. They couldn't start an investigation because there was no indication of a threat to life. The investigators believed that the young woman had simply left for a couple of days without warning, so the sisters, along with Kelly and other friends of the missing young woman, decided to organize their own search operation. They printed flyers with information about Amy and began posting them all over the city. Soon, a local television channel came to their aid, spreading information about the young woman's disappearance. All of this led to a large number of volunteers offering to participate in the search. They split into groups and began combing both the city and the surrounding area. Volunteers searched forests, beaches, abandoned houses, but they were unable to find any clues. This continued for 3 days until the police finally decided to start an investigation. By that time, the whole town was talking about Amy's disappearance, apparently putting pressure on the local police department and forcing them to take action. The first thing they decided to do was talk to Sean, as he was the last person to see Amy, and here they encountered the first suspicious moment. The guy told them a story that was different from the one Kelly and Kim heard. Sean said that he and Amy left the bar and headed towards the beach, but on the way they decided to split up and go home. He approached the payphone and called the taxi, but when he turned around, Amy was nowhere to be seen. After waiting for some time, he got in the taxi and went home. Investigators found the story strange. How could a young woman disappear from the street in a matter of seconds and Sean, who was standing a meter away from her, not notice? Moreover, why did he give his friends a different version of events? All of this was enough to start considering Sean as a suspect. Decided to verify his story and find the taxi driver who was supposed to take him home that night, and soon they succeeded. The only problem was that his story also differed from the two versions told by Sean. The driver claimed that he did indeed pick up the young man near the phone booth. However, when he arrived at the location, Sean was sleeping on a bench, and the taxi driver had to wake him up. There was no young woman present at the time. On the one hand, this provided the boy with an alibi, but on the other hand, he had for some reason shared his version of what had happened, which only raised suspicion with the detectives. Despite this, there was no evidence against him, so the police continued to search for new leads. 10 days had passed since Amy's disappearance. During that time, there had been no activity on her bank accounts, which only confirmed that she had not left on her own initiative. By that time, the residents of St. Augustine and the police began to suspect that Amy's disappearance might be related to another series of gruesome crimes, about which we have a separate video. In August of the same year, an unknown maniac killed 5 students in the city of Gainesville, which was 120 kilometers away. People began to fear that this criminal had moved to their town and that they were all in mortal danger. Investigators contacted colleagues from Gainesville and began to compare the cases, but soon they realized that there were many inconsistencies. The Gainesville killer attacked students in their homes and left their bodies there. In Amy's case, the police didn't even know if she was still alive or what had happened to her. Furthermore, at the time of her disappearance, the police had already arrested a man who was highly likely to be the killer. Several serious pieces of evidence pointed to him. Therefore, soon the detectives stopped looking for a connection between that series of crimes and Amy's disappearance. Meanwhile, The police department offered a reward of $10,000 for any information that would help find Amy. They immediately received hundreds of tips, but most of them were lead. This happens in any case where authorities offer money for information. People come up with various stories hoping to get an easy check. It was also about 6 potentially important leads. Witnesses reported seeing her in different parts of the city, and many of them added that she got into some cars. Out of all this one call was much more interesting. A man reported seeing Amy in the city center on the night of her disappearance. A fairly old car similar to a Chevrolet Camaro pulled up to her. There were 2 men inside, and after a brief conversation with them, Amy got into the passenger seat, and they drove off at that time. This was the most detailed lead in the hands of detectives. However, something in the witness's behavior made them suspicious. After the call, he agreed to come to the station, answered all the questions, and tried to help, but for some reason the investigators treated him with suspicion. Detectives called it a police instinct and couldn't explain their doubts. They offered him to take a lie detector test to verify his testimony, and the man agreed. They asked him only 2 questions: whether he had anything to do with Amy's disappearance and whether he could take detectives to her. The witness answered negatively, and the polygraph operator did not detect any signs of lying. Thus, investigators understood that they finally had honest testimony that could help find Amy. The police began searching for all cars that fit the witness's descriptions, establishing the identities of the drivers, and checking their aliases for the night of the young woman's disappearance. All of this continued for several weeks, but the detective never managed to find a single potential suspect. Since then, there have been no leads in this case, but on January 1st, 2 months after Amy's disappearance, a disturbing call was made to the police. A man was walking his dog on the outskirts of St. Augustine. At some point, his dog noticed a pile of logs with bricks and started acting strangely, barking and pulling on the leash, trying to run there. The owner decided to see what is so upset his dog, and was almost speechless when he saw a skeleton hand sticking out from under the pile. He immediately called the police, and investigators began to extract the body. Due to the high degree of decomposition, they were unable to quickly establish her identity, but one detail immediately caught their attention: the body was wearing a green shirt, just like Amy Blount on the night she disappeared. The body was wrapped in a sheet. Medical experts conducted a more detailed analysis and concluded that the deceased was a young woman. She had received 5 sharp object wounds, indicated by cuts on her shirt. In addition, 2 serious abrasions were found on the body. Investigators suspected that the victim was Amy, so they immediately sent her dental records to experts, who soon confirmed that it was indeed her. Friends and relatives of the young woman were devastated by the news. They had hoped until the very end that Amy would return to them unharmed. Now the police had to investigate her murder. Along with the discovery of the body, they received their first lead. Amy had been partially buried and covered with logs on the outskirts of a large private property. Upon learning the name of the owner of this plot, they called him in for questioning. For understandable reasons, the man immediately became a suspect. However, after talking to him, the investigators began to doubt his involvement. First, it was a huge plot of land without a fence, and anyone could enter it. Secondly, there were 2 residential trailers on the property whose owners paid the landowner for rent. He added that he constantly had problems with one of the tenants. When they heard his name, the police were shocked. It was the same witness who had been polygraphed. The man was 22-year-old Timothy Gatchell. The police immediately asked the trailer owner to let them search the residence while the man was not at home, and he agreed. The first thing the police saw was a sheet very similar to the one in which Amy's body was wrapped. Upon further investigation, they found long female hair stuck in the mechanism of a floor exercise machine. It was the same color as Amy's hair. In addition, using special chemicals, forensic experts discovered blood traces in the living room. A sheet of paper with the name Toby and a phone number were also found in the house. The landowner said that a guy with that name did often visit Timothy. The police allowed that this person might also be related to the murder and contacted him. Toby agreed to meet with the detectives and told them his story. According to Toby's words, on the night of Amy's disappearance, he and Timothy were driving around town, stopping at different bars. At some point, they saw Amy walking alone on the street. Timothy asked Toby to stop the car, got out, and approached the young woman. He invited her to join them, and she got into the car. Together they went to Timothy's trailer and had a party. However, Toby's story started to sound strange, like a detective story. At first, he claimed that he just dropped off Amy and Timothy near the trailer and immediately left. Then he changed his version and said that he went inside with them, had a beer, then went to the bathroom and left immediately without going into the living room, and got into the car and left. Investigators doubted that he was completely honest with them. They didn't believe that Amy would go to the outskirts of the city with 2 unknown men at night in the morning she had to go to classes and was supposed to go to the dormitory right after the bar. It looked like Toby constructed his story in such a way that he couldn't be made, and accomplice detectives did not rule out that Timothy and Toby might have actually abducted the young woman on the empty night street, but could not prove it yet. Moreover, Toby told something else. According to him, in the first week of the investigation, he saw flyers about Amy's disappearance and recognized her. When he asked Timothy what happened that night, he claimed that he took the young woman to the city center and dropped her off there. After that, she approached another car and soon got into it. Toby told him that he should share this information with the police. Despite the fact that his story raised serious doubts, the police had enough evidence to arrest Timothy. They arrived at his house, and the man came out with his hands raised. During the interrogation, he told the investigators the same story. When Toby left, he began to flirt with Amy, but she rejected him. Then he got angry and decided to take her back to the city. Considering that he did not have his own car, he took the owner of the land's pickup truck and drove her to the center, where Amy allegedly got into another car. But the detectives immediately realized that this was a lie. At that point, they already knew that the rental pickup truck had 3 flats and worn-out tires. For many months, the investigators immediately told him about it, and Timothy became nervous. The detectives asked him, "Did you kill Amy?" And the man replied, "I don't know, it seems so." From that moment on, he began to talk about the events of that night. According to him, he didn't remember much of what happened. At some point, he tried to kiss Amy, and the next thing he remembers is her holding a knife. He allegedly got scared that she might attack him, so he tried to take the weapon away from her. After that, Timothy didn't remember anything, as if he had lost consciousness. According to him, this had happened to him before. He had completely lost some memories. When he found the knife in his hand and Amy lying on the floor, showing no signs of life. Scared, he decided to get rid of the body. Timothy went to the shed for the shovel and started digging a hole. He then wrapped Amy in a sheet and buried her there, covering the grave with logs and bricks. After that, he prayed to God. Went to clean up the blood in the room. With his confession in hand, Timothy was charged with murder, but no evidence was found against Toby, so he was only used as a witness. On July 15, 1991, a trial was held where the man planned to defend himself and receive a lesser punishment. He wanted to make it look like self-defense and used the story of memory loss. However, everything changed when the prosecutor addressed the judge and requested the death penalty. Almost immediately after that, Timothy stood up and said he was ready to confess the first-degree murder if the prosecution would drop the death penalty in favor of life imprisonment. After some brief consideration, the court agreed to these conditions, and Timothy was sentenced to life in prison. Amy's relatives and friends supported this decision. They all harbored hatred toward the person who took her away from them and wanted him to spend the rest of his life in a prison cell. As for Toby, no charges were ever brought against him. Nevertheless, his story still seemed suspicious, and I wouldn't rule out the possibility that he was directly involved in the murder. Timothy remains behind bars to this day. He is currently 53 years old. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in 2021. Ashley Wadsworth, 19, was filled with hope when she left her family home in Canada for the United Kingdom. She flew over 4,000 miles to meet the man she'd been chatting with online for years. In this video, we'll look at how online dating can end. Ashley, born on July 25, 2002 in Vernon, British Columbia, was the youngest of Kenneth Wadsworth and Christy Gendron's 2 daughters. Ashley intends to pursue further education after graduating from high school. She enjoyed spending time with her family and friends. Everyone adored her. The girl brought joy to others. Ashley was an avid traveler who enjoyed art, skiing, swimming, tennis, and other outdoor activities. Vernon, located about 270 miles northeast of Vancouver, has a population of approximately 43,000 people. Ashley wanted to leave this place and visit other cities and countries. Most importantly, she wanted to visit the United Kingdom. This was not a spontaneous dream. Ashley did not have a smartphone when she was 12 years old, unlike her peers. As a result, she used the family laptop to monitor her friends' and classmates' social media activities. She knew it wasn't unusual to add dozens of friends and send messages to people she didn't know. In 2015, a Vernon friend introduced her online to Jack Seppel, an English boy. Ashley was 12 years old at the time while Jack was 16. She had always been interested in the world. The fact that Jack lived on another continent piqued her interest in him. He was like a portal to faraway and unknown places. At the time, Jack lived with his mother in Chelmsford, a city of approximately 180,000 people located an hour's drive from London. Ashley was a very outgoing individual. Jack, on the other hand, appeared to be more withdrawn. It appeared that his primary interest was social media. Their 3.5-year age difference did not seem unusual because they were pen pals, but over time they grew closer. They spoke every day, and after about 2 months, Ashley began mentioning Jack in conversations with her parents and older sister Haley. Ashley's parents, Christy and Kenneth, are divorced. Their relationship with their children, on the other hand, remained unchanged. Ashley's mother was wary of the developing relationship, fearing that someone else was hiding behind the teenager's photos. Christy relaxed after Ashley and Jack began FaceTiming in the family living room. She occasionally even greeted Jack. The woman liked his English accent, but Christy expected her daughter's interest in him to fade. However, the girl fell in love. For 7 years, Jack and Ashley communicated via text and FaceTime. They occasionally quarreled and stopped communicating. However, these periods were brief. Jack sent Ashley various gifts, including clothes, teddy bear jewelry, a purse, and sometimes money. Because of the 8-hour time difference, his face and name became familiar in the Wadsworth household. Ashley had to get up before dawn to speak with Jack, and the latter stayed up late at night waiting for the call. Ashley and Jack eventually shared a common dream. They wanted to meet in person someday, but for the time being, they were just images on a screen for each other. When Ashley turned 15, she asked her mother if she could pay Jack a visit. Christy's response was negative. She couldn't believe her 15-year-old daughter would travel to a foreign country to meet a man she had never seen before. Of course, Ashley was disappointed by the refusal, but she did not give up and said she would go when she reached the age of majority. As they grew older, the couple began to argue more frequently. The most common reason for this was jealousy on Jack's part. He was afraid Ashley would start a relationship with one of her Vernon peers. Ashley tried to persuade Jack by saying she loved him, but he was extremely jealous. Ashley would sometimes block Jack during their disagreements, making it impossible for us to contact her, but that did not deter him. He set up new social media accounts to text her or contact her sister and friends, knowing they would tell Ashley about it. Some of her friends believed Jack was obsessed. Ashley, on the other hand, was always quick to defend Jack, claiming that he was incredibly passionate. Jack's relationship with other girls was sometimes the source of their disagreements. They would stop communicating during such times, but they couldn't go without each other for too long. Ashley's mother claims she constantly compared her other boyfriends to Jack. In addition to his fascination with social media, Jack was a tattoo enthusiast. In October 2018, when he was almost 20 and Ashley was 16, he got a new tattoo, which he proudly displayed. He had her name written on his arm. That was how Jack hoped to demonstrate his dedication and seriousness of intent. He sometimes called Ashley, and his future wife, Christy Gendron, said the tattoo was too much. She forbade her daughter from getting a tattoo with Jack's name, but Ashley claimed she never considered it. The relationship with Jack became increasingly turbulent. Even from a distance, he exhibited some controlling behavior. Ashley's age may have caused her to overlook this. During one of the arguments, he ran a knife over his tattoo of Ashley's name. At the time, she thought it was an insane way to tell her he loved her. At the same time, she began concealing certain aspects of Jack's behavior from her loved ones. In 2020, Ashley was 18 years old when she received several phone calls from women Jack dated and frequently quarreled with. One of them informed Ashley that Jack would not let her out of the house and asked her to speak with him and calm him down. Jack occasionally dated other women, but he never kept it a secret. Perhaps she just thought so. Ashley was a teen girl who had no idea Jack was a skilled manipulator or that his behavior was abusive. She had intended to end her relationship with him several times, but he always sincerely apologized, saying she was the only girl he loved. Ashley was spiritual and discovered God through the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. She was baptized Mormon in April 2021. Ashley began working part-time, as soon as it was legally permitted. She worked for McDonald's, Burger King, and several other companies. The girl received her own money, and her first purchase was an iPad. She no longer needed to use the family laptop to communicate with Jack. Her desire to see him in person persisted. Ashley's parents had previously forbidden her from visiting Jack, but now she was an adult, able to make her own decisions. She had her own money, so her dream came true. The girl obtained a 6-month tourist visa and booked a flight to London. Ashley, 19, said her goodbyes to her family on November 12, 2021, and was taken to the airport by her father. Her parents were understandably concerned about her, but they could no longer stop or persuade her. I figured the worst-case scenario was that she'd leave, they wouldn't work out, and she'd return home and set her mother Christy up. Ashley sent a Snapchat message to her family while waiting for the plane to depart. "I'm on my plane," and she said it's huge. After 7 years of online communication and 10 hours on a plane, the couple finally met in person. It was an exciting experience for both of them. Ashley's friends and family watched as she shared photos of herself and Jack on social media. She appeared to be happy. Ashley moved into Jack's house in northwest Chelmsford, where he has been living since 2020. Their story resembled a fairy tale. Ashley's family had no idea this love story would end so badly, but everything appeared to be going well so far. Ashley posted photos from her trips with Jack. They traveled to many places and appeared to be a happy couple in every published photo. Ashley had imagined Jack to be like after communicating with him online for so many years. That is, he was not striving to be perfect. Jack was kind and sentimental. He was occasionally angry, displaying his bad temper. They spent all of their time together because Jack was unemployed and was supported by his mother, who lived nearby. Ashley was unable to find work because she was a tourist in the United Kingdom. She noticed that Jack didn't have any friends. He had no life beyond social media and a game console. He soon demonstrated the first signs of controlling behavior. He didn't like Ashley's conversation with one of the neighbors. The situation seemed strange to her. She was never without friends and did not spend the majority of her time at home. Before Ashley left Canada, a church friend introduced her to some American missionaries her age, who were supposed to be in Chelmsford at the same time she arrived in London. She told Jack she wanted to meet these people, but he objected and refused to let her attend Sunday services. It was an additional red flag in their relationship. Ashley was becoming bored as they spent the majority of their time at home. Since Jack forbade her from attending church, she contacted the missionaries via text messages, keeping it a secret from him because she knew he would not like it. She deleted his WhatsApp conversations because he kept checking her phone. Every day, Jack's behavior worsened. 6 weeks after Ashley arrived, he struck her for the first time. That day, he texted his mother that he smacked Ashley after discovering that she had blocked 2 British numbers on her phone years ago. He assumed the numbers belonged to other men. "That's no reason to touch her," his mother responded. As a result, Ashley was in a foreign country, away from her home and family, and alone with a man suffering from psychological problems. Behind the photos of smiling and happy couples are often sad and depressed individuals. Ashley changed her Facebook photo to one of Jack hugging her and captioned it, "My bestie with a red heart." At the same time, she set up a secret album on her phone to store photos of her bruises caused by Jack's abuse. Ashley informed her sister Haley that he was not the man she had imagined in her dreams. At the same time, she threatened to stop communicating with Haley if the latter informed their mother. Jack frequently took sedatives. As previously stated, he was a skilled manipulator. Jack has a history of self-harm. When he was angry or wanted to comfort his girlfriend, he hurt himself, but he was always careful not to endanger his life. Jack used a similar technique on Ashley. By the end of December 2021, he ingested a supply of sedative medication, prompting Ashley to call an ambulance. It transported him to the hospital, where he received the necessary care. Ashley told neither her mother nor her friends about the incident. Only her sister Haley was aware of the situation. The latter invited her sister to come home. The next month, in January 2022, Jack smashed a beer mug over Ashley's head. She cried on FaceTime with her sister while Jack screamed and forced her to clean up the pieces. Haley was shocked. She begged her sister to fly home, but that did not work out. Over the next few weeks, Jack, like many other manipulators, demonstrated his better side, giving Ashley reason to believe he had recognized his errors and changed his behavior pattern. However, that was only a temporary act. Soon Jack became enraged again. He discovered old messages from a young Canadian man on Ashley's phone. He demanded social media passwords from her, which she gave him. During a fight in late January 2022, Jack hit Ashley again and threw a TV remote at her while she was FaceTiming with Haley, who begged her sister to return home. Ashley agreed at first, but later changed her mind. Ashley's family believes she changed her mind after Jack apologized and promised to change. Thus, their relationship was divided into alternating cycles. Everything seems fine. Jack beats her up, then apologizes. On January 30, Jack Seppel texted his sister, "I am obsessed with Ashley's past. It was only a matter of hours until we reached the point of no return." On the morning of February 1, Jack was furious once more. Just before 8 a.m., Ashley's neighbor heard her scream through the wall. Ashley appeared at her door moments later in tears. She dashed out into the street, barefoot and with blood dripping from the cut on her palm. Ashley claimed Jack Hitch smashed her phone and threw their kitten against the wall. Ashley feared for her life. At the same time, she asked her neighbor not to call the cops because she didn't want Jack to hurt himself and was afraid they'd put him in prison. The neighbor went to talk with Jack. As usual, he used his abilities to appear to be a good person, apologized, and stated that everything would be fine. As a result, the neighbor left, and Ashley chose to return to Jack. Unfortunately, no one saw her alive once the door slammed behind her. About an hour later, another neighbor purchased a package for Jack, which was delivered to her by mistake. While he was speaking with her at the front door, Ashley took advantage of the situation by calling her family from Jack's phone. She asked for assistance and stated that she wanted to go home. Christy was shocked to learn about her daughter's relationship with Jack Seppel. Ashley's plane ticket was immediately booked by the family for February 3. Christy warned Jack that if he attempted to harm her daughter again, she would immediately report him to the police. Ashley and her family finished talking around 3 a.m. and Vernon at 11 a.m. in Chelmsford. As soon as Ashley hung up the phone, Jack stopped pretending to be a nice person and attacked her. A few minutes later, he texted his mother using the WhatsApp app, "I severely beat Ashley." After another 14 minutes, he wrote that she believed she had broken her arm. "I picked her up, threw her to the ground, punched and ripped her all over the lounge." At the time, Ashley was still alive. Unfortunately, there was no one to assist her. Starting 11:22 a.m. to 12:38 p.m., she used Jack's phone to send messages. She wrote to family and friends in Vernon, where it was the middle of the night, and to her church acquaintances in Chelmsford. Ashley. She wrote to a friend, "I need your help. It is an emergency, please." A few hours later, they received new messages stating that everything was now fine. However, Ashley was not the one who sent them. It was a few. None of the people to whom Ashley wrote received these messages right away. Jack Seppel strangled Ashley Wadsworth shortly before 1 p.m., but he felt it wasn't enough. He went to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and returned to the bedroom. He stabbed her about 90 times in the chest and abdomen. Later that day, Jack changed his Facebook profile picture to a photo of himself and Ashley taken at Gatwick months earlier. Ashley's church friends, Jamie Ashworth and Taylor Borden, paid a visit to the tennis and riding property, which he captioned "Forever Mine." When there was no response, they contacted the police. Jack recorded a video message for Ashley's sister Haley while she was lying in the bed next to her. "I apologize for taking your sister Haley," he said. He also stated that he loved Ashley and could not let her go. He never sent the video to Haley. After filming the video, he stabbed his chest with minor superficial wounds. Investigators believe he may have done it to claim self-defense later, around 4 p.m. The police arrived at the home. They knocked on the door and asked Seppel to come out. They saw him inside through the window, but Jack refused to open the door. At the time, he was communicating with his sister via video link, confessing to her that he had murdered Ashley. Police broke down the door and arrested several people. He was described as calm. Ashley's family awoke to a flurry of messages. They attempted to contact her, but she did not answer right away after they discovered what had happened while they were sleeping. Kenneth Wadsworth, Ashley's father, will never forget the day of February 1. He awoke to find out that his daughter had died. He describes your heartbreak as extremely difficult. That's your baby girl, and she's left. There are no words to describe that sorrow. Kevin went to the UK with his wife, Charmaine, to handle the paperwork and collect Ashley's body. Aside from the enormous grief felt by her family at home, the Chelmsford community mourns her loss as well, despite the fact that many of them never met her. They held vigils in fields near where she was killed. with flowers, balloons, and candles to honor her memory. After being arrested, Jack Seppel told police that he had become psychotic. Despite these statements, a psychiatric examination determined that he was aware of his actions at the time of the crime and competent to stand trial. Ashley's family was stunned by the tragedy, but they were even more shocked to learn that Jack Seppel had a long history of controlling behavior and harassment. In 2014, even before Ashley, a 15-year-old girl, met a 14-year-old girl online, he photographed her naked without her permission, and when she broke up with him, he posted the photos for everyone to see. She filed a restraining order. A month later, Seppel violated the order. That same year, he argued with his mother about his Xbox, pushed her to the floor, and ripped the door off its hinges. When the restraining order expired in 2017, Seppel contacted the victim again. Although the girl ignored his messages, he was not going to back down. In January 2018. He sent her a message saying, "Please respond. You will never get rid of me. Even if I have to go to prison for you, I will see you soon and show up wherever you live." By then, he'd been in contact with Ashley for 3 years, and her mother had filed a restraining order against him. In July 2018, Jack damaged the door, smashed her car, and broke the windows in her house. In September 2018, the court sentenced him to 8 weeks in a juvenile correctional facility after he again violated the restraining order. The following month, he pleaded guilty to attempting to enter a nursing home. The court sentenced him to 21 days in prison. Seppel spent increasingly more time online, as if looking for a victim. In March 2020, he met a woman on Facebook, and they started living together. This woman quickly recognized that he was a dangerous man. He was extremely jealous, and his actions were unpredictable. When she said she was leaving him, Jack grabbed her throat and locked her in the house, but she managed to escape through a window. Another similar incident occurred, but with a different woman. Seppel had committed 12 crimes in total, with domestic violence accounting for the majority of them. We had no idea about his history. I feel like I threw her to the wolves. Ashley's father stated that Kenneth and Christy want others to learn from their daughter's story. If something does not feel right, take action. If you have a gut feeling that your sister, friend, aunt, mother, or daughter is involved in such a situation or relationship, call the police and intervene. Christy also mentioned her daughter, saying, "We should have reached out ahead of time through Claire's Law." We learned the hardest lesson of all. Our beautiful Ashley flew to England excited, alive and well, but unfortunately flew home in a box. Please be warned to leave these violent, toxic, and dangerous relationships. Now, if your gut tells you something is wrong, please trust your instincts and intervene immediately. Even if they say everything is fine, the most dangerous time for a victim of domestic violence is when they choose to end the relationship and leave. Call the cops to help them pack their belongings and get them out of there to safety. It is too late to save Ashley, but you can still save yourself or someone you care about. The trial began in September 2022. When Seppel admitted to killing Ashley Wadsworth. The prosecution case included strong witness testimony from neighbors and friends who described Seppel's toxic behavior and the events leading up to the murder. It contained voice notes that Ashley had recorded and sent to friends. Seppel had threatened her with death in those notes. The judge described Sarah's attack on Ashley as brutal and cowardly. The judge stated that Seppel had 8 previous convictions for 12 crimes, nearly all of which involved domestic violence. The judge stated that it demonstrated a clear pattern of violent and controlling behavior among a number of women. On October 10, 2022, a court sentenced Jack Seppel to life in prison. He will be able to apply for parole after 23.5 years through his lawyers. Ashley's parents received an apology note from Seppel. However, they did not believe he had repented of his actions. Great, he will have time, but in the United Kingdom and Canada, life is only 25 years long. Ashley's mother stated that ultimately, it will not bring her back. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Austin Harrow. A handsome honor student athlete and cannibal, a young, physically fit, and muscular man suddenly loses his mind and transforms into a wild beast? And, if such a transformation occurs, where should one look for the underlying cause of this drastic change? Experts believe that such mental disorders are frequently inherited and can be caused by traumatic experiences, substance abuse, or social isolation. Austin Harris' case stands out. It's more than just a sudden fit of rage, a wild frenzy, or a personality disorder. Medical professionals have diagnosed his condition as a clinical delirium of lycanthropy, and the media has dubbed him a cannibal. It is believed that the young man has a rare psychiatric syndrome in which he believes he is transforming into an animal. The families of the victims, both injured and killed as a result of Harroff's transformations, believe he pretended to be insane in order to avoid accountability. Harroff did not hide the fact that he had been using various narcotics and psychotropic drugs for a long time, but tests revealed that he was clean at the time he committed the heinous acts. Let's start at the beginning of this complex case and see how the scion of a wealthy and respected family, an honor student, and an athlete transformed into a drug-addicted madman with an uncontrollable desire to consume human flesh. Austin Malcolm Harroff, the Golden Boy, was born on December 21, 1996, in the picturesque resort town of Palm Beach, Florida, as the eldest of two children from a wealthy and respected doctor's family. His father was a well-known dentist who operated a network of private dental clinics. His mother was a leading pharmaceutical specialist, and the Sheriffs lived in a large, opulent home by the ocean. A year and a half after Austin's birth, the family welcomed a younger daughter, Haley. From a young age, the siblings were very close, referring to each other as best friends. Regardless of their privileged upbringing, the children were not spoiled. Their parents ensured that they received a good education and encouraged their overall development and creative potential. Austin was a straight-A student who enjoyed playing the guitar, wrestled and played football competitively, and performed in an amateur theater group. He considered himself creative and ambitious. Austin traveled the world with his parents and sister, taking vacations in different locations each time. In a high school essay, Austin described himself as a happy and optimistic person with a vivid imagination capable of conjuring up whatever he desired. He also mentioned his perseverance and desire to excel in academics and sports. He did, however, admit that his shyness was a weakness that made it difficult for him to interact with his peers at times. Austin's parents separated when he was 13 years old. His father gave up the family home to his ex-wife and moved into an equally luxurious home with his new love interest, who quickly became his wife. The children lived with their mother, but their father was still actively involved in their upbringing and provided financial support. His mother soon found a new partner and married him within a year, after which he moved into their home. The teenage boy struggled with his parents' divorce, but his emotional turmoil had no effect on his academic or athletic performance. Austin aspired to help and save lives in medicine, following in his parents' footsteps. He hoped to gain admission to a prestigious college specializing in medical studies while remaining an honor student and social outcast. In high school, Austin developed into a true heartthrob. He grew tall to 6 feet 2 inches, had a muscular build, and was quite strong. His charming smile and innocent, open gaze gave him a nearly angelic appearance. However, Harroff remained the same shy guy, limiting his ability to socialize with peers and form romantic relationships with girls. In his personal diary, which he kept throughout his adolescence, he wrote about having almost no friends at school because all of his classmates labeled him a nerd and mocked him. The young man also expressed hope that things would improve once he started college, changed his social circle, and moved out of his parents' house. Austin learned a few months before graduating from high school that he had been accepted into the prestigious University of Florida's 4-year medical program. Successful completion of this program would open up numerous career opportunities for him in the future, as well as the opportunity to further his education at any medical school in the United States. The student was ecstatic that his dream had come true. Toward the end of August, his parents drove him to the college campus, where he would begin his studies. Opening up in a vlog, Austin embarked on the independent adult life he had long desired, but little changed for him. Despite his shyness, he struggled to connect with peers. He briefly dated a lovely girl, but they quickly split up because, as she put it, something about his behavior alarmed her, prompting her to end the relationship. Harroff developed a strong interest in bodybuilding during his freshman year, spending a lot of time in the gym and producing outstanding results. The young man developed steel muscles that appeared impressive. However, his success did not come solely from perseverance and hard work. Steroids, which he started using on a regular basis, also had an impact. He openly discussed this in his YouTube vlog, which he began in the spring of 2016. Austin uploaded a variety of videos to his channel, some of which discussed sports and bodybuilding in particular. Others featured him singing with a guitar, performing cover versions of popular hits, or impersonating famous artists by mimicking their performance style. Others were about himself and his philosophical reflections on life. His postings, however, became more concerning over time. The young man began urging his followers not to use steroids, claiming they could drive people insane. He also admitted to having both a crazy and a normal side, which confused him. Austin began recording videos in different accents, as if they were different people, sometimes changing the tone of his voice, and occasionally crying in the middle of the recording for no apparent reason. His mood and facial expressions also changed dramatically, sometimes appearing as if he was simply making faces at the camera. Later, experts who reviewed his postings concluded that in each one, the young man was practically pleading for assistance. As he failed to make any real friends during his studies, this blog became his only outlet and means of expressing his emotions. Furthermore, these video recordings showed how the student gradually lost his sanity, as his behavior became more sensational, provocative, and even aggressive. Subscribers in Austin suspected he was using controlled substances and recording his videos while under the influence. They specifically asked him about this in the comments, but he responded that it's unhealthy, and as an athlete he would never do drugs. However, his behavior indicated otherwise. One of the subscribers even speculated that Haruf may have dissociative identity disorder. What is wrong with Austin? When Austin returned home for the summer, his mother and sister, who hadn't seen him in nearly a year and hadn't seen his blog online, were taken aback by the changes in him. During that time, Austin underwent a significant physical transformation, becoming a veritable mountain of muscle. But that was only the tip of the iceberg. He became strange in every way, speaking nonsense and claiming he no longer needed sleep. Initially, his family did not take his words seriously until the night arrived. Austin promised to patrol the house, protecting his family's peace from some dark forces, and he kept his word, wandering around the house until the morning. Furthermore, every hour he would check on his mother and sister's rooms, loudly assuring them that they could sleep soundly because he was on duty. The next morning, his mother decided to have an open conversation with her son, asking him directly if he was using drugs. Austin openly admitted that he had tried almost every drug in the last year and described how each one affected him. Among other things, he had consumed a powerful synthetic drug that caused severe hallucinations and fits of rage and could result in a fatal overdose. Nonetheless, he swore to his mother that it was all in the past, and he would no longer touch the poison that had driven him insane. Mrs. Haruf made what may have been the most serious mistake after hearing her son out. She chose not to seek help from qualified professionals, believing she could help her son cope on her own. As an experienced pharmacist, she took matters into her own hands. She gave her son a sedative and a sleeping pill, hoping they would help him relax and fall asleep after a restless night. Austin, on the other hand, returned to his post at night after only a few hours of sleep. He continued patrolling the house until morning, informing the residents every hour that everything was fine and there was no need to be concerned. This continued for several weeks, but the mother refused to consult psychiatrists or even inform her ex-husband of the situation. Early on August 13th, Austin knocked on the door of a former classmate who lived just a few blocks away. The girl was surprised because they hadn't seen each other in over a year, and he hadn't informed her of his visit. When she inquired about the reason for his appearance, Austin stated that he had forgotten his birth year and urgently needed this information. The perplexed classmate replied that it was 1996, after which the young man abruptly turned around and vanished without a word. Austin was terrified and perplexed by the girl, so she immediately called Mrs. Harris and told her everything, asking if the boy was using prohibited substances. Only then did the woman decide to contact her ex-husband, who was working in another state, and express her concern that something was seriously wrong with their son. The boy's father flew to Florida the next day and, after speaking with his son, suggested that he voluntarily check into a clinic for an examination, which the young man flatly refused. The man then had a heart-to-heart with his ex-wife, and they agreed to send their son for a compulsory examination and subsequent treatment in a drug rehabilitation or psychiatric facility. Unfortunately, they were unable to do so in time. It's a disturbing confession. The next day, Austin's friends invited him to join them on the beach. Given the hot and sunny weather, his mother insisted that Haley accompany them to keep an eye on her brother. Austin was looking forward to the outing, but he was dressed unusually warm for the beach, as if he were going to the mountains. Instead, he donned a thick, athletic hoodie with long sleeves, matching pants, boots, and ski goggles. When his friends saw him dressed like that, they went silent for a moment before laughing out loud. A few seconds later, they teased Austin, asking why he was dressed that way and if everything was fine with him. Austin became enraged, shouting that if they thought he was insane, he would act accordingly and take one of their lives. The boys did not take his words seriously, but they backed off for their own safety. Haley noticed her brother was on the verge of a breakdown, so she decided to speak with him and calm him down. The others did not hear their conversation. Austin told his sister that he wasn't entirely human, but rather half-wild animal immortal with superhuman strength. His words terrified her, but she tried to remain calm so as not to provoke her brother's aggression. At the beach, Austin appeared completely normal and natural. He joked, laughed, played volleyball with his friends, and messed around. As evening approached, they said their goodbyes and parted ways. Austin and Haley went to a small restaurant near the coast, where they intended to meet their father and his current wife. On the way, Austin told Haley that he wanted to test his immortality, then drove towards a busy highway, intending to cross it inappropriately directly through the fast-moving traffic. When Haley realized what was going on, she ran after her brother and physically dragged him away, pleading with him to hurry because they were expected. Austin agreed that they shouldn't keep anyone waiting, so he silently followed his sister. Austin behaved strangely again at dinner, silently rising from the table several times to go outside, looking around as if he was afraid of someone, and then returning. He then decided to inform his father and stepmother of his immortality. When his father calmly suggested that he seek professional help, Austin jumped up, shouted that he wasn't insane, shoved his father hard, and fled the restaurant, an attack on an elderly couple and their neighbor. What happened after the young man left the restaurant could have been straight out of a horror film. He later claimed he had no recollection of the events and couldn't believe he was capable of such atrocities. Austin walked for several miles before wandering into an unfamiliar neighborhood. There, a bright light from an open garage drew his attention, and he approached it. In that house lived an elderly couple, Joanne Stevens, 59, and Michelle Mishcon Stevens, 56. In the evenings, they enjoyed barbecuing and watching movies in their spacious garage, which was set up like a living room. They had been married for over 25 years and had 3 adult children living on their own, and we are now enjoying their retirement in each other's company. That evening, John went for a walk with their dog while his wife prepared for their regular movie night. When Michelle noticed an unfamiliar young man on their lawn, she felt no threat and even asked if he needed assistance. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Jeffrey Fisher, the couple's neighbor, lived across the street and was friendly with the Stevens. Around 9 p.m., he heard suspicious noises outside. Looking into the yard, he heard Michelle's agonizing scream. He dashed to assist his neighbors and discovered a tall, large young man attacking an elderly woman by the open garage. Jeffrey attempted to pull the stranger away, but the young man was too strong and knocked Jeffrey to the ground. As he attempted to recover, the attacker stabbed him several times in the back and shoulders. Realizing he was outnumbered and in need of assistance, Jeffrey dashed into the Stevens house to divert the attacker's attention away from himself, then exited through the back door and returned to his own home. Only once inside did he realize the assailant had not followed him, but when he returned to the unfortunate Michelle Jeffrey, he immediately called the police and emergency medical services, reporting an armed attack by a stranger wielding a knife and injuring himself and his elderly neighbor. After speaking with emergency services, Jeffrey went silent and listened intently. He soon realized no one was outside his door, and the attacker had stayed at the neighbor's house. Furthermore, the assailant was now making strange animal-like sounds similar to a wild beast's growl, accompanied by terror screams and moans, a fatal assault, and a gruesome act. It took the police about 10 minutes to arrive at the scene, but it was far too late. The sight that greeted them was terrifying and beyond all logical explanation. The officer approached the garage with weapons drawn, only to stop in disbelief at the doorway. Michelle Mishcon Stevens, the homeowner, is found dead in a pool of blood. The autopsy later revealed that she had multiple blunt force traumas to the head and a stab wound to the chest. In the dim light, more people were on the ground. However, the officers took some time to process the scene. One man reached out, pleading for assistance in an unfamiliar voice. Above him, another man appeared to be choking him, gripping his neck with one hand and tilting his head back with the other. The officers demanded the attacker release the victim, threatening him with their guns, but he did not respond. Firing was too risky due to the possibility of hitting both people. Instead, one officer took out a taser, warned that he was about to use it, and moved closer. Only then did he realize the assailant was biting the man's face and holding his head and neck tightly. The victim, as you might expect, was John Stevens. There was a large pool of blood beneath him. His left cheek was missing a chunk of flesh, and his lip, nose, and ear appeared to have been mutilated and chewed off. The elderly man was immobilized, barely able to move, and silently begged for assistance. The officer shocked the attacker with a taser, but he appeared unaffected, continuing to tear at the victim's face with his teeth. A kick to the assailant's face caused him to growl loudly and bite Stevens' cheek again. The subsequent kicks did little to deter him. Reinforcements arrived, including a police dog that was unleashed on the agitated young man. The dog latched onto the assailant's arm, but he appeared to feel no pain, breaking free and injuring himself further. A powerful kick from an officer eventually disoriented the attacker enough to handcuff him. At this point, the young man claimed he felt ill, possibly from eating something bad, before losing consciousness and convulsing. Mrs. Stevens was unable to be revived, and her husband died on the way to the hospital as a result of extensive blood loss from stab wounds and the shock of having his flesh consumed. The injured neighbor who reported the incident survived, but his right hand sustained permanent minor motor skill damage as a result of a nerve injury. And there is damage. The attacker fell into a coma after ingesting a substance from a bottle in the garage that he mistook for alcohol, but was actually weed. He received severe burns to his esophagus and stomach, spent several days on the verge of death, and was eventually saved by medical professionals with fragmented memories. Austin was in a coma for nearly 2 weeks before regaining consciousness and giving his account, claiming he had no recollection of what happened that day. He gradually began to recall the restaurant dinner and the argument he had with his father before walking away. He then described encountering a ghost-like figure who led him through dark alleys and unfamiliar neighborhoods until a light appeared in the distance. The light came from a lantern near the Stevens garage, where the homeowner was preparing a barbecue and taking out food. When his presence startled the woman, she requested assistance. Austin admitted to striking her several times before drawing a knife and claiming he would rid her of evil. At that point, a man named Jeffrey Fisher attacked him, which Austin saw as a demon, and he retaliated with the knife. After fleeing to seek help, Fisher continued to assault the woman until she died. He then noticed a bottle and mistook its contents for alcohol, drinking roughly half of it. Soon after, he heard a dog barking and a man speaking. The homeowner had returned. The scene shocked me. Austin claimed to have no memory of what happened next, at least according to his own statements. Initially, it was thought that Austin was under the influence of powerful narcotics, which could explain his aggression and insensitivity to pain. However, when tested at the hospital, his blood contained no traces of drugs, medication, or alcohol. This led to the conclusion that Austin may have experienced a psychotic episode, acting without awareness of his actions. Between the courtroom and psychiatric care, experienced psychiatrists were responsible for determining the truth of this claim. The case of Austin Harrouff drew widespread media attention because of its unprecedented brutality and ambiguity. The children of the deceased couple, as well as the relatives of the injured neighbor, believed that the young man was faking insanity and memory lapses in order to be declared incompetent and avoid harsh punishment. The majority of those who followed the case agreed with this sentiment. Dr. Landrum, a state-appointed psychological and psychiatric expert, stated in his report that Mr. However, the prosecutor stated in court that he did not believe the defendant met the legal definition of insanity at the time he committed the crime. There were suggestions that the young man's mental health had deteriorated as a result of his drug experiments, steroid use, and difficulties socializing with peers, which he had been experiencing since school. However, at the time of the crime, he was clean, with no traces of illegal substances or alcohol in his blood, implying that the reasons for his aggressive behavior were elsewhere. During one of the court hearings, Austin's father revealed that their family had at least one confirmed case of schizophrenia, and he was concerned that his son had inherited the serious illness. It is worth noting that the student was suspected of suffering from clinical lycanthropy delusion, a relatively uncommon condition. Such a diagnosis could explain why the young man acted like a wild beast and was impervious to pain, but none of the psychiatrists who examined the defendant agreed. Austin was transferred to jail following treatment, but the case has yet to be resolved. The young man is still awaiting trial, and his lawyers claim he is mentally ill. Meanwhile, the relatives of the deceased couple and the injured man have expressed hope and conducted interviews, believing that Haruf will be found competent and sentenced to death for his heinous act. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The student rode her bicycle and disappeared. Without a trace, the police launched a search, but none of them could have imagined the disturbing revelations that awaited them in just a few days. So many shocking details emerged in the case that even seasoned FBI agents were horrified, and none of them expected such an ending. Sierra Jacob was born on February 11, 1996, in the small American town of Delta, Ohio. The girl grew up in a very large and friendly family. She had 2 sisters and 2 brothers. Sierra loved to play sports and was on the school volleyball team. She also loved to travel. The girl dreamed of visiting Italy and put a lot of effort into making that wish come true until she finally managed to go there. During her studies, she started dating a guy named Josh. After graduating high school, they went to different universities. Sierra planned to get a job with her uncle, who owned a metal fabrication company, and the young woman decided to major in human resources. She enrolled at Toledo University, located 50 kilometers from her home. Despite the distance, she and Josh planned to keep dating and made plans for their future. The couple even began to take their time choosing engagement rings for their future wedding. After 2 years at university, the young woman went to her hometown for a summer vacation. At that point, she still had some school work to close, but she decided to do it from home so she could spend more time with her family and her boyfriend. In addition to that, Sierra was also doing an internship with her uncle's company she was in her 20s at the time, and the young woman was thoroughly preparing to work there. After graduation on July 19, 2016, Sierra decided to drive to her boyfriend's house. She had bought a new bike a few days before, and she couldn't wait to try it out. The young woman left the house at about 5 p.m. and headed toward Josh's house. Around 9 p.m. her mother came home and found her daughter not there. This struck her as a little strange. She thought Sierra would have come home by now, but it was summer, and it was just starting to get dark outside. Besides, the young woman was already in her 20s, and her mother didn't worry about it. She had assumed that her daughter would stay at the boyfriend's house, but that all changed when Josh called her at 1:30 p.m. He asked if Sarah was home since the boyfriend couldn't reach her. According to the young man, they broke up at about 7 p.m., and she hasn't been in touch since. Considering that more than 3 hours had passed since then, the young woman's mother began to get seriously worried. Together with Josh, they started calling friends and relatives of the young woman, hoping she had stopped by one of them. But no one had seen her that night. Then the mother called all the nearby hospitals, but there was no one there either. Eventually, the woman decided to go to the police, and around midnight she filed a missing persons report. Despite the fact that Sierra was 20 years old, the police immediately began their search. Given that Josh was the last person to see her, they went to him. The guy said that the young woman arrived at his house shortly after 5 p.m. After about an hour and a half, they decided to go for a ride together. Sierra rode her bike, and Josh rode his motorcycle. The couple rode along country roads along numerous cornfields. Josh even took a picture of Sierra on her bike, and the young woman posted it on social media. After riding around for a while, they decided to go their separate ways. Sierra and Josh separated about a mile away from her house. The guy rode back on his motorcycle, and she headed home on her bike. While the police talked to the young man, other officers drove around looking for Sierra. They headed for the road near where the young woman had begun her journey home alone, and soon they were able to spot the first disturbing tip-off as they drove along the road along the fields. One of the officers saw that the corn stalks in one place were heavily pinched, as if someone had waded through them. He walked over there with a flashlight and after a few yards saw Sierra's bicycle. On examining it, the policeman saw traces of blood on the handles, and seat next to the bicycle was a woman's sock which also had blood stains on it. He reported the find to his colleagues and soon other police officers arrived on the scene. On closer inspection, they found several other items not far from the bike. They were men's sunglasses, a screwdriver, and some car fuses. Just as interesting was the fact that motorcycle tire tracks led to the bicycle across the cornfield. All this was enough for the investigators to come to a disappointing conclusion. It was likely that Sarah had been stolen. As the case took a serious turn, they began to look closely at Josh as a possible suspect. First of all, statistically speaking, it is the people closest to them who are most likely to turn out to be the perpetrators. Second, that night Josh was riding a motorcycle, and next to the bike, Sierra found similar tire tracks. Besides that, the detectives wondered why the guy didn't walk the young woman home. She had less than a mile to go, and he was on a motorcycle and could have gotten home quickly anyway. Josh allowed the police officers to look around his house, his car, and his motorcycle, and that's where the officers came across his work overalls, which showed signs of blood. The young man said he wore the clothes when he was hunting, and the blood belonged to animals. Investigators turned the overalls over to experts, and they quickly confirmed that he was telling the truth. Otherwise, there was nothing to suggest Josh was involved. The experts also examined the items found in the field and extracted one DNA sample from them that belonged to an unknown person. Josh immediately volunteered a sample, and they did not match. As a result, he was no longer considered a suspect, and the police started looking for other leads. The next day they received a call from a farmer. The man told them that on the evening of Sierra's disappearance he was driving down the same road with his son. At one point they noticed a motorcycle helmet on the side of the road, and the father told his son to bring it to the car. The farmer later examined it more closely and saw traces of blood on it, and then contacted the police. Detectives admitted that the helmet may have belonged to the kidnapper, but his identity remained a mystery at this point. The FBI was already involved in the case, and the agents decided to take a close look at the photo that Josh had taken of Sierra shortly before her disappearance. Thanks to the photo, they knew what kind of clothes she was wearing, but the detectives noticed something else. The young woman was wearing a fitness bracelet on her wrist. They immediately requested geolocation data for the device, but here the investigators were unsuccessful. The device had been turned off shortly after Sierra disappeared. The police received another tip shortly thereafter. Josh told them that as he and the young woman were driving down the road, a suspicious white van followed them. The guy got the feeling that the driver was following them. The vehicle was traveling at a slow speed and slowed down. When the couple slowed down at one point, Josh even tried to drive up to him, but the driver pulled away. The guy thought it was strange, and he even remembered part of his license plate number. The police quickly found the vehicle and its owner. She turned out to be a woman, and detectives determined that she had nothing to do with the crime. During the conversation, she herself accused Josh of trying to drive up to her and push her off the road. As a result, investigators decided that there had simply been a miscommunication between them and continued to look for more leads. Several days had passed since Sierra's disappearance, but the police were still unable to find any additional clues. Then they decided to go through all the residents who had been previously convicted of violent crimes and lived in nearby communities. Going through the list of these people, they immediately noticed one man, 57-year-old James Worley. He lived only a few kilometers from the field where Sierra's bicycle was found. The reason the police were so interested in him was very simple. James had been convicted of kidnapping a young woman in the 1990s. She was riding her bicycle when suddenly a man ran over her in his van, threatening her with his screwdriver. He tried to force the young woman into the car, but she managed to escape. Given that Sierra disappeared during the bike ride and the screwdriver was found next to him, police quickly suspected James of kidnapping her. Investigators went to him to verify this theory. The man was clearly unhappy about the visit and stated that he had not killed anyone. Nevertheless, he voluntarily allowed the officers to inspect his home. James and his mother lived on a 120-acre farm, and there were many different structures on this huge property. It took the detectives a long time to look at them all. During this process, James kept repeating to the police that he had not kidnapped Sierra and had only heard about the case from the news. This behavior began to seem strange to them. The man was literally repeating the same thing over and over again, but something more interestingly awaited them next. Suddenly, James said that On the night of Sierra's disappearance, he had just driven along that road and his motorcycle had stalled near the very spot where the police later found the young woman's bicycle, according to James. He saw her bike and decided to get closer, so he headed into the field, pushing his motorcycle nearby. The man added that, as he walked there, his car fuses, sunglasses, screwdriver, and helmet fell out. Suddenly, his motorcycle started up again, and James drove on, forgetting to pick up all those items. As you might have guessed, the detectives were very suspicious of this story. In addition, just a few hours earlier, a witness had approached them and said that the evening of Sierra's disappearance, he had seen a strange van on that road. The witness noticed it because the vehicle was driving at a very high speed, breaking all possible rules. He memorized the license plate number and gave that information to the police. After running the blades, detectives learned that the van belonged to James, and during a search he spotted it near the house. The man also allowed them to examine the van, and the officers found something of interest inside, where a ski mask, duct tape, plastic clamps, handcuffs, and a maze. The items themselves did not in any way indicate his guilt, but given James's criminal record for kidnapping, such a set made investigators suspicious. But the creepiest finds awaited them in one of the barns. Detectives found a separate room where, behind a hidden door inside which was an air mattress, beside it were chains that looked as if they had been designed to keep a person in the room. Next to the mattress was a refrigerator, inside of which the police found traces of blood. There is also a strong smell of bleach, from which they deduced that the blood had been thoroughly cleaned. But the main clue was the contents of a small box. There were bras and several pairs of women's underwear, one of which had blood on it. All this was enough to arrest James, at least temporarily. While experts examined the collected evidence, the man was taken in for questioning and asked to explain the secret room with the blood and chains. In response, James gave them another dubious story. He said he had made the room because he wanted to set up his own studio to shoot adult material, so it was just his improvised film set. Of course, the detectives didn't believe what he said. The room looked as if it had originally been made to hold people against their will. Nevertheless, they still could not connect it to Sierra's disappearance, nor could they determine her whereabouts. But that all changed on the third day after her disappearance. During a lengthy search, the police found a freshly dug grave in a field that contained Sierra's body. Her hands were handcuffed, and the young woman had a large plastic toy in her mouth. She was also wearing an adult diaper. Medical examiners determined that the victim died from strangulation, but they were unable to determine even the approximate time of death. In addition, they did not find any signs of violence. Around the same time, forensic scientists were actively examining all the evidence collected from James' barn. They found female DNA on one of the pieces of duct tape lying next to the mattress, and it matched Sierra's DNA. The cops also obtained geolocation data on James' smartphone. It turned out that on the night of the young woman's disappearance, he had spent almost 2 hours near that location. They received another disturbing piece of evidence from the psychologist James had court appointed for a previous abduction. According to him, during one of his sessions, James stated that he was learning from his mistakes with each new abduction, and then next time he was going to bury the bodies. Apparently, the psychologist decided not to inform the police of such disturbing statements made by his client, and did so only after he had been accused of murder. With this set of clues, the detectives formed the most likely chronology of events. Apparently, James spotted Sierra on the road that night, hit her with his helmet, and dragged her into a field with his bicycle. Based on his geolocation data, the man sat there until the sun went down. During that time, he called his brother and told him that his motorcycle had broken down. Apparently, this was his way of creating an alibi. As soon as it got dark outside, James drove home, got off his motorcycle onto his van, and returned to the field, picked up Sierra, and took her to his barn. At that point, the young woman was either unconscious or restrained. What happened next, only James knew. He apparently abused the victim for some time before killing her and burying her in a field. Experts only speculated that the victim may have been there for 3 days. The man himself continued to deny all of these allegations, and the case went to trial. The trial began in March 2018, with the prosecution presenting additional evidence that further pointed to his guilt. It turned out that the key to the handcuffs placed on the victim's hands was found on James' keychain. His lawyers decided to stick with the theory that James simply wanted to set up an adult film studio in his barn, and the cops pulled that into the murder. However, they did not provide any adequate arguments for their client's innocence. The trial ended in less than a month, and on March 28th, the jury found him guilty. As a result, James received the death penalty, with his execution scheduled for May 20th, 2025. Of course, this story was far from over for the detectives. Given everything they had learned about the man, the police were certain that James had committed similar crimes before, but he had managed to avoid responsibility. Investigators were still working on his case, trying to tie the unsolved disappearances to James, but it had yet to yield concrete results. The victim's parents established the Sierra Scholarship and also participated in the creation of a bill that would have required the state to make an open registry of people previously convicted of murder and kidnapping. The bill was quickly supported and went into effect on March 20th, 2019. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at the events that occurred in Austin, Texas. Diane Hollick, 43, was a successful woman with a senior position at IBM on the morning of November 16, 2001. She missed a scheduled work call, which caused immediate concern among her coworkers because they knew she was a responsible person. As a result, when colleagues couldn't reach her, they called the police and asked them to check Diane's house. When the officers arrived, they discovered something terrible. Diane Tammy Hollick was born in 1958 in New York City. Friends and family described her as a hard worker and a happy person. Her determination and work performance helped her become financially secure. She has spent more than 20 years at IBM, one of the world's largest manufacturers and suppliers of hardware and software. In 1996, she relocated to Austin, Texas. She had advanced to a senior position in the company by this point, allowing her to work from home. Diane purchased a luxury home in Austin's suburbs and lived a lifestyle that many people can only dream of. She hosted wine-tasting parties for friends, went to the most expensive restaurants and dance clubs, and was involved in charity work. At the same time, she attempted to improve her personal life in mid-November 2001. A storm warning was in effect in Texas. Torrential rains and tornadoes hit Austin on November 16th, so Diane worked from home that morning. Her company had scheduled a work call, but she stopped answering the phone. Diane owned several phones, including her home phone. However, she didn't respond to any of them. Her colleagues left messages asking her to call back. They quickly realized there was something wrong. As a result, they contacted the police and requested that someone be dispatched to Diane's home to investigate what had occurred. When the officers arrived at Diane's house, her neighbor noticed them and offered them a spare key. The police went inside, where there was complete silence, interrupted only by dogs emerging from the kitchen. After receiving no response from Diane, they began inspecting the house. In the bedroom on the second floor, after discovering Diane Hollick's lifeless body, detectives went to her home. Diane's house became one of the cleanest crime scenes they had to work with. There was no evidence of theft, struggle, or illegal entry into the home. Diane's fully dressed body lay in the bedroom, next to her bed. However, the detectives quickly realized they were dealing with a crime. The woman's neck bore distinct strangulation marks caused by what appeared to be a rope. There were also traces of someone binding her wrists with what appeared to be cable ties. The cleanliness of the house, untouched valuables, and lack of signs of forced entry led detectives to believe Diane died at the hands of someone she knew and trusted enough to let into her home. There was no evidence that anyone forced her into intimacy prior to her death. However, the detectives discovered several dark spots and red stains on the carpet near the bedroom entrance. The only thing that drew the detectives' attention was a towel lying on the back of the sofa in the living room, which did not fit into the overall picture of cleanliness and order. They therefore sent it to the laboratory for examination. The police interviewed those who knew Diane and discovered she had no enemies, or at least no one was aware of them. They also found out she was in a relationship with Dennis Conley. Diane wished to spend the rest of her life with this man. She was previously married, but the marriage ended quickly. Diane and Dennis connected through a dating service. He had 2 children from his previous marriage and was a businessman. Dennis lived in Houston, about 150 miles from Austin, where Diane resided. Despite the distance and infrequent meetings, they quickly grew close. After 2 months of communication, Dennis proposed to Diane with a $17,500 platinum ring. The woman said yes. Diane's closest friends told investigators that her relationship with dentists had recently deteriorated. She was an independent woman who dedicated her life to advancing her career, despite occasional attempts by dentists to control her. Diane was also dissatisfied with her decision to relocate to Houston. She and Dennis decided to build a life together on his land. Diane decided to sell her house in Austin's suburbs. However, realtors were unable to find any. He refused to pay $435,000 for the property, prompting the detective to investigate whether Dennis was responsible for Diane's death. They invited him to the police station, and he agreed to a candid conversation without a lawyer. The medical examiner determined that Diane died around 3 p.m. on November 15th, 3 a.m. on November 16. However, there was another intriguing detail. The wedding ring Dennis gave her was not on her finger, but her other jewelry remained in the bedroom. Perhaps the perpetrator had personal motives, or perhaps the criminal took the ring from the victim's hand to confuse investigators. Throughout the interview, Dennis exuded a sense of loss. They questioned him about his relationship with Diane and his whereabouts on the day his fiancée died. He claimed to have been in Houston on the day they discovered her body. On Thursday morning, November 15th, he and Diane spoke on the phone. He worked all day and didn't contact her again. Dennis couldn't get through to Diane the next morning, so he left a message on her voicemail. As we now know, the woman had already died by this point. He admitted that their relationship was far from ideal, mentioning recent arguments. Before ending the conversation, the police collected his fingerprints and a DNA sample. In theory, he could travel to Austin to deal with Diane before returning to Houston in the morning. However, the detectives investigated his alibi. The man did not leave the city. As a result, the police had to search for a new suspect. Dennis was the one who altered the course of the investigation. Before leaving the police station, he stated that one of Diane's colleagues was overly attentive to her. As detectives discovered, Ray, the man Dennis mentioned, paid regular visits to Diane's home and occasionally walked her dogs. However, Ray had a solid alibi and was not considered a suspect. However, after speaking with Diane's colleagues, the authorities discovered that a man had inspected her house a few days before her death. He sold the ranch and intended to purchase her home if he liked it after inspection. He said he'd make a cash offer. This man inspected the house and promised to return with his wife in a few days to make a joint decision on the purchase. Because this information was one of the few clues the police had, they focused all of their efforts on finding this mysterious buyer. Perhaps someone noticed him when he came to Diane's house. Detectives began interviewing the owners of all the properties for sale in Diane's neighborhood, implying that the victim's home was not the only one this mysterious buyer visited. 7 of the women interviewed told the same story. According to them, on the day Diane died, a 35-year-old man with a large nose and dark hair combed back came to see their homes without the presence of a real estate agent. While 6 women refused to let the man in, one allowed him to go inside and see the house. As this woman mentioned, the potential buyer behaved strangely after entering. He did not open any doors or examine the layout of the rooms. He was only interested in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, so he asked the woman to show him. The woman felt something was wrong and asked him to leave her house. The important thing to note here is that, when requesting permission to inspect the house, this man identified himself as Walter Miller. The police looked up this name in their databases, and the forensic artist drew this man. There were 2 Walter Millers in Austin, neither of whom matched the age or appearance description. Detectives were attempting to determine the motive behind the crime. Did the criminal only take the wedding ring? Could he have taken more jewelry or money? After all, the victim was wealthy and had lived alone for quite some time. As a result, no one could tell how much jewelry she actually owned. Why did he remove the cable ties that bound Diane's hands and carry them away? Did he know her? Diane was fully clothed when the police discovered her body, and the autopsy revealed no evidence of her being forced into intimacy prior to her death. Nonetheless, the detectives decided to return to her home and look for signs of sperm. They assumed that the criminal had left fluids somewhere in the house, but they found nothing. A sketch of a possible criminal began to appear on evening newscasts. with a request for anyone who knew someone similar to report it. A few short hairs discovered on a towel from Diane's house provided one of the few clues available to the police. Unfortunately, the hair lacked roots, preventing the experts from obtaining a complete DNA sample of its owner. Nonetheless, the investigators were optimistic about the results of the partial profile. Meanwhile, a woman called police after seeing a sketch of a man who could be considered a suspect in the Diane Hollick case. During the interview with detectives, the caller stated that she and her husband listed their house for sale about 6 months ago. One afternoon, a man approached and stated that he wanted to buy a house for cash. However, he needed to see it first, as in previous stories, a real estate agent was not present. This woman refused to let the stranger into her home, so he was forced to leave. After about 2 months, she noticed the same man on her doorstep. The latter identified himself as Jim Taylor. Her husband had just left for work and she was home with her young daughter. The man again requested to look around inside, but was denied. It enraged him, so he began shouting and demanding to go inside. The pseudo-buyer only left after the woman threatened to call the police. The woman was terrified. She took a piece of paper and wrote down his name and the license plate number of his minivan, which was parked in the driveway. When she saw the suspect's portrait on the news, she assumed he was the person who came to look at her house back then. The police now had the license plate number at their disposal. Using a database, they discovered that the vehicle's owner was not Jim Taylor, but Patrick Anthony Russo. At first glance, it appeared unlikely that Russo was involved in Diane's death. He lived 40 minutes from Austin, was married, had 2 children, and played in a church band. However, a more in-depth look into his background revealed that he was an ex-convict who had served time for a series of attacks on women. One of them resulted in abduction. He tied up his victim with cable ties and began strangling her, but stopped at the last moment. The court sentenced him to 20 years in prison for this offense. While behind bars, he met his future wife Janet, a church volunteer. Despite his criminal record, Russo was released from prison on parole after serving 8 of his 20-year sentence. The police did not think it was a coincidence. So they went to Anthony Russo's house after receiving a search warrant, giving the impression that he was not surprised by the police's visit. Anthony opened the door. However, the police discovered no evidence in his home. Diane's ring and other belongings were not present. A search of his minivan yielded no results either. But what was important was that the neighbors noticed a similar car at Diane's house on the day she died. In the utility room, they discovered several cable ties that were identical to those that had left marks on Diane's wrists. Even if we consider it evidence, it is only an indirect one. After all, anyone can purchase these ties from any hardware store. The investigator informed Anthony that his name came up during the investigation of one of the cases and invited him to the station for a more in-depth conversation. There, they inquired about Russo's whereabouts on November 15th and 16th. He stated that on Thursday, the 15th, he went to Austin to visit a religious radio station, but was unable to enter because no one opened the door. This radio station happened to be close to Diane Hollick's house. He said he went home around 4 p.m., but I got a little lost due to a hurricane. He arrived home around 6 p.m. I'd like to remind you that, according to the forensic medical expert's report, Diane died around 3 p.m. and 3 a.m. When the police asked Russo if he was looking for a house to buy, he said he had never looked at any for sale. It's a critical moment because his words will have consequences. When they showed him a picture of Diane, he had no reaction and claimed he had never met her. There was no evidence linking him to the crime, so the cops had to let him go. But the next day, when the detectives went to the radio station Russo was talking about, it became clear that his claims about the closed doors were false. The employees stated that they did not close the doors because a large crowd had gathered in the lobby as a tornado approached. Meanwhile, another woman called the police. She was also selling a house and came across a man who resembled the suspect sketch. The young mother was at home with her child when she received a knock on the door. She opened it. She saw a man with a pamphlet. The pamphlet outlined how she sold advertisements, including her own. The stranger stated that he wanted to buy a house and requested permission to enter and look around. When he mentioned that he would make a cash offer, she let him in. He attempted to attack her after she showed him one of the bedrooms. But when he heard a child crying in the next room, he quickly left. The woman kept the pamphlet that the man was holding in her hands. When the police received it, they discovered a well-preserved fingerprint on it. Those are Anthony Russo's fingerprints. However, he claimed he had never looked at the houses for sale. The new evidence indicated that he made a false statement. He was still on probation. And by lying to the police, he committed a misdemeanor. Russo was arrested because he failed to comply with the parole conditions. The authorities were concerned that he would flee while they searched for evidence linking him to Diane's death. They believed it would be safer to keep him in prison. The police were able to locate 15 women with whom Russo had come to see the houses. All of these women came to identify the suspect. On the other side of the glass stood 5 equally dressed and similar men, one of whom was Anthony Russo. Each of those men repeated specific phrases in turn. The following phrase: "You have a beautiful house, you have a gorgeous home." 10 of the 15 women identified Anthony Russo as the person who came to see the house before making a purchase. The other 5 couldn't identify anyone. Russo was interrogated again by the police, but this time he realized they had exposed his lies. However, this did not stop him from declaring his innocence. He eventually said he wanted to see his wife and stopped answering questions. Soon after, the detectives received a report from the lab. The mitochondrial sequence of the hair found on the towel from Diane's house was confirmed to match Anthony Russo's DNA, but it was only partial evidence, leaving the possibility that the hair belonged to someone else. According to court documents, the odds of someone else having the same DNA profile as Russo were 1 in 12,900,000. Thus, the investigation had a lot of indirect evidence, but not a single direct clue linking Russo to Diane Hollick's death. Another indirect proof was a report on the location of his cell phone, which revealed that Russo was in the same area as Diane on the day she died. After examining the computer seized from his home, the experts discovered a very detailed search history. Russo, a 37-year-old father of 2 who attended church on a regular basis, was a frequent user of the adult website. There, he watched videos and read articles about strangulation during intimacy. The website's materials were not free. What is even more revealing is that a few days before Diane's death, he read a story in which a male character enters a lonely woman's home under the guise of a buyer, strangles her, and takes valuables with him when he leaves, leading everyone to believe that the motive was robbery rather than a desire to quench his thirst for strangulation. The detectives conducted an extensive investigation into Russo and his wife's finances. With only $2,000 in savings, he couldn't afford to buy a new house. In addition, he and his wife have yet to pay the bank for the house where they live. On February 5, 2004, police charged Anthony Russo with the murder of Diane Hollick, despite the lack of direct evidence. He made his court appearance more than 2 years after Diane's death. 14 women testified under oath, saying Russo approached them about purchasing a home. He went to see some of them on the day Diane died, but they refused to let him into their homes. One woman made an exception, allowing him in before quickly telling him to leave due to his strange behavior. Everyone Russo met was around the same age. It indicated that he was observing the owners before knocking on their doors. He was only interested in certain types of women. The prosecution presented all of the evidence mentioned in the video and detailed the alleged events on that fateful November day. As previously stated, Diane informed one of her colleagues that a potential buyer had visited her to see the house. The prosecutor suggested that Russo realized Diane lived alone when he first saw the house on November 15th. Russo toured the homes for sale, but only one woman let him in. However, when he arrived at Diane's house, Russo most likely requested that Diane show him around again. Nonetheless, he went there with a specific goal in mind, planning out all of his actions and attempting to leave no trace. It was raining outside, so Diane unexpectedly handed him a towel to wipe his hands and face. He casually tossed this towel onto the back of the sofa. She again showed him around the house. When they arrived on the second floor, Russo attacked her. Prosecutors believed Russo enjoyed the strangulation process, which resulted in Diane's death during their second meeting. Before leaving, Russo took cable ties and Diane's wedding ring, which the police were unable to locate. He locked the door using a spare key kept at the front door. It was a representation of the prosecutor's office. Room So, as former and current wives testified at the trial, both stated that Anthony enjoyed the strangulation process. It's worth noting that the man's first conviction was for a similar offense. After an 11-hour deliberation, the jury convicted Patrick Anthony Russo. The court sentenced him to life in prison, but he never admitted guilt. Regardless of his criminal record, Russo will be eligible for parole again. He can submit his first petition in 2044. He'll be just over 80 years old by then. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman moved to another city for her studies and stayed with an acquaintance. Well, what happened next seemed more like a twisted plot of a detective movie than a real-life situation. For several years. This story troubled the police until the unexpected truth finally came to light. Jonah Berry was born on October 26, 1983, in the small American town of Bristol, Tennessee. She was lively and sociable, had many friends, and was always the life of the party. During her school years, she was also part of the local cheerleading team. After high school, Jonah enrolled at East Tennessee State University, where she studied psychology and criminalistics. While studying, she also worked part-time at a children's educational center. During her time at the university, she met a guy named Jason White. They dated for several years, and shortly before graduation, they got engaged in late 2004. When Jana was 21 years old, she decided to pursue a master's degree in psychology, which required her to temporarily move to Knoxville to study at a different university. After working at the Children's Center, she realized her passion for this field and aspired to become a child psychologist. Meanwhile, her boyfriend continued his studies in another state, aiming to obtain a law degree. Despite the distance, the couple communicated every day and started preparing for their wedding, which was only a few months away in Knoxville. Jonathan planned to find her own accommodation, but for the first few weeks she stayed at her friend Jason Amami's apartment. He had studied with her and her boyfriend at the university, and after graduating he moved to Knoxville, where he lived in a 2-bedroom apartment and agreed to host his friend. Until she found a place of her own, Jonah found 2 part-time jobs at a jewelry store and a children's hospital. On the evening of December 5th, after finishing her shift at the store, she went to the shopping center to buy Christmas presents. When she returned home, she packed some gifts intended for the children at the educational center, chatted with her apartment neighbor, and went to her room. There, she talked to her boyfriend on the phone and went to sleep. Around 4 a.m., Jason Amami woke up to a woman's scream. He thought Jana had a nightmare and headed to her room. At that moment, a man emerged from the room, and Jason noticed a knife in his hand. The assailant immediately attacked him and delivered several blows. The young man tried to defend himself, and at some point managed to fend off the attacker, pushing him away, and ran out of the apartment. Jason quickly ran to the neighboring residential complex and began knocking on every door, hoping that someone would call the police, but no one opened for him. He then sprinted to the nearest 24-hour store, which was almost a kilometer away. Upon seeing the bloodied man, the store clerk immediately called 911, and Jason recounted what happened. The police arrived at his home and immediately discovered Jonah lying on the floor next to the corridor door that connected 5 apartments. The young woman was alive, but barely responsive to what was happening around her. As the paramedics prepared to load her into the ambulance, a police officer asked, "Is the attacker still in the apartment?" And he thought he saw Jonah nod ever so slightly. The officers thoroughly searched the entire building and the surrounding area, but failed to find him. The young woman was swiftly transported to the nearest hospital, but despite the efforts of the doctors, they were unable to save her. Medical experts determined that she had sustained over 20 knife wounds, leaving the doctors with virtually no chance of saving her life. As for her neighbor, the assailant had managed to inflict 8 wounds on him, with only 1 being serious. The medics provided him with the necessary care, and his life was not in danger. Meanwhile, detectives began investigating the crime scene. From the bloodstains in the corridor, they deduced that the young woman had attempted to reach out to her neighbors and seek help, but none of the 4 residents had opened their doors. Next to the door to Johnny's room, investigators found the murder weapon, a kitchen knife belonging to Jason. The assailant had struck with such force that the blade had bent. In addition, the police discovered blood traces near the back door of the apartment and on the staircase leading from the 2nd floor. to the street. Considering that Jason and Jonah had exited through the front door, the detectives made the most obvious conclusion: the murderer had left the crime scene through the back door, and another lead awaited them in Jason's room. They found a partial footprint that the perpetrator may have left when following the apartment owner and launching the attack, considering the brutality with which the killer had dealt with the young woman. The police suspected that the crime was personal in nature. Their first step was to closely scrutinize Jana's fiancé, despite him being approximately 1,000 kilometers away from Knoxville. All friends and relatives attested to the couple having a wonderful relationship, and there seemed to be no motive for the fiancé to commit such a heinous crime. The young man only learned about his fiancé's death at 10 a.m. when her mother called him. He said that after hearing the news, he fainted and took a long time to recover. He had to ask his neighbor to book a plane ticket for him and pack his suitcase since he was incapable of doing anything himself. Detectives thoroughly examined his alibi and concluded that he physically couldn't have traveled to Knoxville and returned by morning. As a result, he was eliminated as a suspect, and the investigators turned their attention to Jonah's neighbor, unlike the victim's fiancé, whose neighbor had no alibi. Jason was in the same apartment as her and could have committed the crime. Friends and relatives of Jonah were also suspicious of him, with some considering him the most likely killer. Others accused him of fleeing the apartment and leaving the young woman alone, leading the victim's parents to not even want him to attend her funeral immediately. After Jason was discharged from the hospital, the detectives began interrogating him. The young man stuck to his initial version of events. He woke up to a scream, saw an unknown man, and was attacked. When he managed to push the assailant away, Jason rushed the front door and ran outside, attempting to reach his neighbors. He believed that Jana had also managed to leave the apartment since he no longer heard her screams. However, the police were hesitant to believe this account. The first thing that made them suspect Jason was his injuries. 7 out of the 8 wounds proved to be non-life-threatening, and the last one on his right hand could have been sustained during both defense and attack. Furthermore, forensic experts found no signs of forced entry into the apartment, indicating that the perpetrator was already inside. Jason himself mentioned that he had taken out the trash through the back door that evening, but couldn't remember if he had locked it or not. Detectives continued to press him, paying particular attention to the door he used to run out onto the street. Jason insisted that it was the front door, but the police suspected he was lying. If he had exited through the back door, it would explain the bloody traces near the door on the stairs. In that case, it would further implicate him. Additionally, the police accused him of using and selling illicit substances and behaving aggressively when unable to obtain a dose. Jason denied all of these allegations, but the investigators kept bombarding him with various accusations. After spending several hours with Jason at the police station, the detectives offered him a polygraph test, and he agreed. They brought in an expert who asked leading questions, and at the end of the interview informed him that the polygraph indicated that he had given false answers. Upon hearing this, Jason entered a state of close to hysteria. He screamed that he had nothing to do with the crime and feared for his life as the real perpetrator was still at large. However, the detectives didn't believe him. Nevertheless, they couldn't arrest him for murder since there was no evidence against Jason. They had to wait for the laboratory experts to finish examining the few pieces of evidence found in the apartment. Then an unexpected turn of events occurred with the knife used as the murder weapon. 3 DNA samples were found, those of the deceased young woman, Jason, and an unknown male. The unknown male's DNA was also discovered in Jonah's room on the back door handle and on the staircase used by the perpetrator to flee. Furthermore, a fingerprint left by the victim's blood was found on the knife handle, and it didn't match Jason's fingerprint. These discoveries made the police doubt that he was the killer. The evidence confirmed that someone else was indeed present in the apartment that night, but comparing the DNA samples to existing databases yielded no results. Despite the detectives no longer considering Jason as the murderer, public opinion remained against him. He was accused of fleeing and abandoning his girlfriend instead of trying to protect her. In addition to that, Jason began to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. Soon another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that the polygraph operator had simply misinterpreted the instrument's readings. In reality, there were no signs indicating that Jason was lying. Furthermore, the police had no actual evidence linking the young man to illicit substances. They accused him of it solely to exert additional pressure. Most importantly, the police initially downplayed the severity of the injuries Jason sustained, but in reality he had suffered serious harm, with his lung and neck being severely damaged. Full recovery was unlikely due to these police reports. The insurance company only covered 25% of the medical expenses, and Jason experienced significant financial difficulties after he ceased being a suspect. The police began questioning Jason as a witness, and based on his statements, they created an approximate profile of the attacker. The situation was complicated by the fact that Jason couldn't clearly see Asiana's face as the room was dark, and the perpetrator immediately attacked him. When he exited the room, detectives also discovered something interesting in Jonah's room, a camp, and near the back staircase there were scattered discs and a stereo player. Initially, they assumed these items belonged to the victim or Jason, but Jason denied it. According to him, none of those belongings were in his apartment, implying that the killer left them behind. The investigators handed the approximate portrait of the suspect to journalists, and after its publication in the news, the police received hundreds of potential leads. People provided information about acquaintances who even remotely resembled the portrait, and the detectives followed up on each lead. One of them seemed particularly intriguing to a detective. They were informed that in the vicinity of Jonah's murder, there was a group of teenagers known for breaking into houses to commit theft. One of them, a 19-year-old named Michael Perkofow, resembled the suspect's portrait, and the police began searching for him. It wasn't easy since the young man was already wanted for theft. However, now that he was suspected of potential involvement in the murder, dozens of police officers joined the search. They eventually located him and brought him to the station. The investigators immediately noticed his footwear. The pattern on the soles resembled the footprint left by the killer. They collected a DNA sample and fingerprints from him and sent everything to the experts. Meanwhile, they interrogated him, and during the questioning, the detectives were in for an unexpected surprise. Michael confessed almost immediately that he and his friend had indeed broken into Jonah's apartment that night. According to Michael's account, their intention was to steal valuable items from Jonah's apartment, but his friend grabbed a knife and attacked her. However, the detectives quickly became skeptical of his story. Firstly, the details Michael provided didn't match the actual facts, and secondly, there were no traces of the presence of two outsiders at the crime scene. The laboratory result only confirmed their skepticism. Michael's DNA and fingerprints did not match those found at the murder scene. The same applied to his shoes. The pattern on the soles was different from the footprint in Jason's room. Eventually, the police realized that the young man was simply lying. As strange as it may sound, such situations occur quite often. Many high-profile cases involve individuals who take on someone else's guilt. Some do it to seek attention, while others lie in hopes of receiving rewards for information. It's unknown what motives drove Michael, but his story turned out to be fabricated. Since then, investigators have interviewed over 1,000 potential suspects and collected around 400 DNA samples. But they haven't found a single match. From the early weeks of the investigation, a reward was announced for information leading to the resolution of the case. The amount increased each month and reached $60,000 in December of 2005. 1 year after the murder, the state governor added $20,000 from his own pocket, which further drew public attention. Despite the numerous leads, all of them proved to be dead ends, and the case remained unresolved for several years. In 2007, the victim's parents decided to advocate for changes in the state's legislation. They found it astonishing that the perpetrator's fingerprints and DNA were not found in any of the databases. Considering the brutality of the crime, the parents refused to believe that it was his first offense. Later, they learned that under the laws of Tennessee, fingerprints and DNA samples were only taken from convicted criminals. Jonah's parents resolved to rectify the situation and participated in the creation of a new law that mandated the collection of these samples from all individuals arrested for violent crimes. The authorities supported this initiative, and in May of 2007, such a law was enacted. 2 months later, a breakthrough finally occurred in the case when the police arrested 22-year-old Taylor Lee Olson for violating the terms of his parole. The man had been convicted of theft, and during a search of his home, marijuana bushes were discovered, leading to his rearrest. Olson had an extensive criminal history, primarily consisting of thefts, check forgery, and car thefts. He had been arrested multiple times, but his fingerprints and DNA were never taken until now. It turned out that Olson had already come to the attention of investigators 5 months prior. They received a tip about his possible involvement in the murder, but for some reason the police never attempted to take his DNA for analysis. However, now that he was arrested for violating the terms of his parole, they finally decided to question him about the Jonah case. Olson denied his involvement in the murder and willingly agreed to provide his DNA sample. It was handed over to experts, and soon the detectives received a report from the laboratory. Taylor's DNA fully matched the sample found in the victim's apartment. Following this, his fingerprints were taken, and they also matched the print found on the murder weapon. Olson was subsequently arrested, and the detectives brought him in for questioning. At first, he denied his guilt, but soon he decided to confess. Taylor explained that on that night he wanted to steal John's car and entered the apartment through the back door to take the keys when he entered the young woman's room. She woke up and started screaming. That's when Olson grabbed a kitchen knife and struck her multiple times, although he claimed he did not intend to kill anyone. And it all happened accidentally. The detectives doubted the truthfulness of some aspects of his account and leaned toward the belief that Taylor had initially planned the murder. It was possible that he had been stalking the victim for some time, indirectly supported by a fact mentioned earlier in the investigation. Genre's friends told investigators that she had been followed by someone in a car. At the time, they couldn't find any evidence to confirm it, but after Olson's arrest, they considered the possibility that he had indeed been stalking her. Despite the doubt surrounding some details, nobody questioned Olson's guilt. His DNA and fingerprint were found on the murder weapon, indicating that he had inflicted the knife wounds on the victim. Olson's trial was scheduled to begin in mid-2008, and by that time he had already hired a lawyer. Apparently, the lawyer advised him to retract his confession, and Taylor provided a new version of events to the detectives. Now he claims that he had energy in his apartment with his friend Noah Cox, according to Olson, when he entered Jonah's room to take the car keys. She allegedly woke up, grabbed a knife, and struck him multiple times. Olson ran out of the apartment through the back door while his friend went into Jonah's room, where he grabbed the knife from her and killed the young woman. This account also did not convince the police. No fingerprints or DNA of other individuals were found at the crime scene, making the involvement of someone else unlikely. The detectives were awaiting the start of the trial, but it was never meant to happen. 10. On March 28, 2008, Taylor Olson ended his life in his prison cell, according to notes addressed to his family. Jonah's relatives and the police were found next to him in the letter to the detectives. He once again claimed that his friend Noah Cox was the actual killer and apologized to Jonah's family and his own. The detectives continued to believe that Olson was the one who committed the murder, yet they repeatedly questioned Noah, but no evidence of his involvement could be found. Jonah's parents also believed that he lied in their opinion. If Taylor was truly innocent, he would not have taken his own life. It was much more likely that he simply didn't want to spend his entire life in prison, and for several months after his confession, Olson continued to maintain that he entered the apartment alone and that no one was with him. If he was trying to protect his friend, why did he suddenly retract his confession and start accusing him of the murder? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman spending time with her family on a normal Saturday morning heard the doorbell ring and went to answer it. What happened next resembled more the plot of a horror movie than a real-life incident. It took the detective more than 30 years to unravel this terrible mystery, the ending of which shocked and angered everyone. Marlene Warren was born on April 15, 1950, in Michigan, USA. She grew up without a father, and since her teenage years, she has dreamed of having a large and close-knit family. Very soon, that dream came true. The girl married a man named John, and they had 2 sons, but just a few years later, an unexpected tragedy struck the family. Marlene's husband died suddenly of an illness, and the woman was left alone with 2 small children. Since then, she has spent most of her time at work trying to provide for her sons alone. Although she struggled with this, she sacrificed everything for her children. 6 years after her husband's death, she met a man named Michael Warren, and they soon married. The man was a used car salesman, and after their marriage, he opened his own business in that area. By that time, Marlene was already making good money, but instead of spending all her money, she tried to save it. The woman invested in Michael's company and also helped him in the management. The man himself was also good at this business, and in the following years, it began to bring them decent money. Over time, Marlene and her husband expanded the business. They bought several properties to rent, and their finances took off. The family moved to an upscale Miami suburb called Wellington, buying a large house there. They seemed to have built a near-perfect life, but in 1988, Marlene suffered another tragedy. Her oldest son was killed, and a woman and her youngest son, Joseph. It was a huge blow. After all the difficulties they had gone through, their life had just got better when suddenly fate presented them with yet another test. They found the strength to move on after this tragedy. Marlene became even closer to Joseph because he was her only closest relative. Her husband also helped her to recover from this loss. After the death of her son, the woman began to think about selling the properties that she and Michael were renting out. Despite the fact that this business brought in good money for Marlene, it was associated with constant worries. There were often situations when tenants delayed rent or lost in him altogether. In each such case, the woman did her best to find the best solution. It was very hard for her to put people on the street because she was a good-natured person and well remembered the financial difficulties she experienced with 2 small children. On the other hand, she and her husband could not let people live in their homes for free, and eventually Marlene wanted to get rid of the business so that she would no longer face such moral dilemmas. 2 years had passed since her son's death. The family was just beginning to recover and return to normalcy, but something terrible and unforeseen awaited them once again. On the morning of May 26, 1990, Marlene was at home with her son and 3 of his friends who came over for breakfast. Their kitchen was located so that they could see the driveway through the windows. At some point, the doorbell rang and Marlene went to open it. Her son saw a white Chrysler parked in front of their house. The next second, the woman opened the front door and saw a man in a clown costume holding 2 balloons and a bouquet of flowers on the doorstep. Marlene said, "How cute is that?" But the next second, something unexpected happened. The clown pulled the gun out of his pocket and shot the woman in the head. Her son and his friends rushed into the hallway, where a heartbreaking sight awaited them. Marlene was lying on the floor with blood everywhere. The man in the clown suit looked at them for a few seconds, then got back into his car and drove away. My son called an ambulance, after which he decided to chase after his attacker. At the time, his leg was in a cast after an injury, and the guy couldn't drive. He told his 2 friends to stay with his mother. He asked his friend to drive and drove with her in the direction the attacker had gone, but by that time, the clown was out of sight, and they never managed to find him. Marlene was taken to the hospital in an unconscious state, and the detectives began their investigation. The first thing they did was talk to everyone in the house. The woman's son said that he could not see any signs of his attacker. He was wearing a suit and makeup. He was wearing gloves on his hands and a wig on his head. The only thing the son remembered was that the perpetrator had very dark eyes. His friends added that the clown was quite tall, and his shoes stood out strongly against the costume. They looked like work shoes. A neighbor who was walking his dog near Marlene's house also saw the clown, but he was unable to share any significant sightings with police. Investigators put out a search for a white Chrysler and began searching for other evidence, of course. Marlene's husband Michael was the first to be suspected that morning. He had just left for the racing stadium in Miami, and at the time of the attack on his wife, he was not at home. From the first hours of the investigation, the police had several good reasons to think about his involvement. First, they found out that Marlene and her relatives really liked clowns. There were a lot of pictures and figures depicting these characters in their house. This suggested that the attacker knew this fact and chose such an outfit for a reason. Second, just 2 hours after the incident, the police received an anonymous tip from a woman who called the investigators and said they should look into Michael Warren. A woman named Sheila Keen. Sheila, who was 26, worked with Michael at his car rental company. Digging deeper, the detectives learned of rumors that there was a secret affair between them. Their relationship had been speculated about by some colleagues, so they immediately shared this information with the investigators. Here, the police discovered another possible motive. If Michael was in a relationship with another woman and wanted to break up with Marlene, he had one problem. Most of the real estate and business that the family owned were written down to his wife. In that case, Michael would lose an impressive part of his fortune in a divorce. The police immediately checked the man's whereabouts at the time of the attack, and it turned out that Michael was in a car but 110 kilometers away from the house and had 2 friends with him. Investigators concluded he would not have been physically capable of committing the crime upon learning of the attempt on his wife's life. Michael rushed to the hospital and has not left her room since. Officers spoke with Sheila, and she stated that there was no romantic relationship between them and she had nothing to do with the crime. The woman added that she was at work at the time. Detectives also interviewed Sheila's husband, who said he was aware of rumors of an affair between his wife and Michael, but could not confirm whether or not it was true. The man added that his wife had moved out about a month ago, and in fact they were no longer together, although the police had no evidence to link Michael and Sheila to the crime. They continued to consider their involvement highly probable given that the husband could not have physically been outside his house that morning. The police wondered whether Sheila could have been the clown. Because of the costume, none of the witnesses could determine the gender of the assailant for certain, and Sheila was known among her colleagues for her character. The woman was responsible for dealing with clients who were delinquent in rent payments, and most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Sheila was adamant that some of these cases led to serious conflicts, so she always carried a gun with her. After doctors removed the bullet from Marlene's head, experts determined that it had been fired from a .38 caliber handgun, remarkably the same caliber as Sheila's. The cops went to her again to examine the weapon, but the woman said the gun had been stolen or lost months before the incident, and the detectives were again left with nothing. The cops continued to dig deeper and learned that after Sheila moved out of her husband's house, she had moved into a rental apartment, and investigators also heard rumors that Michael was paying for the place. Here, a new interesting discovery awaited the police officers. All the while, their colleagues were trying to establish where the perpetrator took the clown costume, balloons, and flowers. At first glance, it seemed a very difficult task, but the detectives were lucky. They found that on May 24th, 2 days before the attempt on Marlene's life, a woman came to the costume store near Sheila's apartment. The employee said that at the time the store was closed and they were about to leave, but the woman persistently knocked on the door until someone opened it for her. She stated that she urgently needed a clown costume, a wig, face makeup, and a red nose. The clerks tried to explain to her that this store was already closed and asked her to come back tomorrow, but the woman was adamant, so the staff still sold her the items. There were no surveillance cameras in the store, so the police officers had to rely on verbal descriptions of the woman's appearance. The salespeople told them that she was tall and thin with dark hair. Detectives showed them pictures of several women, and the officer said the customer looked like one of them, Sheila. As for the balloons and flowers, they were traced to a supermarket about a mile from Sheila's apartment. The salesman stated that the same items had been bought by a woman just a few hours before the attempt on Marlene's life. He described her exactly like the costume store employees, a tall, thin young woman with long dark hair. The salesman added another interesting fact. According to him, the female customer exhibited rude and to some extent even masculine manners. By that time, the investigation had lasted 2 days, and on May 28th, the doctors told the police that Marlene had died. Despite their best efforts, the effects of the point-blank shot were too severe. As a result, the case was reclassified as a homicide, and detectives continued to look for more possible evidence against Sheila. They asked the judge for a warrant to search her apartment. While the police were waiting, something else happened. They were informed of a similar car in a parking lot located 13 kilometers from the victim's home. Investigators got there and quickly verified that it was the same Chrysler the killer was driving inside. They found some long dark hair and orange fibers that looked like pieces of a clown wig. During a search of Sheila's apartment, the police found the exact same orange-colored particles, and they also found work boots that matched the witness's description, a similar model worn by the clown on the day of the murder. Despite all this, the police had one major problem. DNA analysis was barely used at the time, and without it, all this evidence was circumstantial, with a high probability that the court would have acquitted Sheila, in which case it would be impossible to charge her again with murder. The detectives wondered where the car the clown drove to Marlene's house came from, and then they found out something very interesting. An employee of Michael's company told them that 1.5 months before Marlene's murder, they had received a call from a man to rent a rental car, but there was one problem. This man had mixed up the phone numbers, and he had taken the car from another company, the main competitors of Michael. When the employee told the boss about it, Michael behaved very strangely. Instead of telling the customer about his mistake, he told the man to just bring the car to the parking lot and leave the keys in the cabin. Then Michael asked the employee to bring him and Sheila to the parking lot and never to tell anyone about what had happened. The employee watched. They got into that car and drove away. It was the same white Chrysler. Notably, not long before that, there had been a serious disagreement between Michael and his competitors. The problem was that Michael was portraying his competitors in a bad light in his advertising, and they didn't like their brand being portrayed in a negative light. Detectives decided to look into Michael's business in more detail. During the audit, they found numerous violations of the law, including tax and insurance manipulation. Moreover, they found evidence that Michael sometimes resorted to illegal methods of returning cars, even when customers paid on time, and did not violate any terms. During this audit, the police also spoke to an employee who recalled something interesting. According to him, Michael and Marlene once had An argument in the workplace when the woman left. Michael asked the employee, "How much would you charge to make my wife disappear?" Although it all sounded highly suspicious, detectives still had no evidence linking Michael to the murder. He was nevertheless arrested for various business manipulations. The court initially sentenced the man to 8 years in prison, but he was released after 4 years later. In 2002, Michael married Sheila, and they moved to another state, even though the detectives were never able to prove their involvement in the murder. They continued to watch them. The cops discovered that after the move, Sheila began introducing herself to everyone she knew under a different name, Debbie, and that she had dyed her hair from dark to blonde. She and Michael opened their restaurants, and it seemed that they had managed to build a wonderful life in the new place. However, soon rumors began to circulate among the employees of their establishment that Sheila had murdered Michael's ex-wife. Apparently, one of them stumbled across information about this crime and learned that the police still suspected them. However, detectives still could not prove their guilt, and the case finally froze. It wasn't reopened until 2013, and a new team of investigators requested a re-examination of all available evidence. By then, technology in the examination of DNA and other physical evidence had advanced to a new level compared to 1990. It took several years to examine the evidence. First, experts compared the orange flecks found in Sheila's apartment, the car, and the murder scene, and analysis showed they were identical, but the biggest clue was waiting ahead. Experts took a DNA sample from several hairs found in the white Chrysler and compared them to Sheila's DNA. They were a perfect match. Detectives thus obtained incontrovertible evidence that Sheila was in the very car in which the clown drove up to Marlene's house, enough to take the case to court, and the woman was arrested in 2017. At the time, Sheila was 54 and still denied guilt. She was denied the right to bail and awaited trial in a cell. As for Michael, he insisted that he had nothing to do with Marlene's murder and believed that Sheila had nothing to do with it. He hired expensive attorneys for her, and the way for the trial stretched on for years. In preparation for it, the police uncovered some facts not previously known. It turned out that a year after the murder, they were approached by a lawyer who had worked with Michael on his business. He said that about a year before the murder, Michael had asked him an extremely odd question: if the husband kills his wife, what happens to the property recorded in her name? Will the husband get it? The lawyer was surprised by such a question, but that didn't stop him from actually giving Michael advice. He said that if the husband asked his acquaintance to commit this murder and the court could not tie the husband to the man, he would get all his wife's property. But the lawyer went on to say something that later shocked investigators. He told Michael that if the killer wore some sort of costume, such as a clown, he would never be identified and would escape punishment. Another shocking confession came from a man whose father worked for Michael at the time of the murder. He confessed that his now deceased father had helped to run illegal schemes at extra cost, such as swiping mileage meters to sell cars at a higher price. But on the day of the murder, Michael asked him to do something far more terrible. He told the man to get rid of the gun and of the car. Apparently, the current question was the one in which the killer moved after he abandoned the Chrysler in the parking lot, and the employee complied with these requests before he died. He told all this to his son and added another important detail. The man said that the second car was hidden in the river canal. As soon as the police received this information from his son, they combed the canal and indeed found the car there. Unfortunately, no evidence of it survived, but the very fact that it was there confirmed that the witness was telling the truth. The beginning of Sheila's trial was repeatedly postponed until finally a final date was set for May 12, 2023. But on April 25th, something unexpected happened. The woman pleaded guilty in exchange for not receiving the death penalty, which she would face if she were to lose her murder trial. Her attorneys explained the situation as follows: Sheila is innocent of the murder, but she fears for her life, which is why she took responsibility for someone else's crime. However, there is a much more logical explanation. Under the terms of the deal, she pleaded guilty to murder in the second degree, which implies a sentence of 12 years in prison, which is exactly the sentence she received. But furthermore interesting, the court deducted from that term the time the woman spent behind bars since her arrest, about 5.5 years. But that is not all. The judge reduced the remaining term due to the good behavior of Sheila. As a result, the woman was to spend between 16 and 24 months in prison. Her attorneys assured her that they could secure her release after the minimum bar of that time expired. So Sheila was found guilty of murdering a woman in cold blood in front of her son, and received a frankly ludicrous sentence for it. As for Michael, his involvement is still unproven, and He remains free. Most likely he will never be charged again for the murder of his wife because there is not a single piece of evidence against him. Despite all this, the son of Marlene thanked the detectives who were able to get to the truth and did not give up on the case for many years. The death of his mother was the strongest tragedy for him because she was his only relative. Nevertheless, he was able to cope with the pain, opened his own small construction firm, and got his life together. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Mom is an important figure in each of our lives. Across all languages, this word sounds warm and tender because it conveys only goodness and understanding. In times of pain, fear, or joy, a person's only words are mommy. Unfortunately, children are not always the most important part of a mother's life. A high-profile crime committed in one of the nation's largest states, Texas, has spread across the country. Christy Sheets, a young and successful 42-year-old woman, shot and killed her 2 adult daughters in her own backyard. But why? Let's start at the beginning and try to figure out what possessed a loving mother to commit such a cruel act. Christy Bird was born in Decatur, Alabama, in 1974. Rebecca Bird's parents separated when she was very young, and her mother Christy had to work hard to provide a poverty-free existence for her child. Christy was raised primarily by her grandfather. The girl adored her grandfather because he spoiled her and taught her unusual skills, such as how to handle a gun. The retired officer had an impressive collection of weapons. The two of them would lock themselves in a semi-dark basement room and spend hours looking at the treasures hidden beneath her grandfather's intriguing stories. From early childhood, a person seeks to understand his place in life, learns to form relationships with others, and receives education for the purpose of applying what he has learned in real life. Christy, however, did not strive for knowledge. Despite attending one of the best schools in the state, the study was uninterested in the young rebel. Frequent clashes with peers severely traumatized her childhood psyche. As a result of repeated attacks and conflicts with classmates, Christy barely finishes school. It's after school. Christy relocates to Lawrence County in North Alabama to attend university. She begins working as a secretary for a transportation company, where she meets Jason Sheets, a young and promising specialist. The young people walk for hours around the city. They hike together, take a vacation to Christy's hometown, and form a strong and lasting bond. After a few years, they married and moved to Kathy's hometown, located on one of the city's quietest streets. On April 19, 1994, the young family purchases a house. Taylor, their first daughter, was born. Jason was overjoyed because he had always wanted a small daughter. The Sheets family was very well done and pleased. Jason has successfully worked as a consultant for a large oil and gas company. Christy raised her daughter and was an outstanding housewife. On October 21, 1998, Christy and Jason welcomed their second daughter, Madison. Family life proceeded in a calm and measured manner. Jason was at work. Christy was caring for the children until tragedy struck, forever changing the family's way of life. When Christy's grandfather died in 2012, she loved him as if he were the father she never had. The woman had a difficult time dealing with such a significant loss. Psychologists and antidepressants took the place of family idols. However, even 2 months later, she had not fully recovered from her grandfather's death. Christy's mother dies. Another tragedy morally kills her, and she enters a mental health clinic for the first time. One clinic is replaced by another, and antidepressants are substituted for hard alcohol. Christy's internal state has been unstable and vulnerable for a long time. Husbands and daughters have long tried to help a loved one in any way they can. After a while, they appear to be successful. Christy returns to her former life. She gets a job as a manager at a laser cosmetology clinic that specializes in tattoo removal. Work consumes all of her time, while her beloved husband and daughter have attempted to occupy her heart and thoughts. Christy shared a photo of Taylor and Madison on Facebook on September 25, 2015, her daughter's birthday. She captions it with a statement of maternal love. Christy summoned her children. These girls are incredible, sweet, kind, beautiful, and intelligent. You have no idea how much I love and cherish you. Christy wrote at the time to her daughter. In January of that year, she wrote another strong post in support of her right to bear arms. A post with a photo of a polished gun on a table next to 7 bullets. I own 10 guns. Obama wants 8 of my firearms. What number of guns do I have? Responding to her comments. That is right. I own 10 guns. Christy Sheets has been a vocal supporter of legislation that would make firearms more widely available to the public. She was particularly opposed to the Democratic Party's initiative to prohibit the free trade of semi-automatic handguns. Christy claimed that it would violate her family's right to self-defense. It's ironic that Christy Sheets' love, admiration, and staunch defense of guns, as well as her belief in the right to bear arms, ultimately led to the tragic loss of her 2 daughters and her own life. On Jason's birthday, June 24, 2016, Christy invited her daughters over for dinner. That night, the whole family congregated in the living room. Instead of a celebratory dinner, Jason wanted to inform his daughters about his upcoming divorce. Christy had overheard their conversation. In the living room, there was an uproar. She was yelling and cursing. Then she departed. Jason tried to calm the girls down. I promised that things would get better. But Christy returned with a gun in hand. Jason covered the children, and panic spread throughout the house. Madison hid behind the couch and made a discreet call to 911. When the dispatcher answered, the girl had been overtaken by her mother. "Mommy, please do not shoot." A wheezing, moaning, and silenced voice was heard again. "Don't shoot. There are kids. I'll do whatever you want, don't shoot." The call was cut short. Taylor, 22, is unable to speak or relay information to the dispatcher during her second phone call. She was completely perplexed by the incredible chaos that was unfolding in the family home. Taylor was shot twice by her mother, who fired the fatal shot while her daughter lay dying on the ground outside the family home. At 5 p.m., Christy simply fired several shots at Taylor and Madison. Police responded to several 911 calls near Christy and Jason's home. Police discovered the bodies of Madison Sheets, 17, and Taylor Sheets, 22, on the ground. Christy was standing over Madison's body, holding a gun. She was clearly about to take another shot at the girl. The police officer, unsure if the victim was still alive, ordered her to drop the weapon immediately. Christy ignored the officer's demand, and they opened fire at point-blank range. The woman was killed on the spot. An examination of the victims revealed that Madison, 17, died instantly from her injuries, while Taylor, 22, was injured. She was transported to the hospital via helicopter. Unfortunately, she was unable to be saved. As a result, the injuries inflicted by their mother proved fatal to both daughters. Jason Sheets, 45, was the massacre's only survivor. Christy also shot him, but he was able to seek refuge in the home of neighbors who asked him to call the cops. The neighbors overheard him pleading with Christy, "Please do not hurt them. There are kids." Christy, however, did not heed those words. Instead, she fired a few bullets at Jason. Only a lucky break saved his life. However, the police were unable to question Jason about the incident's circumstances right away. When the police arrived, he was immediately taken to the hospital in a state of deep shock. The area around the house where the family tragedy took place was cordoned off. Surprising neighbors and random witnesses were repeatedly questioned. As the interviews began, it was most accurately established that there were initial sounds of bickering coming from the house. Then, according to witnesses who were concerned, Christy began beating the girls before grabbing a .38 caliber shotgun. She fired at Madison and then Taylor from point-blank range. The bleeding girls ran out of the house. Madison managed only a few steps before collapsing in agony. The mother saw this and fired another shot in Taylor's direction. Christy went inside the house, reloaded the shotgun, and shot her dead at point-blank range. According to witnesses, Christy acted coldly and without movement. They returned to their home's living room after the first shots were fired. All family members dashed outside. A family argument turned into a shooting, but we're still trying to put everything together. That was the first version of what happened, told to TV news crews who arrived on the scene of the tragedy. What drove Christy Burns Sheets, 42, to commit such heinous crimes? The detectives are unsure of the exact reasons. All they have are dry facts. According to police, there was trouble in the Sheets family home for several years due to disagreements among family members. Police have called Sheets over a dozen times. In the end, Christy's father and husband were both female. Jason Sheets, 45, couldn't take it anymore and left his wife. But he recently returned to her. On the day of the tragedy, Christy's invitation brought the entire family together for dinner. Taylor, a college student who recently had a fight with her mother, returned home to celebrate Jason's birthday with her family. What happened astounded observers and family acquaintances alike. How and why did a mother murder her own daughter's neighbor, Gino Hernandez, according to the Sheets family? "I've known both girls since they were 10 years old," the man said, wiping away tears. "They were always pleasant. When outgoing girls passed, they would always wave and say hello. Then there's Christy. She refused to attend the barbecue. It was always as if she were one of her own wonderful girls, and Jason was a good guy to another neighbor who voiced their concerns. We are completely focused on Christy." The investigation also supports the neighbors. Christy's previous conflicts with both daughters have already been revealed. Furthermore, official authorities have already stated that Christy suffered from a mental illness on June 29, 2016. Sheriff Troy Nils told reporters at the first press conference that the 42-year-old mother was depressed and had attempted suicide multiple times because she was about to divorce her husband. According to the police spokesman, the couple's marriage began to fall apart in 2012. Just then, Christy Sheets' grandfather committed suicide in order to kill family members. Mrs. Sheets used a gun that she inherited from a deceased relative, one of the possible causes of the family's serious discord. The sheriff referred to Christy's refusal to put up with her eldest daughter Taylor's upcoming marriage. A couple of days before the shots were fired, Christy Sheets had an argument with her oldest daughter, Taylor, and attempted to place her under house arrest and prohibit her from seeing her fiancé. Nels observed that Jason disagreed with his wife on whether house arrest was an appropriate punishment for a 22-year-old girl. Juan Sebastian Logo, 23, and Taylor Sheets, 22, were in the same art department during their college years. The two young people had been dating for 4 years through social media. They demonstrated how much they loved each other and how they were planning their wedding. A small wedding ceremony was set for June 27th. It has been suggested that Taylor's mother objected to his marriage to Sebastian, who was of Hispanic descent. Jason Sheets disagreed with his wife and insisted that incarcerating their eldest daughter was inappropriate punishment for an adult. Later, Jason Sheets would testify, telling investigators that his wife had called their daughters to inform them of their divorce. She had been informed of it, but instead of explaining it to the children, she pointed a gun at them and shot them several times. But she didn't shoot her husband. As Mr. Sheets stated, the wife's motivation was to make him suffer. According to Jason Sheets, his wife's downward spiral began in 2012 when she lost her grandfather and continued 2 months later when she lost her mother. Apparently, the gun she used to kill her daughters was a gift from her grandfather. Jason Sheets revealed that his wife applied for a gun permit but was denied due to her mental illness. This begs the question, what did Christy Sheets believe triggered the need to punish and torture her husband? Was it a breakdown in their marriage? The feeling that she had lost control and valor in her life. Christy alluded to this in a series of Facebook rants where she discussed protecting herself and her family. Or could Christy Sheets' decision to kill her daughters have been influenced by medication or a deterioration in her mental state? Jason Sheets admitted to the police that his wife suffered from depression. She was taking her prescribed pills by the handful and seeing a therapist. She had been to a private psychiatric hospital 3 times in recent years after attempting to commit suicide. Sheriff Nels made a report. Christy Sheets had enough time and opportunity to murder her husband. But she did not. Jason realized Christy wished him to suffer. Sheriff Nell echoed Jason Sheets, who was recounting the incident for the first time. Mr. Sheets revealed that Christy was aware of how much he loved Taylor and Madison, as well as their love for him. Nels continued, possibly exacerbated by the complete schism in the family and the realization that she would be losing not only her husband but also her daughters. Christy was already in a difficult emotional state when she grabbed a gun, foreshadowing her tragic end. Madison Davey, a close family friend, gave an excellent interview discussing family relationships. He was the absolute best father in the world. I used to hang out with them, and he enjoyed being around us. They were so funny together that you would expect the sisters to fight. But no, Davey responded. They were deeply in love with each other, and we are always laughing. Davey went on to say that both daughters were very close to each other and their father. Jason was willing to do anything to protect them, and he tried. However, Christy planned to kill that day, according to Davey. Christy, perhaps only intimidating, pulled out a gun and screamed and cried as she said goodbye to her family in an attempt to commit suicide. But she did not get the desired result. Jason answered differently. "If you just want to shoot yourself, don't come near us. Shoot yourself." But Christy said, "No, that will be your punishment. Family, friends, and acquaintances were certain that something had to happen in this family. But no one could have predicted that a woman would kill her daughters. Christy was doing harm to her family. She lacked mental stability." The sheriff's department stated that police officers were repeatedly dispatched to Christy and Jason's home, where they were having violent arguments. Since January 2012, police have received 14 requests for service. Christy, who had previously been diagnosed with mental health issues, threatened to commit suicide on 3 occasions. Sebastian's heartbroken sister Maria described the Sheath sisters as some of the sweetest, most sensible, and kind-hearted girls she had ever met. Maria found it difficult to believe that not long ago, she and Taylor were having a good time at a party and planning her wedding to Sebastian. "You've already joined our family and will remain so," she speaks to her friend. "You were a beacon of light in this crazy world. We'll always remember you." The brutal crime that took the lives of young girls with everything ahead of them has long sparked public outrage. People shared Jason's grief. Taylor Sheets attended school, worked as a caregiver for Care.com, and hoped to live a long and happy life with the man she loved. Madison studied in school while also working as a nanny. The entire city mourned on the day of the girl's funeral, and social media and television news channels covered the tragedy once more. Is it possible that the availability of firearms contributed to such a horrific tragedy? The failure of states to finally address the issue of firearms sales has resulted in yet another tragedy. Christy Sheets, an ordinary Texas woman, shot and killed her own 2 daughters in a domestic dispute. Such cases are not surprising in the United States. People will die as long as Republicans and Democrats continue to pull the cat out of the bag and refuse to compromise. The exact causes of the conflict that resulted in such tragic consequences will be unknown. However, the fact that the police visited this house multiple times due to frequent conflicts is sufficient. That is, it was already obvious that the family was dysfunctional, but they were still left with guns. To summarize, I would like to return to the beginning of this story. A mother is the closest and most important person in her children's lives. Christy Sheets' case is an exception rather than a reality. Amidst her internal heartache, her maternal instinct appears to have completely shut down, and no one could stop her. Christy's plan, however, has been fully realized. Jason Sheets will be haunted by the memories of his daughter's murders for the rest of his life. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story occurred in 2002. During her summer vacation in Kansas, 19-year-old Alexandra Kemp, also known as Allie Kemp, worked at an outdoor swimming pool. Her brother also worked there, but on different shifts. When he arrived at work one day and was unable to locate his sister, he contacted his father. The guy couldn't believe Allie was closer than he thought. Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp was born on October 11, 1982, in Lawood, Kansas, which is on the border with Missouri. She was the eldest of 3 children and her parents' only daughter. Alexandra graduated from high school with honors and attended Kansas State University. She had big life plans, including taking a trip in 2002. After finishing her first year of university, she returned to Leawood for her summer vacation. There was an outdoor swimming pool close to her parents' house. Her younger brother, Tyler, works there. Alexandra, too, decided to work part-time over the summer to supplement her income. It was not a busy place. The pool was primarily intended for the neighborhood's residents. By the way, this pool is still operational as of June 18, 2002. Alexandra was at work. The day was cloudy, so there were fewer visitors than usual. Tyler arrived at the pool around 5 p.m. to start his shift, but his sister was not present. Her phone and purse were on the table, where she usually sat. Confused, Tyler called his parents and informed them that Alexandra had disappeared. Their father, Roger Kemp, rushed to the scene. The first thing he did was look in the pool. Roger exhaled with relief as the pool was empty. Roger then went to a small pump room near the pool, which contained various water purification equipment, a ladder, and other items. Once inside, The man looked around but saw nothing suspicious, but then he noticed a leg sticking out from beneath the tarp. Running up and lifting the tarp, Roger saw his daughter brutally beaten. She was naked from the waist down, with numerous bruises on her face and body. The man immediately dialed 911. While speaking with the operator, he cried and begged Alexandra not to abandon him. When the ambulance arrived, Roger was administering CPR to his daughter. They transported the girl to the hospital. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, Alexandra did not survive. She was pronounced dead immediately after arriving at the hospital. Alexandra died from strangulation, despite having suffered numerous severe injuries. Although her body was partially naked, experts discovered no evidence of someone forcing her into intimacy before her death. The police cordoned off the pool while they awaited the results of an analysis of the DNA samples taken from Alexandra's body, hoping to find clues that would help them identify the perpetrator. There were obvious signs of a struggle in the room where Roger discovered Alexandra's body. Her flip-flops were in 2 different locations. The police also discovered an open antiseptic gel with a cap inside. A few days later, while police were desperately searching for the perpetrator, Alexandra's family and hundreds of caring people said their goodbyes at a funeral ceremony. The first suspect was Phil Howes, whom Alexandra had been dating since high school. Phil also worked as the pool administrator. Alexandra died while working the morning shift, and Alexandra arrived at noon. Her shift was scheduled to last 5 hours. Phil used to stay after work to spend more time with his girlfriend Alexandra, but this time he left immediately after his shift because they had planned an evening date. As previously stated, Alexandra's brother arrived at work to find her already under a tarp in the pump room. However, Phil had a solid alibi, so the police quickly removed him from the suspect list. Speaking with detectives, he stated that Alexandra disliked being alone. Lawnmowers frequently stared at her and attempted to flirt with her. The police interrogated the mowers, but all of the men had an alibi. However, it was not an absolute dead end. Several men reported seeing a strange man sitting in the bushes with a video camera, liking the girls in swimsuits. They saw this man near the pool the day before Alexandra died. Furthermore, someone claimed that he left in an old Ford pickup truck to investigate the activity on the girl's mobile phone. Experts discovered that she communicated with a friend named Laurel on the day she died. They even agreed to meet, and Laurel reported to the police station for questioning. She told investigators that Alexandra invited her to sit with her until her shift ended. The weather that day was not ideal, so no one came to the pool, which made Alexandra feel better. According to Laurel, she arrived at the pool around 2:30 p.m. I parked a few yards from the fence, but Alexandra wasn't present. Laurel began honking, hoping that Alexandra would respond to the sound, but instead of her friend, she saw a man emerge from the pool house. The latter gave her a smile and waved. Laurel was unfamiliar with this man. She assumed it was Alexandra's boss and decided to leave so as not to cause any additional problems for her friend. At the time, she believed Alexandra would be in trouble if the boss discovered she was talking to friends during work hours. But that man was not Alexandra's supervisor or co-worker. The police were almost certain that Laurel had seen the criminal based on her description of the forensic artist's sketch of the suspect. The police were looking for a 30-year-old white man with stocky build, short brown hair, and driving a Ford pickup truck from 1980. The authorities received numerous clues. One person stated that the man named James was straight, looked very similar to the suspect's sketch, drove an old Ford pickup truck, and worked as a mechanic about 20 minutes away from the pool. When the police found the man and took him to the station, they were astounded by his resemblance to the sketch based on Laurel's description. James denied being involved in Alexandra Kemp's death. The man's employer confirmed his alibi, stating that James was at work on the day Alexandra died. As a result, they let go more directly. Meanwhile, the police received a report from the laboratory, which revealed male DNA on a tube of antiseptic gel found at the crime scene and on Alexandra's body. However, it was ineffective because the police discovered no matches in the databases when they searched for these samples. Alexandra's friends, family, and boyfriend were officially excluded from the suspect list because their DNA did not match the DNA samples discovered on her body. Alexandra's father, Roger Kemp, was the driving force behind this investigation. Losing his beloved daughter stripped him of the meaning of life, but he regained it by setting himself the goal of finding the person who killed Alexandra. In an interview, Roger stated that you have 2 choices: Stay in bed and pull the blanket over your head, or go out and fight. I decided to fight. Roger's perseverance and tenacity impressed the police department, so he was given his own space at the police station, where he collected all of the information he received and shared potential leads with the investigation. After reviewing all available clues, Roger and the investigators contacted the producers of the television show America's Most Wanted and requested that an episode about Alexandra's death be produced. The creators agreed. It was once the longest-running television show, lasting 24 seasons. After the Alexandra story aired, the police began receiving hundreds of calls containing information. They investigated all the clues, but none of them led to a breakthrough. The investigation ended in a dead end. In February 2003, 8 months after Alexandra died, there was a new, seemingly solid clue. As a result of the search activity, a man has been arrested in Utah. They received 3 statements about this person over a span of several days. 2 women and a 114-year-old girl who are unrelated to each other told the police that a man forced them into intimacy. The criminal fled, but was eventually apprehended in Utah. This man turned out to be James Strader, the same man the Kansas police had previously interrogated. Strader's facial features were very similar to the sketch of the suspect. For some reason, no one collected his DNA sample at the time. Perhaps no one did this because Strader's boss convinced the police that he was at work on the day of the crime and had not left. Everyone thought the Alexandra Kemp case was about to be resolved, but Strader denied any involvement in her death. He admitted that he looked very similar to the suspect's portrait, but claimed he had not been by the pool that day. He provided a DNA sample for analysis. However, the outcome disappointed everyone. His DNA did not match that found on Alexandra's body, and the antiseptic gel tube ended up in prison on unrelated charges, and the Alexandra Kemp case investigation was once again stalled. Alexandra died a year ago and the police still have no suspects. Roger Kemp and Phil House, the man Alexandra was dating, continued their fight for justice. Phil, president of the student community, distributed the suspect's portrait via email to students at other universities. He also requested that students at other educational institutions watch an episode of America's Most Wanted featuring Alexandra Kemp. However, despite the best efforts of her relatives and the police, nothing was accomplished. Another year has passed. Roger Kemp refused to give up and continued to fight for justice for his daughter. He contacted America's Most Wanted again, this time requesting that the episode about Alexandra's death be rerun. When the creators asked Roger if there was any new information in the case, he replied, "No such determination of a father who lost his daughter impressed the show's creators. Therefore, the episode was shown again." Following that, the police received a high volume of calls. Roger offered a $25,000 reward for any information that could help identify the person who killed Alexandra. The city of Leawood increased it to $50,000. Roger also published an image of his daughter's sketch of the suspects along with information about the reward in newspapers. One day, he was driving down the highway and noticed the billboards. At that point, Roger realized that a billboard was an excellent way to draw attention. He began calling advertising agencies to see how much it would cost to place the necessary information on one of the billboards. One of the agencies Roger contacted was Lamar Advertising Company. When the company's owner learned that Roger Kemp wanted to rent a billboard, he refused to take his money. Instead, he told him that he could post information for free on multiple billboards. Roger decided to post a sketch of the suspect and information about the reward on billboards near one of the state's busiest highways. The police received hundreds of clues that took time to investigate. At the same time, some clues referred to the same man. 2 unrelated individuals reported on Teddy Hoover, the owner of an old Ford pickup truck. The man worked in pool maintenance and resembles the suspect's sketch. This many matches could not be a coincidence, so the police began looking for a man named Teddy Hoover. They found out his address in Kansas and went there right away. Hoover opened the door. He was surprised and visibly nervous, but it was not his fault. Many people become nervous when the police knock on their door. They inquired about his whereabouts on June 18, 2002. As expected, the man responded that he couldn't remember because it had been 2 years. Few people will recall where they were on a specific day several years ago. Hoover also denied any involvement in the pool's maintenance, where Alexandra worked. Nonetheless, the detectives asked him to voluntarily provide a sample of his DNA, in order to eliminate him from the list of suspects. Hoover responded that he needed to consult a lawyer before proceeding. He stated that he would call the police himself after consulting with a lawyer. About a day later, Hoover's lawyer contacted investigators, stating that his client was concerned about his sample ending up in the database. Teddy allegedly believed in a variety of conspiracy theories. In other words, he believed the police would use it against him. In other cases, the investigators promised not to enter Hoover's DNA into any database and would only compare it to the DNA found on Alexandra Kemp. The lawyer said he'd speak with his client and call back, while waiting for a call. The police searched through the materials for the 100th time and discovered a piece of paper with a familiar name in one of the folders. On the day Alexandra died, detectives interviewed bystanders gathered by the pool, hoping to learn if they had witnessed anything suspicious. Ted Hoover was one of the people the police spoke with by the pool. It indicated that he was at the crime scene. Despite his claim that he had never been there, the police became increasingly convinced that Ted Hoover was the man they had been looking for 2 years. After several days of waiting, the investigators contacted Hoover's lawyer and asked if his client was willing to provide a sample of his DNA. The lawyer's response surprised the investigators. The man stated that his client refused his services and stopped contacting him. Police immediately went to Hoover's house, but their main suspect had already escaped. They added the 29-year-old man to the National Wanted list. However, he was able to cover his tracks quite successfully. Billboards featuring the suspect's image remained in place, and detectives had been searching for Hoover for months without success. In September 2004, a man called the police and claimed to have information about the suspect. He claimed to know the name of Teddy's girlfriend, with whom he lived in Kansas. Detectives decided to identify this woman, but they discovered that she left the state around the same time that Hoover fled. The woman's name was Laura Barr, and the U.S. Postal Service informed the Kansas State Police that she was receiving mail in Litchfield, Connecticut. A man named Benjamin Appleby also received mail at that address. The house where they lived was in a remote rural area. The police were certain that Benjamin Appleby was either a pseudonym or Teddy Hoover's real name. In 1997, detectives contacted the Connecticut State Police and asked them to assist in the search for Appleby. The man had legal issues in Connecticut, and a warrant for his arrest was issued. The man exposed himself in front of a schoolgirl. However, Benjamin fled the state, and the police were unable to locate him. With an arrest warrant, the detectives went to Benjamin Appleby's mail delivery address. They discovered the man at home and arrested him immediately, as the Kansas detectives suspected Benjamin Appleby and Teddy Hoover were the same person. In 1997, Appleby got into legal trouble in Connecticut. He fled the state and lived as Teddy Hoover. But when detectives in Kansas wanted a sample of his DNA to determine his involvement in Alexandra Kemp's death, he returned to Connecticut, began living under his real name, and attempted to maintain a low profile, assuming that everyone had forgotten about his wrongdoings. Appleby refused extradition to Kansas, so the Leawood detectives traveled to Connecticut, assuming he will again declare his innocence. The detectives tricked him. Before bringing the man to the interrogation room, they hung crime scene photos, as well as Alexandra and Appleby's pictures, and placed folders on the table with his name on them. The police went to great lengths to give him the impression that the investigation was thorough. When the man arrived in the interrogation room, he was speechless. One of the detectives inquired, "What do you think will happen after we get a sample of your DNA?" Appleby burst into tears and claimed responsibility for Alexandra's death. He recounted the events of the cloudy June day. Benjamin noticed Alexandra, and she appeared attractive. He decided to hit on her, and when she entered the pump room, he followed her and locked the door, preventing her from leaving. Appleby touched the girl, and she hit him back. He beat and strangled her out of humiliation. Alexandra lost consciousness, and Appleby decided to satisfy his lust by partially undressing her. He took a tube of antiseptic gel from the first aid kit and intended to use it as a lubricant. Alexandra's friend, who was sitting in the car behind the fence and beeping, stopped him from carrying out his plan. He was afraid of being caught red-handed, so he covered his body and left the room. When he saw Alexandra's friend, he smiled and waved. Then he got into his pickup truck and drove off. A few hours later, he returned to the crime scene and joined the crowd of onlookers gathered by the pool. The DNA analysis confirmed that the DNA found on the gel tube and Alexandra's body belonged to Benjamin Appleby. Thus, after more than 2 years, and largely due to Roger Kemp's efforts, the police discovered the man who killed Alexandra. Appleby told investigators that he was willing to fully admit guilt in order to quickly close the case and spare Alexander's family from another emotional ordeal. But at the first court hearing, he declared his innocence, claiming that he confessed under pressure. You can say a lot, but disputing the DNA analysis is pointless. There was only one DNA sample on the victim's body, which belonged to Benjamin Appleby. Realizing this, his lawyers attempted to persuade the court that their client had no intention of killing Alexander. They said Benjamin admitted to killing Alexandra Kemp, but denied doing so on purpose. However, forensic experts reminded everyone that the criminal had been strangling the girl for approximately 10 minutes. He could have stopped, but chose not to. According to the prosecution, he came to the pool for one reason: to watch her. Unfortunately, on June 18, 2002, the pool was cloudy and empty. Appleby took advantage of the situation. In December of 2005, a jury found him guilty. The court sentenced him to life in prison with the option of petitioning for parole after 50 years. He received an additional 19 years for attempting to force her into intimacy. Appleby appealed the court's decision in 2019, and his life sentence for first-degree deprivation of life was upheld. The Court of Appeal ruled that an attempt to establish intimacy with Alexandra was considered when the first sentence was passed. Thus, Appleby was sentenced twice for the same crime. Based on this, the court reversed the second conviction. Even if released on parole, Appleby will be 81 years old at the time. The investigators admitted that Roger Kemp's perseverance helped them find the criminal. When Appleby was in prison, Roger and his wife started a self-defense class for girls, through which tens of thousands of girls and women across the country learned basic self-defense techniques. Billboards were not a new concept in 1991. Following the death by strangulation of 34-year-old Kathy Page, her father began placing billboards criticizing the police, and this story inspired the filmmakers. 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. However, after Roger Kemp posted a sketch of the suspect on billboards, people began using this method across the country. Furthermore, many people continue to use it today. Roger's persistence in the investigation, as well as his subsequent efforts to benefit society, were not unnoticed. At the White House, he received the Presidential Citizens Medal from President Barack Obama. Roger Kemp, 77, passed away on March 1, 2022. Until his death, he worked for a foundation named after his daughter. He stated that he would consider his efforts successful if they saved at least one person. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a case involving a very unusual plot that occurred in London in 2011. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass's bodies were discovered in a house near Heathrow Airport. They were both 20 years old. The investigators working on this case will describe it as one of the most unusual for someone who works full-time in law enforcement. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass worked for the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. Alice was a local, and her family home was approximately 6 miles from the hotel where she worked. She had started the job 3 weeks earlier and had made friends with other hotel employees, particularly her peer Tibor Vass. Tibor was born and raised in Budapest, Hungary. He was his parents' second child, and he had a younger sister, Tibor, who enjoyed being around other people. He could play almost any musical instrument, with the piano being his favorite. He taught his sister Isabella how to play the piano, and they sang and played together while their parents listened. His mother Rosalia struggled to move on after his father died unexpectedly in 2007. Tibor spent the majority of his free time with his sister. He was both her brother and father. He wanted to share his mother's burden, so he started working full-time when he was 15 years old. In 2008, he applied to the University of Budapest, hoping that a college degree would help him get a good job and better support his mother. Despite his exceptional abilities, he was denied admission to the university. Tibor discussed with his mother the possibility of moving to Great Britain and finding work there. Tibor's mother must have supported the idea, as he moved to the United Kingdom in July 2010. At the age of 19, he relocated to London. He began working at the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. He enjoyed his job. his responsibilities, the people he worked with, and the new clients he met each day. Alice was an accomplished musician who quickly bonded with Tibor. They never ran out of topics to discuss. Tibor Vass and Alice Adams were the hotel's receptionists. Another receptionist was Attila Ban, who was 31 years old. Attila had been with the hotel the longest of the three, and he was named the best employee in 2010. Both Attila and Tibor were from Hungary, which brought them closer together. The hotel provided company apartments to its new employees. Attila and Tibor lived in a house behind the hotel. It was extremely convenient. On the one hand, it was more cost-effective. On the other hand, you did not have to spend much time getting to work. Despite Tibor's happiness to be in England, he did not abandon his plans to pursue higher education. He applied again to Budapest University, and this time he was accepted. He was very happy, but he had to return to Hungary in August 2011. Tibor's departure was marked by a small farewell party, which was held on August 9, 2011. Other hotel employees attended the party alongside Tibor, Attila, and Alice. The next day, this trio was supposed to work, but none of them showed up. Colleagues raised the alarm when they failed to arrive for work at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7:53 a.m. The police arrived at the house and knocked on the door. No one opened the door, and everything was quiet inside. The door was unlocked. When one of the officers opened it, he discovered a terrifying sight. Alice lay on the living room floor, her face hidden by a pillow. Later, the medical examiner who performed the autopsy found 22 stab wounds on her body. The naked body of the man who had died from stab wounds to the heart lay on the bed in his bedroom. The killer was nowhere to be found. The police cordoned off the house, and investigators and forensic experts quickly began their work. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered that the bed on which Tibor lay was not where he died. It was too clean. The perpetrator had wounded him elsewhere before removing his clothes, cleaning him up and placing him on the bed. Alcohol bottles and illegal substances, which appeared to have been consumed at the party, were discovered in the apartment. Police officers searched the house, the surrounding area, and the attic, but found no Attila bands. His personal belongings, including his papers, remained inside the apartment. As Attila became the prime suspect, investigators began interviewing his co-workers while experts worked the crime scene. Hotel employees claimed that as soon as Tibor started working at the hotel, Attila took him under his wing because they were both from the same country. It wasn't long before Attila asked Tibor to live with him in an apartment near the hotel. He even planned his work schedule so that they worked the same shift. Tibor was young and attractive, and he received plenty of female attention. The problem was that prior to falling in love with Tibor, Ban made no secret of his preference for male relationships. According to the hotel staff, Tibor rejected his advances, which made him unhappy. Alice had taken a job at the hotel 3 weeks before her death, and Tibor began to show interest in her, which naturally irritated Attila, who was jealous despite knowing Tibor was only interested in women. Investigators began to wonder if Attila had committed the crime out of jealousy and unrequited love. Even before police discovered Tibor Vass and Alice Adams' lifeless bodies, Bain had posted an ominous message on his Facebook page. He wrote, "I want to wake up from that nightmare." This was posted at 6:23 a.m., and several friends expressed their concerns, to which they received no response. The message convinced investigators that Attila Ban was involved in his colleagues' deaths. This was also demonstrated by the number of wounds. Alice was stabbed 22 times and Tibor twice. In addition, Alice was lying on the floor with a pillow against her face, while Tibor was on the bed. The investigators interviewed the other party members, who stated that when everyone left, only Attila T., Boher, and Alice remained in the apartment. This indicated that something had occurred between these three people in the time remaining before dawn. Alice and T. Boers' deaths were reported to their families. What happened was devastating for both the Adams and Vass families. In a statement released by the Adams family, Alice's mother, Sarah, honored her daughter with the words, "My heart is broken, and my life will be forever tinged with sadness. I miss Alice so much. I'd give anything for one more Alice squeezy hug and smile. Alice's death has caused my family to experience extreme emotions such as grief, anger, and overwhelming sorrow, and it has forever changed our family. As a mother, you are supposed to protect your children, And every day and night, I have to face the fact that I failed. The most difficult thing to deal with is not knowing exactly what happened to my beloved Alice that night. As horrifying as it would be to learn the truth, it would be preferable to the constant struggle in my mind to figure out the sequence of events leading up to Alice's murder. There are no words to describe what an amazing and unique personality she had, or how much love, joy, passion, and compassion she brought into so many people's lives. Her passing is a tragedy beyond words. Alice's mother told investigators that shortly after midnight, her daughter texted that she was spending the night at a friend's house. The police issued an AB for Attila Ban, but he simply vanished. They attempted to track his phone, but it was detected by cell towers in the same area as the hotel. This was extremely strange. As soon as it became clear, Attila had been closer than anyone had imagined all along. The investigation team spent 2 days at the scene before leaving the house. A few hours later, the forensic team decided to return to the house and conduct additional tests. They noticed that the door they had left open had been locked from the inside. When they entered the room, they noticed Attila Ban lying on the bed. He was drunk and attempted to injure himself with scissors and a knife. He had wounds on his neck and wrists. When they asked him questions, he acted strangely and attempted to demonstrate something with gestures. He was transported to the hospital, where doctors ensured his life was not in danger. The police were perplexed when they discovered where Attila Ban had spent the previous 2 days. He had cut a slit in the base of the sofa bed where Tibor's body was discovered, grabbed a phone and several bottles of water, and climbed inside. While the cops were on the scene, he remained inside, listening and watching through the holes he had made. The primary suspect, Attila Ban, was arrested right inside the hospital. The trial started on July 9, 2012. During the trial, some details about the brutal crime were revealed. The party spiraled out of control after Alice, Tibor, and Attila were left alone in the apartment. Prosecutors accepted there was sexual activity between all three, as DNA from both men was discovered on Miss Adams' breasts, until Ban stated that he remembered the three of them being in bed and that there was a connection between them, but he had no recollection of what happened after that. He insisted that he only realized he had committed a terrible act after waking up in the morning and seeing Alice and her lifeless bodies. When he realized that his actions had killed 2 people, he made the decision to commit suicide. However, he stated that he was afraid to do it alone, so he removed his keyboard's clothing and climbed into the bathtub alongside him. Unable to hurt himself, he moved Tibor to the bed, knowing they would be sought after. He opened the divan bed's base and hid inside. While he was hiding there, he was even able to update his Facebook page. He sobbed loudly in the dark as prosecutor Richard Whittam explained the facts of the case to jurors. According to Mr. Whittam, 2 young people were killed violently and unjustly by this defendant. Although other cases have been discussed, it is difficult to find words to describe what happened in this case, other than to say that it was tragic that young people met their deaths in this manner. According to Mr. Whittam, Tibor Vass had relationships with hotel employees, and there is no evidence that he ever had a sexual relationship with an Attila Ban. However, Attila Ban appeared to have feelings for Tibor Vass and acted slightly possessively towards him. The court heard that Ban was jealous of you, and that just days before the crime, he threw a temper tantrum at his victim during a team building session when he took a picture in which Ban was not present. The situation reached a climax when the band learned that Tibor Vass had been accepted to a university course in Hungary and would be leaving Britain at the end of the month. The final straw may have been that an Attila Ban couldn't bear the sight of Tibor and Alice kissing, and in a fit of jealousy, killed both of them. In addition, prosecutor Richard Whittam stated in court that Attila Ban was found naked on the single bed. He had wounds on his wrist, forearm, and neck. It was clear that he had been hiding in the divan base of the double bed. He must have been present during the pathologist's visit, the removal of the bodies, and the crime scene examiner's examination of the scene. He had the foresight to effectively conceal himself and remain undetected throughout their stay on the premises. Following the case, Detective Inspector John Finch stated outside court that the police had not been negligent in not looking under the bed. He stated, "I've reviewed this with senior management several times. It was an unusual and bizarre thing for a person to do. It defies belief." He claimed that lifting up beds to look for people who were not present would result in the loss of critical forensic evidence. Tibor Vass and his mother, Rosalia, paid tribute to their son. Her statement included the following words: "Tibor was a young boy who enjoyed music and the arts. repairing gadgets, and practicing freestyle tricks on his BMX bicycle, Daisy. At home, he was always creative and enjoyed experimenting with computers, such as building stereo speakers out of cardboard and old cables. He had a passion for photography and spent his first paycheck on a professional camera. Tibor was consistently friendly, helpful, supportive, approachable, outgoing, and trustworthy. He had many friends in Hungary and the United Kingdom. On August 11th, I learned that two innocent 20-year-olds, my son Tibor and his friend Alice, were murdered. I learned that his friend had taken their lives. It was impossible and devastating to believe that such an event could occur. Previous to that, it gave me comfort to know Tibor had made a good friend in London who was mature, friendly, and intelligent. His friend promised me personally that he would look after my son and not let anything happen to him. I trusted him and saw him as one of my own. That's another reason why the news of my son's murder was so heartbreaking. Throughout the police investigation and trial, I had to relive the horrors of that night, which only added to my sadness. There are no words to describe the agony and loss that our family will experience for the rest of our lives. Until he pleaded guilty, Attila Ban claimed he couldn't remember the events of that horrific night. On July 18, 2012, on August 17, after only 5 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted 32-year-old Attila Ban. He was sentenced to 2 lifetime sentences. He will have to serve 26 years in prison before he can apply for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story that happened in Pennsylvania in the year 2017. On June 28, 2017, witnesses began calling 911 to report a car accident on one of the highways. When police arrived on the scene, they discovered a Chevy Malibu that had gone off the road. Unfortunately, the driver, Bianca Robertson, 18, did not survive. However, her death was not an accident, as initially assumed. Bianca Nicole Robertson was born on October 17, 1998, in Pennsylvania. She graduated from Bayard Rustin High School in Westchester with all A's. Bianca was a member of the Black Student Union at Rustin, where she also received several awards and was on the honor roll her senior year. She received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University in Jacksonville, Florida, and plans to major in criminal justice and become an FBI forensic agent. She has previously been a Girl Scout, a cheerleader, and a basketball player. She studied flute, violin, clarinet, and guitar. She was also an artist. Bianca, who lived with her mother and maternal grandmother, Josephine Perry, was excited to experience the freedoms and challenges of dorm life. Her mother explained that, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. On June 28, 2017, Bianca, her mother and grandmother went shopping at Walmart. Bianca was preparing to relocate to Florida and looking forward to a new chapter in her life. After purchasing everything, Bianca and her family went to the parking lot. They all got into separate cars. They intended to meet at home later, but her mother and grandmother had other plans, and Bianca immediately returned home. She had to drive approximately 10 miles. Bianca was very familiar with this road. However, this was the young woman's last car ride. About 10 minutes after she left the Walmart parking lot, witnesses to the accident began calling 911. The first responders arrived at the scene right away. Bianca Robertson was the driver of the Chevrolet Malibu. The paramedics were unable to help her, and she was pronounced dead on the scene. At first glance, Bianca's head injuries appeared to be the result of a severe blow when the car veered off the road. Many people driving along the highway at the time of the accident came to a stop near the scene before the police and ambulance arrived. After interviewing eyewitnesses, the police discovered one crucial detail. One of the witnesses claimed Bianca went off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck, which then fled the scene without stopping. "I hope it isn't Bianca." That was what the grandmother told herself as she drove past the car crash scene, intended to meet her granddaughter at home. She had no idea that the traffic she was stuck in was caused by a crash involving her granddaughter. When Bianca's grandmother returned home, 2 police officers had already arrived to report the car accident that claimed her granddaughter's life. Bianca's mother, Michelle, could not believe what was happening to her. The death of a child is one of the most devastating events that parents can experience. Michelle, a nurse in Delaware County, said she never imagined anything like this would happen. After losing her 22-year-old son, Michael James Rowley, to a heart condition in 2013, she hoped her pain would ease. Instead, it's doubled. "I'm not even sure who I am right now. I'm just existing," Michelle said. "They were my breath. My reason is to get up. I don't have any children right now." Michelle Robertson has lost her second child, and this is heartbreaking. She claimed she did not leave the house for quite some time and was constantly crying. Michelle and Rodney Robertson, who divorced in 2006, have become amicable co-parents thanks to Bianca. "Our divorce was not pleasant," Rodney admits. "Bianca didn't like the way I was talking to her mother, so she corrected me. Because we loved her, it caused everything to calm down." Bianca was devoted to her family, and she particularly enjoyed being her daddy's girl. "If I had a favorite, it would be Bianca, who, as her father put it, was looking forward to being on her own." Bianca's parents said she was pleased to be getting closer to realizing her dream of becoming a forensic specialist for the FBI. She was focused on her future, and nothing was going to stand in her way, said Bianca's father, who proudly stated that his daughter had received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University, one of the 4 schools to which she applied, and one of the 3 to which she was accepted. She was also accepted at Coastal Carolina and the University of Georgia. Detectives requested CCTV footage to confirm Bianca's claim that her car veered off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck. After all, if Bianca's death was caused by a collision with another vehicle, it was more than just an accident. It was a crime. If this was the case, the police had to find the perpetrator. But what they quickly discovered was even more shocking. While the detectives waited for the footage, there was another watershed moment in this case. Everyone assumed Bianca died after going off the road and hitting her head. However, during the autopsy, forensic experts determined that the cause of her death was not a car accident. They discovered a bullet in Bianca's head. It drastically altered everything. What appeared to be an accident, followed by a collision with a red pickup truck, turned out to be death from a gunshot to the head. After receiving the autopsy report, the detectives visited Bianca's family. They had to inform Bianca, her parents, that her death was not an accident. It was an even bigger surprise for everyone, particularly her mother. Michelle was puzzled. Why would anyone do that to her daughter? The family was unable to identify anyone who could wish Bianca harm. She had a friendly relationship with everyone. Robertson needed answers, and investigators were doing everything they could to find the person responsible for Bianca's death. The detectives found nothing suspicious while reviewing footage from cameras at Walmart, where Bianca and her family had gone on the day of her death. They scrutinized every move Bianca and her family made, from getting out of their cars to leaving the parking lot. The detectives ruled out the possibility that someone at Walmart chased Bianca and fatally shot her. After all, she did not get into any fights while shopping at Walmart. They simply bought what they needed, loaded it into Bianca's car, and left. It is possible that Bianca died as a result of an incident that occurred while she was driving down the highway toward her home. "We loaded all of the bags into Bianca's car," her mother explained, referring to the 2009 Chevy Malibu the family purchased from CarMax for her 16th birthday. Bianca did not ask for much, but when she did, she asked for big things, such as a car, according to her mother, who added that Bianca had chosen the car when she received her permit. "She got what she wanted," Michelle Robertson stated. "I do not call it spoiled, I call it loved." But Bianca was willing to work for her goals. She got her first job at McDonald's at the age of 15. She left fast food after 2 weeks to work as a dietary aide at the Whitehorse Village retirement community in Delaware County. Michelle said she has a stack of letters and cards from residents who loved Bianca. Soon after, the police obtained the traffic surveillance footage. There were no cameras near where Bianca veered off the road, but one was about a mile away. Let us look at Google Maps. Here's where Bianca got off the road. As you can see, the 2 lanes merge into one at this point. When the investigators watched the recording, they discovered evidence that confirmed Bianca's story about a disagreement with the driver of the red pickup truck. The video captured their cars driving side by side. They're approaching the point where the 2 lanes merge into one. Perhaps the conflict arose because one did not yield to the other. Knowing the outcome of the confrontation, the investigators suspected that the driver of the red pickup truck fired the fatal shot. Unfortunately, The footage was of low quality. The pickup truck's license plates were obscured, as was the driver's face. However, from that point forward, the driver of the red pickup truck was the primary and sole suspect in Bianca Robertson's death. Detectives needed to identify this man, but all they had at the time was a blurry image. None of Bianca's family members knew anyone with a red pickup truck. The police returned to speak with those who were present at the scene of the incident, and those who dialed 911. None of them noticed the license plate on this car. Friends and stuff, rangers young and old, too many to count, have reached out to the Robertsons in support, beginning with a vigil 2 days after her death. They've heard from teachers who have known Bianca for years. Bianca changed my mind about how I would teach. According to one educator, Michelle Bianca was our Save the World child. Michelle confronted Bianca, saying that if a parent put a child out, she would sneak them into our house. Bianca might say something like, "Mom, wouldn't you want someone to do the same for me?" Bianca once saw a car accident and asked her mother if they could stop and help. If she noticed someone dining alone, her first thought was to invite them to the family table. The investigators determined the direction of the pickup truck's movement after the incident by reviewing recordings from cameras located further away from where Bianca's car crashed. They needed a higher quality recording to determine the car's make, model, and license plate. The police also asked the media to spread information about the red pickup truck, hoping that the public could help identify its owner. Detectives determined that following an incident, the driver of a red pickup truck turned onto Paoli Pike. They began walking around the neighborhood, visiting houses and shopping centers. I was looking for cameras that could have recorded the pickup truck. They discovered one surveillance camera, and the footage was of high quality this time. While analyzing the recording, the detective noticed a red pickup truck driving down the road about 5 minutes after witnesses called 911 to report an accident involving Bianca Robertson's car, but the license plate could not be seen. Furthermore, it was unclear whether it was the same car or another that matched the description. While the investigators searched for additional recordings and moved from one door to the next, another breakthrough occurred in the case. 2 days after the incident, a woman called the police and said she had seen the car they were looking for. She also saw the face of the person sitting behind the wheel. This woman stated that her red pickup truck overtook her, came to a stop at the Paoli Pike intersection, and then turned left. This information was critical to the investigation because it limited the search area. Furthermore, it indicated that the pickup truck in this video was not the vehicle they were looking for. It was simply a similar-looking truck. The woman who contacted police assisted the forensic artist in creating the suspect's sketch. She described him as a white male between the ages of 25 and 35, with brown hair and a stubble beard. The police were hoping that someone would recognize this person and report it to them. They presented the suspect's sketch to Bianca's family. However, they didn't know anyone who resembled the sketch. The investigators also began to suspect that Bianca's death was a hate crime. Knowing that the red pickup truck had turned left at this intersection, the detectives went around the shops and houses on this street, hoping to find a high-quality recording that could answer some questions. Soon, they discovered what they were looking for. The owner of the house, which is less than half a mile from the intersection, provided the police with a recording from a surveillance camera pointed at his driveway. After calculating the approximate time it would take to get there from the crime scene, the police quickly located the required vehicle. Although the footage was of higher quality than the previous one, the angle of view prevented law enforcement officers from identifying the vehicle or the driver. The police worked hard to find another recording from the camera at a closer distance, and luck was on their side. Although they couldn't see the license plate, they did notice the car's distinguishing features. The vehicle had a sticker on the right side window, a vertical dent on the passenger door, and damage to the hood. These distinguishing characteristics could greatly simplify the search for this vehicle. The police wanted to expedite the process. As a result, they used the media to request assistance from the general public. They offered a $5,000 reward for information that could help them locate the truck or its driver. The investigators were confident that someone would recognize this particular vehicle. 3 days after Bianca Robertson died, a lawyer called the police station and said he had a client who wanted to turn himself in, mentioning the latter's involvement in the incident that resulted in the death of 18-year-old Bianca Robertson. This incident occurred on Wednesday, around 5:30 p.m. Bianca Robertson, I am 18 years old and recently graduated from Westchester Ruston High School. I am on my way to Jacksonville University. Her entire summer and life were spent in front of her loving family. She was driving on Route 100. Route 100 is a two-lane highway that connects to Route 100 Spur just a few miles away before merging with Route 202. And where it merges, it reduces from 2 lanes to 1. That is the same merge that people in southeastern Pennsylvania perform thousands of times per day. People all over the world do this without issue. But last Wednesday, as Bianca was merging from 2 lanes to 1, a man in a red pickup truck joined her, and they were jockeying for position, which irritated him. So he pulled out his gun and shot Bianca in the head. The driver of the red pickup truck was identified as David Desper, 28, of Pennsylvania. He arrived at the police station with his lawyer. Desper refused to testify but consented to a search of his home. He also told them where his pickup truck was. Desper was arrested and charged with killing Bianca Robertson. The police found the pickup truck at the location indicated by Desper stickers on the side windows, and the rims made it clear that it was the vehicle they were looking for. During a search of Desper's home, investigators discovered the gun used to shoot Bianca Robertson in the head. The police were certain they had found the culprit. However, the motive for this crime was unknown. On July 7, over 800 heartbroken family, friends, and community supporters gathered at St. Paul's Baptist Church in the borough of Westchester, 25 miles west of Philadelphia, for her homegoing service. During the funeral service, a church banner read patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, and self-control. Among those who paid tribute were her brothers, officials from Bayard Ruston High School, where she had recently graduated as Chief Admissions Officer at Jacksonville University, where she was set to enroll in the fall, and friends. What emerged was a portrait of an extraordinary young woman, with speaker after speaker after speaker praising her brilliance and virtues. In his eulogy, Pastor Wayne Croft Sr. compared the shooter to George Zimmerman and Michael Dunn. Zimmerman killed black teenager Trayvon Martin in Florida in 2012. Zimmerman was acquitted of murder in 2013. In 2012, Dunn fatally shot Jordan Davis, another black teenage male, in Florida. A verbal altercation over music in the teenager's car escalated when he fired shots into the vehicle while it was driving away. He was convicted and sentenced to life plus 90 years in prison. The black community is unconcerned about whether Bianca's murder was motivated by rage or racism. All we know is that we have lost another bright young black star. The pastor announced that another good sister had passed away. At the September 2018 trial, they asked David Desper to explain his motivation for committing the crime. Instead of responding to this question, he asked for forgiveness from the Robertson family. Bianca's parents were not looking forward to confronting her alleged killer. Rodney had ordered t-shirts featuring Bianca's face on the front for family and friends to wear as they gathered at the Chester County Government Services Center. They also had bracelets engraved with the words, "Bianca Robertson, a rose in God's garden," and a banner reading "Justice for Bianca Nicole Robertson, who was murdered on Wednesday, June 28, 2017. I'm not sure how I'll react when I see him. My daughter was shot by the man who held the gun. I know I won't do anything stupid. Rodney claimed Desper simply stole her dreams. He did not have that. Right, Michelle claimed I couldn't get her back. I need to get her back, and I can't. I need to comfort her, but I can't. I'm her mother, and I can't do that while he's still here. She shed more tears, and he was able to talk to his parents and hug them. He is 28. She's just a teen, a baby. The prosecutor suggested that the traffic jam was caused by Bianca's failure to yield to Desper when the 2 lanes merged. He then rolled down the passenger side window and pulled the trigger. Recognizing the consequences of his actions, Desper fled the scene, leaving his pickup truck with a friend in Pennsylvania and attempting to flee to Delaware. However, when his sketch and the distinctive features of his pickup truck made the news, he decided to hire a lawyer and turn himself in. The police investigated his social media accounts and interviewed his friends, but found no evidence of a bias-motivated crime. As a result, they did not charge the man with a hate crime. District Attorney Hogan added that there was no evidence that we were aware that this was a race or hate crime. Many people disagree with that assertion. Before the sentencing, the defense described Desper as a harmless, almost juvenile 28-year-old who enjoyed playing with cars in his spare time. They called him a big kid and claimed that Desper essentially gave the government the case by turning himself in. According to the defense, Desper was driving home when a car unexpectedly approached him. He took the gun and shot it. They claimed there was no monster or threat. If you're a 28-year-old man driving a car with a loaded firearm, you're not a big kid, argued prosecutor Chris Miller. It turned out that Desper's mother had shared a Facebook post about police searching for the man who killed Bianca Robertson. She later realized it was her own son. Wendy Desper expressed her love for Bianca's family and prayed for her. "I apologize for what my son did." She said this while her son sobbed. Rodney Robertson struggled to speak through tears as he confronted his daughter's murderer. "My questions to the defendant are simple. Why in God's name did you shoot my daughter because she was young and black? Because she was a girl? You wanted to be the first on the road because you had a bad day?" "All of my dreams for Bianca were coming true," he continued, "until the day the defendant murdered my daughter. All I had of Bianca were my memories." David Desper admitted to third-degree deprivation of life. The court sentenced him to 40 years in prison, with the option of applying for parole in 20 years. Judge Anne Marie Wheatcraft wiped away tears as she announced the sentence, telling Desper, "I don't believe you were afraid. I believe it was anger." County Judge Anne Marie Wheatcraft imposed the maximum sentence for that level of homicide, which ranged from 20 to 40 years. Desper attempted to appeal his sentence, but it was denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jennifer Cave has a generous heart. Why do bad things happen to good girls? Because bad boys attract them like moths to a flame kind. Often naive, they idealize their partner and completely ignore the obvious red flags. Sometimes these destructive relationships last a long time, while other times the realization occurs quickly. Sooner or later, there is a choice: leave or continue to be burned until the moth is reduced to ashes. Jennifer was nowhere to be found during one of the most heinous and undoubtedly didactic incidents in Austin, Texas, USA. Jennifer Cave, Michael Rodriguez's new girlfriend, last spoke on August 16, 2005, late in the evening. Throughout the night, Michael awaited her call. However, exhausted from work, he unintentionally fell asleep. By morning, there had been no missed calls from her. Concerned, Michael remembered Jennifer's promise to call him back after dropping off her friend Colton at home. He was concerned that she would have to go out of her way because Colton had not arranged for his own ride home. In general, he did not trust Colton or his lifestyle. Meanwhile, Jennifer's roommate discovered her absence from home. Her alarm clock was blaring, and there was no one to turn it off. It appeared that Jennifer had not spent the night at home. Her friend became concerned. They usually informed each other about their plans. She tried calling Jennifer, but there was no response, which was unusual for her. Jennifer begins her first day of work today. It's unlikely she'd leave without changing. The roommate thought Jennifer's office clothes were neatly hanging on the rack, as if she hadn't taken anything with her. On August 17th at 8:30 a.m., the director of the law firm was informed of the new employee's tardiness during her internship. Miss Cave had left a positive impression. It seemed odd that she would allow herself such behavior on her first day of work at 9 a.m. Jennifer's colleagues called, but she did not answer. Around 11 a.m., the employer dispatched one of the managers to check on her at home. Persistent knocks went unanswered. They then attempted to contact the secondary contact number listed on her resume. Sharon Sedgwick, Jennifer's mother, answered the phone. The call caught her off guard and left her feeling disappointed. She said she'd try to find her daughter. Sharon was also unable to reach Jennifer. She began to feel increasingly concerned and suspicious. She appears to have dropped everything again for that irresponsible young man. She came to a conclusion. Nobody in Jennifer's circle liked her ex-boyfriend, Colton Pitniak. Regardless of his intelligence and financial status, he always seemed to bring her down. Mrs. Sedgwick called Colton. He stated that he hadn't seen her daughter in quite some time. He seemed unconcerned about Jennifer's disappearance. For some reason, her mother did not believe him. More than 12 hours passed without any news. After all, Austin hospitals were checked, but no results were found. Sharon called the cops. she reported her daughter missing and expressed concern that she was in danger at Pitniak's house after calling the police. Sharon and her husband, Jim Sedgwick, visited Colton's home to speak with him in person. However, he refused to open the door for them or the responding officers, claiming he didn't want to talk. And they didn't have a search warrant. He was well aware of his rights, so the police were forced to leave. However, the situation appeared suspicious. Jennifer's car was discovered near Pitniak's home. Despite the fact that the car was empty, its mere presence in the parking lot prompted thought. Jennifer appeared to be inside the house. Sharon and Jim were convinced something had happened to her. The police decided not to waste time and inspected Jennifer's home. However, they discovered nothing of interest. The only leads came from Michael and Sharon, as well as Jennifer's car near Coltrane's house. Michael described how Jennifer went out with friends on the evening of August 16th to celebrate landing a job. She'd called him several times. One of the friends was her ex-boyfriend Colton, who was with her at the time of the call. Jennifer did not appear scared or worried during the conversation, but she did mention that Colton was acting strangely and she needed to take him home after losing contact with her. A grisly discovery. All of the clues point to Pitniak's home. While the cops hesitated, Sharon and Jim decided to take matters into their own hands. They drove back to Colton Place. When they arrived at the apartment complex, they knocked on the door but received no response. The girl's parents, sensing something was wrong, called a locksmith to open the lock. However, Jim discovered a better way. He decided to enter through one of the apartment's open windows. Inside, everything was disorganized. It was clear that no one had kept the house in order, and the apartment itself looked more like a den. The man was hit by a foul odor that immediately triggered his gag reflex. He covered his mouth with his hand. Jim moved to where the odor was stronger. The house was empty. Jennifer's stepfather noticed clutter in the bathroom. He looked closer and discovered a dismembered female body with the head and limbs severed. Trash bags and a sports bag can be found nearby. Jim, horrified, began to examine their contents. Inside were the body's remaining parts. The deceased's legs were freckled like his stepdaughter's. However, the corpse was so mutilated that it was impossible to determine who it was. The man hoped until the very last moment that it was not his stepdaughter. After regaining consciousness, he contacted emergency services to save Jennifer's life. Jennifer Cave was born in March 1984 near Bishop, Texas. Her family resided in a modest farmhouse. Sharon's mother was in her second marriage, which added 3 more children to the family. Jennifer, Lauren, and Clayton, Vanessa from Sharon's first marriage, were the 3 oldest siblings. Jennifer's father works as a welder. He was a good husband and father until alcohol turned him mean and uncontrollable, hurling insults and causing trouble. When sober, he was composed and respectful. Despite their unstable home environment, the family remained close. Sharon worked as an accountant in a chemical plant while also caring for her home and children. Jennifer, unlike her more sociable brother and sister, was shy. While they made friends quickly and played outside, she preferred the company of books, which sharpened her intellect and provided her with an excellent memory. Her love of reading had an impact on her vision, necessitating the use of glasses in conjunction with the braces in her mouth. The glasses did not improve her self-esteem. Our heroine lacked confidence, but she still actively participated in school social and athletic activities. Eventually, her father's destructive habits caused the family to split up. Jennifer and Clayton chose to remain with Charlie following their separation. They backed him up with great compassion, hoping to prevent his downfall. Jennifer was so determined to help her father quit drinking that she overlooked his unwillingness to fight. Years have passed since the divorce in 1999. Sharon met Jim Sedgwick by chance. Jennifer transformed as she approached adolescence, removing her braces and replacing her glasses with contact lenses, transforming her into a true beauty. However, her character began to shift. Along with her appearance, she began socializing with children from troubled families. Nonetheless, due to her high intelligence, she graduated near the top of her class. Jennifer later enrolled at Texas State University to major in finance, but she quickly became disillusioned with her studies and dropped out after the first semester. She attended a community college in Austin and worked part-time at a city restaurant to help support herself. During this time, she dated Mark, a nice young man from a respectable family. Their relationship could have led to marriage. But Jennifer became engrossed in the nightlife. She began attending parties and drinking. Perhaps influenced by her father's genes and negative example, her love of alcohol grew alongside the introduction of marijuana into her life. Sharon attempted to influence her daughter, but to no avail. Jennifer and Colton Pitoniak met on one of these nights out. Jennifer Cave's life was tragically cut short by a gunshot wound to the right arm. The bullet passed through her entire arm and into her chest, striking her heart. The injury to a vital artery caused rapid blood loss, which resulted in her untimely death. What happened to her body afterwards was horrific. Forensic experts discovered multiple stab wounds on her body, with the chest and neck being the most damaged. In total, the attacker caused 18 post-mortem stab wounds. The perpetrator then decapitated her and fired a shot through her throat into her head, intending to dispose of her body quietly by severing her upper limbs. He packed them into a prepared bag and trash bags. Her torso was left in the bathtub, covered with a saw. Something thwarted the assailant's initial plan, forcing him to change his tactics. Evidence was uncovered. When Jennifer Cave's body was discovered and police arrived, they did not yet have a warrant to search Colton Pitoniak's apartment. Initially, all the officers could do was observe the victim's body and secure the scene. After obtaining the necessary permission, a thorough search of the apartment was conducted. They discovered 3.38 caliber shell casings. The firearm was found in Pitoniak's car, which was parked in the garage. A large, blood-stained machete was taken from the dishwasher. Toxicology reports revealed that the victim's bloodstream contained alcohol, marijuana, and methamphetamine. Inside one of the rooms, there was a road atlas with pages torn out that highlighted routes in southwest Texas. This clue revealed the apartment owner's absence. Colton Pitoniak fled. Law enforcement immediately issued a warrant for his arrest. His name is Colton Pitoniak. Bryant, Arkansas is where Colton originated. He grew up as a sharp-witted boy with attractive looks who was popular with girls during his adolescence. His father operated a successful agricultural business that grew year after year, allowing the family to live comfortably. However, the abundance spoiled Colton. On the one hand, he was ambitious and goal-driven. On the other hand, he may become aggressive and irritable. Colton was an avid skateboarder and guitarist. He attended a Catholic boys' middle school in Little Rock, where he excelled academically and was frequently on the honor roll. He was also a National Merit Scholarship finalist. Pitoniak was one of 7 senior finalists at his school in 2000, out of 166 across the state. By his senior year, he was dealing with alcohol and fights, owing to his membership in a group of local affluent kids who lived a leisurely lifestyle, frequently throwing parties with the attendant consequences. Nonetheless, due to his high graduation scores, he was easily admitted to the University of Texas at Austin. Rather than concentrating on his studies, he maintained his erratic lifestyle, losing friends and earning a reputation as a heavy drinker and marijuana user. He could have had a promising future if not for his proclivity for self-destruction. After being expelled from a university indefinitely, he began distributing controlled substances. His parents fought to help him overcome his addiction, even taking him back home. It's a fateful encounter. Jennifer and Colton first met at a party in the spring of 2004, and they were immediately drawn to each other. Jennifer, who frequently idealizes others, chose to give a potentially dangerous relationship a chance rather than abandon it. Their friendship gradually developed into love. Jennifer eventually began using illegal drugs with Colton. His opulent apartment gradually transformed into a den of excess, and using illegal substances together became a household rule. As a result, Jennifer's addiction grew worse. Parents tried repeatedly to break her free from these addictions. They even gave her a car in the hopes of encouraging her to spend more time at home. However, each time she returned, her promises were quickly forgotten. Golden's condition deteriorated. He became increasingly paranoid and began carrying a gun and knife in an attempt to project the image of a gangster. Pitoniak was arrested in 2004 for possessing illegal substances. He even went through a rehabilitation program once, but Colton demonstrated no genuine desire to overcome his addiction. Separation. Jennifer's parents decided to pay her a visit. However, the visit ended in disappointment. Jennifer had broken her promises, lost a significant amount of weight, and appeared generally unwell. Her family suggested she get treatment at a rehabilitation center, but she flatly refused. Sharon and Jim were upset and stopped providing her with financial support. believing that this tough love approach would motivate her to take control of her life. Jennifer, however, had no choice but to move in with Colton due to a lack of funds. What happened in his apartment is difficult to say, but after a month of living with him, Jennifer decided to leave. Her friend offered her a room and support. Miss Cave expressed her fears. She no longer felt safe with Colton but did not go into detail. Something obviously scared her, as she refused to reconcile with her ex. One day, he approached her and asked her to return. Jennifer remained firm, particularly when she saw the knife Colton had brought with him. She asked Colton to calm down and suggested that they stay friends. Surprisingly, he agreed that contact with him would be limited, and she also began reconnecting with her parents. Finally, her life appeared to be getting back on track. In early 2005, Jennifer began a new relationship with Scott, a single father who appeared to be quite decent. His lifestyle was the complete opposite of Bolton's. Scott worked as a waiter at a restaurant, played keyboards in a band, and was an excellent singer, all while maintaining a sober lifestyle. As a result, Jennifer's self-esteem improved. Even though she appeared healthier by his side, she took on the role of a homemaker and mother figure to his daughter. She was still willing to leave at a moment's notice if Colton requested the arrival of Laura Hall. Colton eventually moved to a new apartment complex with a pool near the university called Orange Tree, which became a popular spot for daily parties. His behavior continued to be erratic, with some friends reporting seeing him play Russian roulette by himself. During one of these phases, he met Laura Ashley Hall, who was a frequent attendee of these parties and became obsessed with him, displaying jealousy towards any female in the Colton circle, particularly Jennifer. Laura was perceived in a variety of ways by their peers, with the most common description being arrogance and the ability to put anyone in their place. Laura, like Colton, came from a wealthy family. Miss Hall was athletic, competing in a variety of competitions, and academically successful, indicating great promise. After high school, she enrolled in university but dropped out, preferring a job in a more leisurely lifestyle. Colton and Laura soon became romantically involved. She, like Jennifer, felt a strong attraction to him. When he was sentenced to 60 days in jail in June 2005, Laura sent him all of her earnings, even going into debt. Friends reported that she had changed for the worse, becoming bold and neglecting her job and personal care. Many people believed she had also begun using illegal drugs. Unlike Jennifer Colton, she ignored her feelings, even putting out cigarettes on her. A new chapter starts and ends. During this time, Jennifer ended her relationship with Scott. She felt unworthy of his family and didn't want to cause them any problems. Jennifer communicated with Colton, who remained infatuated with her. However, she did not renew their previous relationship, keeping their interactions strictly platonic. Jennifer only wanted to get a job, so she returned to college. In August, a promising opportunity arose in her life. She started a new relationship with Michael Rodriguez and, most importantly, found a great job. After a few days of training at a law firm, she performed so well that she was offered a consultant position with a competitive salary. Jennifer was filled with self-confidence and happiness. On August 16th, she chose to celebrate the beginning of her new life with friends. That evening, they visited a bar before heading to a club. According to a friend, the bouncer refused to let Colton in due to his appearance, which may have prompted him to seek out controlled substances. The investigation continues. In order to shed light on the events of that fateful night, investigators interviewed Carlton's neighbors. They discovered intriguing information around 3 a.m. On August 17th. Nora Sullivan heard a knock on her door. She opened it and saw Colton standing there, looking suspicious, with blood on his face and a pistol visible at his waist. She was startled and inquired about what had happened. Colton told her that he had gotten into a shootout with some people. Nora did not hear any gunshots and assumed he was lying as usual. She closed the door and peered through the crowd to see him walk away. Neither of the neighbors interviewed heard any gunshots that night. Detectives also discovered that Colton had communicated with Laura twice that night. The morning of August 17th, he went to a hardware store and purchased several masks and gloves, as well as a large amount of cleaning supplies. Using these, he dismembered Jennifer's body and intended to clean the apartment to remove any evidence of the crime. It's possible that Sharon and Jim's unexpected arrival startled him and caused him to be nervous about flying. A critical discovery in Cohen's apartment led investigators right to his trail. Colton, along with Laura Hall, was discovered in Mexico. They had crossed the border in Laura's car. Cotton's photograph was distributed throughout the country by local authorities. During this time, the couple entertained themselves by going to movies and restaurants. They stayed at a hotel in the border town of Negress, where an employee identified Colton as the desired individual. The employee took his photograph and forwarded it to the police. Pitniak was arrested by US officials after the duo was apprehended by Mexican law enforcement and transported to the border. Laura Hall was released. Laura caused a scene with the Border Patrol prior to her release, protesting Coltrane's innocence and obstructing the arrest process. Later, she admitted that her trip to Mexico was the best she'd ever had. They spent approximately 5 days abroad. On August 23, 2005, Colton Pitniak was charged with a crime involving Jennifer Cave. A month later, Laura Hall was arrested and charged with tampering with evidence and obstructing justice. The prosecution presented evidence discovered in the apartment, such as a videotape from the store and a receipt listing items purchased. Colton claimed he had no recollection of the night of August 16th, blaming it on excessive drinking and illegal drug use. Initially, he did not deny hurting Jennifer but insisted he had no memory of it. He claimed he woke up to find his ex-girlfriend's body in the bathroom. After finding the body, he contacted Laura, who advised him to purchase a saw and cleaning supplies. She helped dismember the victim and conceal the body parts in bags. The prosecution claimed she was responsible for Jennifer's post-mortem injuries. Colton later hinted that she may have been motivated by jealousy, implying that she participated in an act of revenge against her rival. Nevertheless, both defendants pleaded not guilty. Nonetheless, the evidence supporting his involvement was overwhelming. Jennifer's body was discovered in Coltrane's apartment. His fingerprints and DNA were discovered on the machete, saw, and firearm recovered from the crime scene, and the weapon in his car was identified as the crime weapon. In addition, he was the one who bought the cleaning supplies at the store. The jury had no doubts about his guilt. On January 29, 2007, Colton Pitniak was sentenced to 55 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving at least half. His earliest release date will not be until 2060. Laura Hall's case was complex, and the prosecution suggested she may have acted out of blind love for Colton. Laura's DNA was discovered on one of the victim's shoes, a store towel, and the firearm used. The defense argued that this only demonstrated her involvement in disposing of the body, not in the original act. They were unable to prove she was the one who fired the first shot to Jennifer's head after her death. There was no evidence that she was present at the scene when the crime occurred. Laura insisted she only learned about the crime from Colton, who claimed he forced her to flee to Mexico with him. However, witnesses from their trip to Mexico reported that the couple appeared to have a good time. Laura Hall was convicted of obstructing justice and tampering with evidence in 2007 and sentenced to 6 years in prison. A subsequent trial in 2010 resulted in a maximum 11-year sentence and a $14,000 fine. Laura was granted parole on March 15, 2018, with GPS monitoring, and completed her sentence in August of the same year. Her whereabouts thereafter are unknown. She was apprehended and framed. Colton Pitniak remains incarcerated. He has filed several appeals, all of which have been unsuccessful. In these appeals, he repeatedly stated that he had no memory of the tragic events of that night. However, he revealed that witnesses claim Laura confessed to Jennifer's death. He claims that the prosecutors were aware of this information during the trial but did not disclose it to his defense team, implying a possible setup. Although Pitniak's legal motions were denied, the revelation raised public concerns. Furthermore, Jennifer's parents felt that Laura's punishment was insufficient. They believe she played a larger role than she admits. Unlike Colton Hall, she has never expressed sorrow or regret over Jennifer's death. She only referred to Jennifer as that girl or the dead girl, occasionally using derogatory language. To this day, the exact events of that fateful night are unknown. Only Jennifer knows the truth, which is silently concealed by Pitniak's residence walls. Unfortunately, the dead cannot speak. Jennifer's life was cut short during her prime. Unfortunately, she discovered an important truth too late. Staying away from certain people and ceasing communication with them may mean saving oneself. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On July 3rd, 1989, another child was born in the municipality of Estreitão in Maranhão, Brazil. The boy was named Danilo, which is a common Portuguese name. This child was not spoon-fed or stroked on the head with bedtime stories. When he reached school age, he was not escorted there. He grew up on the streets, like all the other children in this impoverished neighborhood. Adults and children in Brazil's favelas live in conditions of oppressive poverty, low living standards, and unemployment. All of these factors provide the foundation for street crime to flourish. From childhood, there was only dirt, poverty, a lack of human contact, and ordinary food. All existing instincts for self-preservation are activated. Everyone survives in their own way. Unfortunately, more often than not, a person who has seen only violence and the speed with which results are obtained through force will choose the same path in life because he does not know how else. Our story today is about the horrific brutality and unwavering obsession that destroy people. Sara Brandão was looking forward to seeing her younger sister Deborah and two nephews, a boy named Ian and a girl named Yasmin, at the airport in 2019. Deborah, 30, had a failed relationship with her children's father. Driven by a genuine desire to provide a better life for her children, she relocated from Brazil to Pennsylvania to live with her sister. The family quickly settled into their new home. I grew accustomed to my cozy home and the new standard of living. Deborah Brandão and her sister Sarah were inseparable. They not only worked together in the cleaning service, but they also spoke on the phone throughout the day. They lived a peaceful and happy life. They had moved to another country. However, an unexpected encounter altered the fates of all the heroes forever. Deborah met her compatriot, 31-year-old Danilo Cavalcante, in the park during a day off with children in 2020. The young people quickly developed a trusting relationship with one another. The man was extremely attentive to her and kind to her children. Deborah fell in love with her Brazilian neighbor, Danilo Cavalcante, and concluded that she had found a suitable and trustworthy man. After a few months together, they rented a small house and began living as a full-fledged family. After a while, the hot and emotional Danilo became bored with his ideal family life. As their relationship with Deborah grew closer, he became more jealous and obsessive. Mistrust arose from nothing and gradually evolved into complete control. Scandals between the couple erupted on a regular basis, eventually leading to violence. Danilo drank every night and returned home in a completely different person. He acted like an angry animal. He demanded complete obedience and submission from Deborah. In the event of resistance, he punished her severely in front of the children. The woman was not weak. She defended herself to the best of her ability and refused to let her beloved children suffer harm. Unwilling to tolerate such treatment, she returned to her sister's house, and after receiving repeated threats, she went to the police and then to court to obtain an order of protection prohibiting Cavalcante from approaching her. Despite Deborah's numerous attempts to distance herself from Cavalcante, he pursued her relentlessly, threatening violence if she dared to end the relationship. Deborah, fearing for her life, conducts a small investigation to learn more about Danilo Cavalcante's identity. After contacting acquaintances in Brazil via social media, she learns about Danilo's previous life and the reasons for his entry into the United States. The woman realizes her lover is not who he claims to be, and the revelation shocks her. On November 5, 2017, while in his native Brazil, Danilo Cavalcante fatally wounded 20-year-old student Walter J.R. Moreira dos Reis shot him 5 times near a restaurant in the city of Figueirópolis. An investigation revealed that the two were friends, and the killing was motivated by Walter's car repair debt. A week following the crime, the Brazilian judicial system granted the prosecutor's office's request for preventive detention, issuing an arrest warrant. However, Brazilian authorities did not have time to detain Danilo. Cavalcante was able to flee the country via Brasilia International Airport due to a disagreement with the Tocantins judicial system, which did not request that the decision be entered into the National Warrant Registry until 7 months after the crime. Cavalcante entered Puerto Rico illegally. A warrant for his arrest was issued in Brazil in June 2018. Cavalcante obtained a fake ID after entering Puerto Rico and eventually moved to Chester County, Pennsylvania, to live with his sister. Danilo's real identity was revealed. Deborah gave him an ultimatum: either leave her alone or she would reveal his identity. This was the woman's fatal error. Deborah was walking with her children in front of her house on the evening of April 18th, 2021, the children were playing catch-up, and the woman was quietly conversing with an elderly neighbor. Danilo Cavalcanti took her aside to talk. The neighbor remained waiting for Deborah and only observed the ex-lovers chatting. The conversation was calm until Cavalcante pulled out 2 knives and suddenly attacked her. Deborah fell, and he stabbed her multiple times. Deborah's children screamed down the street for him not to touch their mother. However, the man was in agony. He stabbed Deborah 38 times. A neighbor who witnessed the brutal scene desperately attempted to provide emergency aid and stop the bleeding. Deborah's daughter dashed to a neighbor's house to seek assistance and call emergency services. Deborah Brandau was taken to Pauli Hospital but died of her injuries. Meanwhile, Daniel Cavalcanti fled Pennsylvania to avoid arrest and remained on the run for several hours before being apprehended and arrested by Virginia State Police. He was extradited to Pennsylvania and arrested pending trial on August 16, 2023, in Chester County. Danilo Cavalcanti's trial for first-degree murder began. The investigation found that Cavalcante refused to accept the end of their relationship and had been intimidating Deborah since 2020. During the Cavalcante's trial, Deborah's crying child testified repeatedly about the horrifying events of that bloody day. It only took the jury 15 minutes to reach a guilty verdict. Cavalcante was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. After the verdict was announced, Cavalcanti was transferred to the Chester County Jail in Poquoson, where he was awaiting transfer to a federal prison. However, on August 31, 2023, at approximately 9 a.m., he escaped from the Chester County Jail via a chimney, much like Spider-Man. He climbed across the wall between 2 cramped hallways, ascended through the chimney to the roof, deftly avoiding the barbed wire fences, and escaped. Surveillance footage captured the prisoner in the narrow space between 2 walls in the exercise yard. He walked up with his arms and legs to either side. He then ran across the roof, climbed over the fence, and pushed through the barbed wire to escape. Prison officials were well aware of all the vulnerabilities discovered in the prison after Igor Bolt escaped and believed they had been addressed. Officials believed that the barbed wire installed following a similar escape by an inmate named Igor Boller a few months prior would prevent a jailbreak planned by the acting warden. According to court documents from May, an inmate named Igor Boller climbed onto the jail roof and jumped to a less secure location. He was apprehended less than a mile from the prison, approximately 5 minutes after escaping. Again, we neglected to account for the failure on the human factors side. We concentrated solely on the physical infrastructure, not the human factor. According to Holland, 160 cells did not witness the escape, and a guard and a tower that watched over the prisoners did not notice the Cavalcante disappear. The tower guard was initially placed on administrative leave and then fired. As a matter of urgency, the prison was closed, and the hunt for a particularly dangerous criminal began. Alerts were everywhere. Danilo Cavalcante, 33, has black hair and is possibly armed and dangerous. The escape of a dangerous killer from a state prison has garnered a lot of attention. Every day, the search for the fugitive was broadcast on all media channels. The Pennsylvania State Police Chief, who led the search for Cavalcante, held regular press conferences and briefings to provide state residents with accurate information about the special operation. He urged residents to take an active role in the situation by holding vigils. It's an observation to help figure out the perpetrator's path, and it worked. So, a few hours after his escape, Danilo Cavalcante was seen walking along a road about 2 miles west of the prison. Cavalcante was discovered using a surveillance camera in the early morning hours of September 2nd after receiving reports from local residents. Police established a search perimeter around the area, securing the roads and railroads that run through it to prevent Cavalcante's possible escape, and offered a $10,000 reward for any information leading to his capture. Authorities began searching within 2 miles of the jail in a heavily wooded pickup area and township in Chester County. A local resident discovered the fugitive in a creek bed just days after his escape, but he fled into the woods before police could locate him. The search continued. After a week on the run, the search area expanded. Cavalcante was captured on a security camera at Longwood Gardens, a popular botanical garden nearly 3 miles from the jail and just south of where police initially searched for him. There are a lot of ravines, high fields, grass, and cover for a guy who is 5 feet tall and weighs 120 pounds. Robert Clark, Deputy U.S. Marshal for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, stated on September 5th. In addition to the difficult, rugged terrain, searchers struggled to deal with the extreme heat and humidity that persisted for days following a week of desperate searches for the fugitive felon. The number of officers searching for Cavalcante on the ground has increased from 250 to nearly 400. We have a large perimeter secured, and we are very optimistic. According to the police chief, the search team has been strengthened not only in numbers but also in terms of equipment. Helicopters flying over the search area began playing a recorded message from Cavalcante's Portuguese-speaking mother, begging him to surrender peacefully to authorities. The next morning, a security camera caught Cavalcante on a property about 2 miles south of the prison. Police have moved in to set up a new perimeter around the facility, and Longwood Gardens and nearby schools will be closed while the search is conducted. Police continued their intensive search for the object for the rest of the week, and Longwood Gardens briefly reopened with limited access before being forced to evacuate and close again on September 7th after another sighting of the object. On the same day, police increased the reward for information leading to his capture from $10,000 to $20,000. After nearly a week of searching, nerves were frayed. Locals knew a man convicted of murder was on the loose, but authorities had yet to explain how Cavalcante escaped from prison. Police in Philadelphia's Chester County have asked residents to lock all doors and windows, secure vehicles, and stay indoors. CBS News reported that Danilo Cavalcante, 34, escaped from a Pennsylvania prison. The intense search continued until September 9th, when Cavalcante was seen on a video intercom call standing on the front porch of a former colleague's home near Phoenixville, nearly 20 miles northeast of the search perimeter. Cavalcante had a deft way of altering his appearance. He shaved and dressed in new clothes. Danilo moved around the state with sophistication and remained undetected, so he stole a van from a nearby dairy store and drove it to Phoenixville, hoping to find assistance and shelter from acquaintances. On the morning of September 10th, a stolen van with an empty gas tank was discovered abandoned in a field in East Nantmeal. The search was expanded to include the northern part of Chester County. On September 11th, the fugitives' movements caused the search perimeter to change again. As the search continued, Cavalcante was added to Interpol's wanted list, and authorities increased the reward for information on his whereabouts. The same night, a local resident called emergency services. He reported that a man with a similar description had broken into his garage. The homeowner was forced to open fire in self-defense, shooting him 7 times. However, Cavalcante was able to escape and steal a .caliber rifle with a scope and flashlight from the house. Police responded quickly and discovered Cavalcante's sweatshirts and shoes near the home after confirming the perpetrator's identity and determining that the dangerous felon was now armed. Police urged residents of the South Coventry neighborhood to lock all doors, windows, and vehicles and stay indoors if possible. The convicted felon carries a handgun and is especially dangerous. Many residents in the area have been alarmed by the chemical contest escape. School districts canceled classes for the day after Cavalcante was captured on surveillance video. The police expanded their search and advised residents to keep their doors locked. Police established a new search perimeter in South Coventry Township that was tighter than previous ones because they believed Cavalcante was now surrounded. The search continued throughout the day on September 12th until around 1 a.m. On September 13th, an aircraft equipped with thermal imaging technology spotted Cavalcante in the woods. Despite the sighting, police had to wait until sunrise to approach because bad weather prevented the surveillance plane from flying safely. The big breakthrough came in the early hours of September 13th, when authorities discovered that a security alarm had gone off shortly after midnight within the final search perimeter. According to Bill Evans, an illegal drug enforcement aircraft using thermal imaging technology detected a heat signal in the area around 1 a.m. An alarm was triggered. Ron Johnson, a retired Missouri State Highway Patrol captain, stated that technology was extremely important in this case. Things went against law enforcement for a long time, but they were able to detect the heat signature of a DA spy plane around 8 a.m. On September 13th, police discovered Cavalcante sleeping with the rifle he had stolen from his home 2 nights before. Danilo Cavalcante, a dangerous criminal, attempted to flee by crawling into dense undergrowth, but a police dog named Yoda apprehended him by biting his head and holding him until officers arrived. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens stated at a press conference that Yoda caused Cavalcante minor head injuries during his capture. They were able to land quietly. Bivens stated that we had the element of surprise, which allowed us to capture the fugitive with no casualties. Cavalcanti was questioned by police shortly after his capture, where he stated that he survived on watermelons and creek water, only traveled at night, and once nearly got caught by a police officer while hiding. Travel content intends to steal a car and travel to Canada since returning from prison. Cavalcanti has been charged with several crimes stemming from his escape, including burglary, trespassing, and theft. Following the capture of high-risk felon Danilo Cavalcante, local and state officials, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, thanked the numerous law enforcement officers who helped with the search. Chester County District Attorney Deb Ryan stated, "Today is a great day in Chester County. Our nightmare has finally ended, and one for the good guys. We are grateful to all of the first responders for their tireless and dedicated efforts to bring this fugitive to justice. They worked around the clock, and we are very grateful to them all." Chief George Bivens, who led the search, discussed the various challenges law enforcement officers faced in finding Cavalcante, mentioning the intense heat and thunderstorms that occurred during the search, as well as the fact that each of the search perimeters established during the search were in heavily wooded areas. The search team consisted of about 500 law enforcement officers, including Pennsylvania State Police, FBI, ATF, and US Marshals, who searched the area surrounding the shooting scene. The police set up a perimeter of several miles in each direction. After Cavalcante's escape, the Chester County Jail Board, which oversees the Chester County Jail, was heavily chastised by locals for failing to prevent Cavalcante's escape. Residents pointed out that the jail had the opportunity to make appropriate security improvements following Igor Bolt's May 19th escape attempt, which could have potentially prevented Cavalcante's escape because he used the same method Bolt did. The prison guard who was on duty during Cavalcante's escape on September 7th has already been fired, according to prison officials, who claimed the guard had the opportunity to spot Cavalcante during the escape, days after the offenders were apprehended. The Chester County Jail announced the installation of a tin roof over the area where Cavalcante climbed up walls to access the roof and escape, as well as a number of other security measures and improvements. "I believe Chester County officials will have to answer questions about how the suspect was able to escape, particularly given the prison's history," said Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. The communication and cooperation of all law enforcement agencies and local residents who banded together during the state's lengthy search assisted in apprehending and honorably punishing the evil. Daniela will never be free. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.